Jagaban. On your Monday, we shall stop Jagaban. On your Monday, we shall stop Jagaban. On your Monday, on your Monday, on your Monday, we shall stop Jagaban.
Yes, sir.
On your Monday,
In the chief of staff's office. Well done.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. There's a freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior.
1990, Sharp Rock jumps upon the scene with the lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the ball and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation sent by the nation. Racial game cause it's pain needs a new rep in your heart.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zude Kari Party. Ko ɗomin mawni ɗomin darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke e chef parti an winam bedda o min garti min gari zuude kadi parti ko ɗomin mawni ɗomin darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke e chef parti ey cugagam ne weeli fof ko souvenir film hanki wona hande hanki jamma mbaale sim min ñalla fije nangue jamma lengi mbaɗa tin on saha courant ala wura men ko ƴaro finde sifti nammo ala cifti ala inde idi.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest. And Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know.
Okay now. Okay.
Only at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they're yelling about me in particular. I was on the low chasing my dream because I know. Orolola di mango melon. Morocco di shumalo. Everyone should let check home alone. Now they find anybody in the money I want. Not the hell with them people that talk. Once again, I shall kill it in love. I'm the waiting I love, waiting you love, oh. No be waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do one with all my heart, oh. Kokoro no be vodka, be some money ginger. But don't I know the waste time, be some money ginger.
Hit the big bucks.
Where are you? Ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́, àkọ́bí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jó ẹrùkù, wọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá. Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún, wọ́n pàdé ọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà, àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè, aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́, ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀.
And there it is, right there. So there it is, right there. You know, I did a coughing before I stopped the music, but still, you know, nervous energy. I always tell you that. Hold on. So yeah, so there it is, right there. Here I am, right here. There you are, wherever it is that you are. So let me just do something quickly. There it is, right there. Here I am, where I am. There you are, wherever it is that you are, and all together, then that makes here we are. So here we are. Here we go. I can't get the words together, you know. So here we are, here we go again. Another day, another session. Of course, another day, another session. The day never completes without your daily dose of the one man went to more experience. So the doctor prescribes and I deliver. So here we go again. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do that. We want to be hitting 100 likes with every stream. So do that. So click on the like button. So click on the like button immediately and right now. Do as you are invited to do. It's not cold, though. It's just what I had. It's what I had on earlier in the day when I went out. So I've not just bothered to change it. So that's in response to Abdul Mumin Adana. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do it. So if you are watching it in watch back, please still do that. So do that. Click on the like button. So important. I don't have to explain why I'm inviting you to click on the like button. I think everybody that digests this space for any length of time, they know why I'm asking you to click on the like button. So for those reasons, do as invited or directed or however, whatever motivates you to do it. So click on the like button. And if you are watching in watch back, it still applies. We want 100 likes. That's the minimum bar now that we're setting for every stream. There is no, because every stream gets watched in the thousands. So how we can't quite hit 100 likes is beyond my comprehension. I think some people actually watch the stream out of spite because they cannot, it doesn't align with their political worldview. But what we try and do here, though, is we try and present as much we can, devoid of bias, what we see as factual. And might not always be right. Often instances is, but then of course facts, it gets in the way of a lovely story. And people like to be told tales. They like to hear yarns and they like to hear spins. So a no spin free zone. I think that's the new terminology in politics, isn't it? A no spin free zone. So a no spin free zone. So click on the like button, as I said, do that now. And we are in hope of 10 new subscribers for this stream. So it helps us get over a particular threshold. So if you're not already subscribed, then please do that. You will know that you're not subscribed because the subscription button will be showing as red on your screen. So if the subscription button is showing in the color red on your screen, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on that red subscription button and depress it to gray. That way, then you are part of the inner caucus. So click on like and subsequently click on subscribe. Was that long-winded diatribe that I just delivered? So like and subscribe. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, I'll send this. We often send this to the YouTube space, which then captures the Facebook space as well. But most instances we don't actually send it to Twitter, but we do get quite somewhat of a traffic on Twitter. So if the Twitter crew wants to come and join us on the screen, always welcome. Everybody welcome. So I'll send the hyperlink that invites you into the studio right now. I'll send it first to the Facebook's, I'll send it first to the, hold on, I'm trying to open Twitter. That's why I'm pausing for a moment. So I'll send it first to the Facebook, YouTube space, and then subsequently send it to Twitter as well, because our Twitter followers must never be left behind. So yes, and by the way, share the streams on your timeline. If you are watching on Facebook, share it on your timeline. So repost it on your timeline. If you are watching on Twitter, share it on your timeline. If you are watching on our YouTube, copy the URL and post it in your social media spaces, those WhatsApp groups, those Facebook groups. Those are places that you mooch around on Instagram, etc. So post it wide and near. We want to expand as much as we can. And the expansion is entirely down to your cooperation, of course. You know, I can only do the presentation. How quite the platform grows or not is entirely your doing. And, you know, the level of interaction with the platform, the likes and the subscriptions and the sharing of the links, that's really what leads to the expansion of any platform. So entirely down to you. So you've been set some homework. and I'm sure you are a student. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Share the URL as widely as you can on your social media spaces, and of course, super chat to the stream. We've been seeing somewhat of a laziness in the super chat space. That hopefully to be corrected today. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats per stream. What's for 2027 campaign? Did I miss something that you said? You know, I keep an eye on the comment section as well. So sometimes a comment just catches my eye in the side eye. So yes, what was I saying? Yes, super chats towards the stream. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats per stream. So you'll be the first to super chat it, and then you set the benchmark then for the level of super chats that we're to expect. So if you super chatted, let's say $20, then we expect people to match or exceed. If you super chat 100, match or exceed. That's how we usually do it around here. So be the first to come in to set the minimum bar. So enough of all that. There's quite a few readouts, quite a bit of videos to play you as well. So just surrender yourself. Do like this. Put your hands up and surrender yourself to the space. Just do that. Hands up and surrender yourself to the space. Just concede the next few hours of your time to the one man went to more experience. So surrender yourself to the space. Let's kick it off. Enough of my Bula Balu and Bulaba. So I'll do a few readouts. I'll do a few headlines. I'll play you a few clips. If people turn up for the conversation, and then the session takes shape around that. University of Ibadan launches Wole Soyinka Institute to immortalize Nobel laureate. So long overdue. But the immortalization of Wole Soyinka seems to be especially happening under this Tinubu administration. You will recall, of course, that the National Arts Theatre in Onikon or Igomu has now been renamed the Wole Soyinka blah 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 something or the other. And then there was a major motorway named after him in Abuja as well. Now University of Ibadan, they are looking then to immortalize him with an institute. So I'm not sure. When Tinubu said Emiloko, I think it cut a lot deeper than we had anticipated. So the Yorubanization of the Nigerian space is now in full-fledged. University of Ibadan launches Wole Soyinka Institute to immortalize Nobel laureate. The University of Ibadan UI has inaugurated the Wole Soyinka Institute to immortalize one of its most distinguished alumni and Nobel laureates, Professor Wole Soyinka, as part of its 76th Founders' Day celebration. So there is justification for this then, actually. You know, it must be a gap in my education. I wasn't really aware that Wole Soyinka actually went to University of Ibadan. So that justifies that. So that defeats any argument to contrast that. Why would they? So it's one of their most preeminent, if not their foremost preeminent alumni. So there's justification there. University of Ibadan launches Wole Soyinka Institute to immortalize Nobel laureate. Remember when they used to call it Loretta, you know? The University of Ibadan UI has inaugurated the Wole Soyinka Institute to immortalize one of its most distinguished alumni and Nobel laureates, Professor Oluwole Soyinka, as part of the 76th Founders' Day celebration. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Adebowale, announced the establishment of the Institute following a special performance of Wole Soyinka's latest play. Is it still writing? I never knew it was still writing. I thought it was not feeding off the royalties of his work. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Adebowale, announced the establishment of the Institute following a special performance of Soyinka's latest play. Is it Chronicles or Chronicles? Wole Soyinka, the one thing that Wole Soyinka is quite a pretentious guy, actually. He is unnecessarily worthy. You know, he likes to use all these heavyweight words in order to show its intellectualism or to some, it detaches from mass audience by, it tries to intimidate you with big words, and that's, yeah, and that's, and by the way, that's symptomatic of some sort of insecurity, by the way, that he feels necessarily that he has to use big words in order then to show that it's they're just a fray above you. And that is one of the things that just detracts from him a little bit. From the top and all the way through this time, it's not a long read. I'll probably just give you a few paragraphs. I think we get the gist of it anyway. The University of Ibadan has inaugurated the Wole Soyinka Institute to immortalize one of its most distinguished alumni and Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, as part of its 76th Founders Day celebration. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Adebowale, announced the establishment of the institute following a special performance of Soyinka's latest play, Conticles, a priory foretold, or is it pirates but foretold? You see, this is the thing about this guy. It's just a pretentious fob. Really, that's what he is, Wole Soyinka. The Vice Chancellor, you say now, it's making me reread it. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Adebowale, announced the establishment of the institute following a special performance of Soyinka's latest play, Conticles, a pirate foretold, or pirate foretold, at the Wole Soyinka Theatre, formerly the Arts Theatre. The 50-man cast production, directed by Dr. Tunde Awosomi, a former head of the Department of Theatre Arts, had its premiere on November the 17th as this year's convocation play. So I think we get the gist of what. It's been immortalized. What's the name of the institute is what we need to find out, and then we move on. Professor Adebowale explained that the institute is envisioned as a global hub for research, performance, teaching, and exchange programs focused on Soyinka's life, works, and ideas. So essentially, the study of Wole Soyinka is what that institute is all about. So there it is right there. Professor Wole Soyinka continues to be the epitomization of Emilokon. So Emilokon, Wole Soyinka, is it even Tinubu Lokon or Wole Soyinka Lokon is the question. So now to the headline piece. Simon Ekpa, panic in Igbo land. Panic in Igbo land, Finland, as search for sponsors of IPOB separatists begins. So now, the one thing, because Simon Ekpa is somewhat of a careless sort of individual, so we expect that there will be an audit trail of the way that the monies move around the circle. So it will be not that difficult for them to trace where the sponsors are. And the sponsors, by the way, I think Zita was explaining in the previous session, the sponsors are not this $10, $20, $50 membership fee or whatever it is that it picks their pocket for. So those are not the sponsors, according to what people believe. They believe that there are heavyweight money sponsorship of that space, but the movement of that money now is what is going to unravel who is exactly sponsoring insecurity in the Southeast. Simon Ekpa, panic in Igbo land, Finland, as search for sponsors of IPOB separatists begin. Right. The recent arrest of Simon Ekpa, a prominent figure of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra IPOB in Finland, has sparked panic amongst Nigerians living in the country. Recall that Ekpa was detained on November the 21st by the Finnish District Court of Päijät-Häme on charges of inciting terrorism linked to his promotion of violence through social media. Ekpa's action, particularly his role in instigating the infamous Monday sit-at-home orders, disrupted daily life in the Southeast and heightened tensions in the region. The fear amongst the Nigerian community is palpable. with many reluctant to speak out due to concerns of reprisal from pro-Biafran groups. A community leader speaking anonymously for fear of victimization expressed the anxiety felt by the Igbo community in Finland, as reported by correspondents. Everyone is afraid to speak about Ekpa's arrest. The key people in Finland and the Igbo community at large are not ready to lend their voice either. A particular person they accused of reporting him to the authorities is now being hunted. What will happen when he's imprisoned? These people are very deadly, the leader said. As Ekpa faces detention, Nigerians on social media have begun a frantic search for his sponsors, especially those believed to be financing his alleged terrorism activities from abroad, particularly the United States. One user on X, and then they give the name, called for the identification of anyone contributing to Ekpa's cause. If Simon Ekpa is indicted for terrorism in Finland, and you know anybody in the United States who has donated to him, please forward the name and address to me. I will make a comprehensive list I am sending to the Department of State as sponsors of terrorism. You know now, you know, this might well prove to be a very big deal because in the United States, you know, a lot of Nigerians, of course, a lot of Nigerians migrated to the United States and then naturalized to become American citizens. But if you're a naturalized citizen, your citizenship is only guaranteed as far as you stay within the ambit of the law. So now, the one thing that can lead to the revocation of your citizenship in the United States is association with terrorism. So if this guy collates this list and is able to establish that these people are sponsors of terrorists, their American citizenship could be revoked and they would then summarily either be deported or whatever it is. Maybe they'll seek asylum, I don't know. But their American citizenship could potentially be revoked. And that is the potency of this list that this guy is compiling. So let's take it from the top again. If someone, yes, one user on X, and then it goes on to give Burmese Tiger, he calls himself, call for the identification of anyone contributing to Ekpa's cause. So those direct debits coming out of your account, you may well live to rue it. If Simon Ekpa is indicted for terrorism in Finland, and you know anybody in the United States who has donated to him, forward the name and address to me. I'll make a comprehensive list I am sending to the Department of State as sponsors of terrorism. Someone has to pay for the lives wasted and blood spilled in Igbo land, the user posted. The search has led to the public airing of names. So it looks as though we actually have a list of names of essentially anybody that has been donated, that not has been donated, or I do beg your pardon, I can't speak English sometimes. Anybody that's been donating to Simon Ekpa is potentially a sponsor of terrorism. That's just what it is. No, it doesn't actually give us the names, but I don't know where this is taking us to. So yes, the search has led to the public airing of names, although many individuals have denied any involvement with Ekpa. Even Ekpa has denied that is the prime minister of Biafra in the internet, or what would the Biafra in Brigade or whatever it is. Even he has denied that in the Finnish courts. Is now claiming that he's just an IPOB member. Not anything else. So this is, the guy has always been a coward anyway. I think we all know that. The search has led to the public. And by the way, if anybody has the link to that, I'm sending you this as a task, actually, Niger man. If anybody has the link to that BBC interview that Simon Ekpa did when When the reporter asked him why he has not gone to Nigeria to fight the good fight, and he responded that he cannot go to Nigeria because he's afraid to lose his life. If anybody has access to that clip, send it to me immediately so that we can play it here. This guy is a coward, Simon Ekpa, and we need to establish that. We need to establish that. But back to it. The search has led to the public airing of names, although many individuals have denied any involvement with Ekpa. Another social media user, Mazi Fasal, suggested that the Finnish government could trace Ekpa's financial source and hold those supporting his activities accountable. The arrest has drawn mixed reactions within the Biafran separatist movement. IPOB spokesperson Ima Powerful expressed approval of the detention, emphasizing that Ekpa's actions had created widespread fear and unrest in the southeast. So it's not even a chasm. They are at daggers drawn, the Nnamdi Kanu camp and the Simon Ekpa camp. It would have just been interesting if they were able to release Nnamdi Kanu whilst this guy is still in play, and they would have seen that clash. It would have been interesting to see how that clash plays out. It's almost like what Simon Ekpa did to Nnamdi Kanu is almost like your friend going to prison and then you going to his house to sleep with his wife. That's what. So sorry for the crudeness of the example, but it captures it succinctly. What Simon Ekpa did to Nnamdi Kanu is almost like your friend going to prison and then you going to his house to sleep with his wife. So that's what he's done. The arrest has drawn mixed reactions within the Biafran separatist movement. IPOB spokesperson Ima Powerful expressed approval of the detention, emphasizing that Ekpa's action had created widespread fear and unrest in the southeast. People could not sleep with two eyes closed. People could not visit other villages because of what he was doing with his criminal gang. Except for the politicians who support him, everyone in the region is relieved by his arrest, Powerful said. However, the movement for the actualization of the sovereign state of Biafra, Mossab, has maintained a neutral stance on Ekpa's detention, neither condemning nor celebrating the development. So, so that's that. If you've ever, unless you use cash, so that's the only way you can escape. If you've ever sent a direct debit, an electronic transfer to support the criminal activities of Simon Ekpa, be afraid, be very afraid. Be afraid, be very afraid. NNPC directs marketers to seize petrol import, cites Dangote Refinery's capacity. So it looks as though this thing is now coming to a head, although Dangote himself licensed to import our crude. So does this capture him as well? This is the guy that always bets the two sides, isn't it? Let me see. Oh, nobody has sent me that clip. I wanted, if anybody has access to that clip of where Simon Ekpa is saying that he doesn't want to go to Nigeria because he'll be killed, send it to me. I want to play it to the audience. Send it to me. I want to play it to the audience. So let's just have a look at this. I may not give you the fullness of this. NNPC directs marketers to seize petrol imports, cites Dangote Refinery capacity. So the ball is now in the hands of this monopolist. It's now gotten what it's always wanted. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has issued a directive to all marketers to seize the importation of petrol, asserting that the Dangote Refinery possesses sufficient capacity to meet domestic demand. Correspondence findings showed the directive emerged during a high-level meeting in Abuja, attended by NNPC CEO Mele Kyari, representatives of the Major Oil Marketers Association of Nigeria, Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria, and key stakeholders from companies such as 11 PLC, Matrix, AA Rano, and the Nigerian midstream and downstream petroleum regulatory authority, amongst other stakeholders. According to sources privy to the discussion, the NNPC unequivocally read the Riot Act, informing stakeholders that all petrol supply would now hinge on clearance from Dangote Refinery. So this is quite, you know, this gives Dangote. I'm not sure if Tinubu signed this off or not, but this gives Dangote the whip hand over the industry space. It gives him the koboko hand over the industry space. This is essentially handing over Nigeria to Dangote. You can read it as that. Listen again, just pay attention to what's being said here. According to sources privy to the discussions, the NNPC unequivocally read the Riot Act. So that's fine, but it's this part now that is the punch that they give to Dangote to throw at everybody. Informing stakeholders that all petrol supply will now hinge on clearance from Dangote Refinery. So what does that mean? All petrol supply will hinge on clearance from Dangote Refinery. So people can, what that means is that you can only import petroleum if Dangote says that it has a shortfall. Or if it says that there's going to be a shortfall in 2 weeks' time, then you can import petrol. But then, of course, Dangote has the largest importation license in Nigeria. So even when there is that shortfall still, he still gets first dibs into that importation. So this guy has cornered the country, essentially. Is cornered then the top 30 economies in the world. An official in attendance disclosed, NNPC emphasized that going forward, no marketer will be permitted to import petrol without specific clearance tied to Dangote's capacity. The decision, while strategic, has sparked unease amongst all marketers. Stakeholders raised concerns about Dangote's refinery's ability to reliably supply the market and maintain consistent distribution across Nigeria's expansive network. Despite its capacity, marketers question whether the refinery's production and logistical systems were adequately prepared to handle the country's fluctuating demand. So it should be prepared. What they should do is to ratchet up production and create a buffer stock so that there will never be a time that there was an undersupply. If it tells us that it can do 650 barrels per day, then it shouldn't be more than weeks for him to ratchet up a stockpile. Another contentious issue discussed at the meeting was the payment structure proposed by Dangote Refinery. Unlike the traditional importation system, where marketers settle payments upon products' arrival at depots, Dangote insists on advance payments from marketers. This shift has raised concerns about cash flow and operational feasibility for smaller players in the downstream sector. A stakeholder highlighted paying upfront significantly increases financial pressure on marketers. So what this guy is doing, Dangote is a very clever man. He'll collect all of their money, give it to NNPC. He'll collect NNPC, so give it to them, and he'll just sit down and continue to watch the dollars rise up. Unbelievable guy. Unbelievable guy. A stakeholder highlighted paying upfront significantly increases financial pressure on marketers, particularly those with limited capital. For decades, we have operated on a post-delivery payment system, which aligns better with our liquidity cycle. Since starting operations in January, Dangote has sold its diesel, jet fuel, and other products on the global market, mostly via Vitol and Trafigura, an international energy company BP, according to S&P Global Commodities at C Data. Initially, it agreed an exclusive supply agreement with NNPC for its gasoline, but by November the 4th, had also begun selling to local marketers, the refinery executive said. The refinery has reported that its gasoline meets quality standard with a sulfur content of below 10 ppm, whatever that means, marking a significant improvement for the Nigerian market, for which 500 ppm was still the standard in late 2023. So from 500 ppm to 10 ppm, whatever that means, that seems like a quantum improvement. There is a price differential between Dangote's premium petrol of 10 ppm and imported petrol of 50 ppm, another source said. On October the 29th, refinery CEO Aliko Dangote complained that the refinery was wasting money holding over 500 million liters of fuel in storage, whilst the company has, so it goes on and on. So that's that. They essentially stopped the importation of petrol to give Dangote the whip hand, the Koboko hand, over the Nigerian oil sector space. So Dangote has the Koboko hand over the Nigerian oil sector space. Dangote, we'll get to this one in a moment. Let me move this one to the far end, actually. Let me move this one to the far end as well. All right, let me bring you this one. Your friend, but certainly not mine, Davido. You know, the comic book script writer, the fantasist. What was it that he told us? Tinubu, an active CIA agent, amongst other fables that he writes in his novelettes. So a particular novelette that he wrote a while ago has come back to bite him. David Hundeyin to pay £95,000 for libel to documentary maker. Do you remember David Hundeyin's story alleging that Kiki Modi received accolades for the Sex for Grades documentary because she also engaged in sex for documentary credits? Well, documentary maker Charles Northcote took Hundeyin to court for libel and has now been awarded £95,000 in damages. You can find the case details. So I'll send you the case details for anybody that wants to read it. So that's the, and then the cheeky person that posted it. This is a person called Kem on Twitter, now X. It says, my question is, Eloni David Furae. Eloni David Furae. So the guy that doesn't even have $1 to buy a stick of cigarette is being fined. That guy is done and dusted. We have not stopped funds allocation to River State. So this is the federal government are correcting the fake news coming out of River State. So we leave that there. We leave that there to come to this. So still staying with the Tamanika place. How Nigerian government pressured Finnish authorities to arrest Simon Ekpa officials. So yes, let's have a look at this. It's not that long anyway. Let me have some water first. A pro-Biafra agitator, Simon Ekpa, and by the way, am I seeing any super chats come through? I'm not seeing any super chats come through. We're expecting 5, so let's see them come through. A pro-Biafra agitator, Simon Ekpa, was arrested in Finland due to sustained diplomatic pressure by the Nigerian government on Finnish authorities, an official had said. I did say, just as early as yesterday, that the arrest of Simon Ekpa is the long reach of the Nigerian arm to yank him from Finland, just in the way the hand reached into Kenya to yank Nnamdi Kanu as well. So the yanking of wayward children, Let me put something on the face of the screen. We're looking for 10 new subscribers today. So if you're not already subscribed, then please do that. So we're looking for 10 new subscribers today. If you're not already subscribed, then please do that. So 10 new subscribers today to pivot us over a particular threshold. A pro-Biafra agitator, Simon Ekpa, was arrested in Finland due to sustained diplomatic pressure by the Nigerian government on Finnish authorities, an official has said. the spokesperson of Nigeria's Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kemaibi Biafra, disclosed this in a statement on Friday. Correspondents reported that Mr. Ekpa was arrested alongside 4 others on Thursday on suspicion of terrorist activities. The Finnish police said Mr. Ekpa has contributed to violence and crimes against citizens in southeastern Nigeria. The pro-Biafra agitator, a Nigerian Finnish citizen, heads Autopilot, a faction of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. IPOB is a group leading agitation for an independent state of Biafra, which it wants to carve out from the southeast. The arrest of Mr. Simon Njoku Ekpa follows sustained diplomatic pressure by the Nigerian government on Finland to take action against its activities, which were linked to violence and instability in the southeast of Nigeria. Mr. Biafra said the spokesperson said the request for action from the Nigerian government featured during a high-level engagement between the two countries. Can you remember, not quite a couple of months ago, the Finnish, I think their president, leader, whatever it is, came to Nigeria and met with Tinubu. I think it was after some sort of energy deal, and Tinubu would have said to him, bring me the head of that cross-dresser in your country. Bring me the head of that cross-dresser in your country. Correspondents earlier reported that Mr. Ekpa was arrested alongside 4 others on Thursday on suspicion of terrorist activities. The Finnish police said Mr. Ekpa has contributed to violence and crimes against civilians in southeastern Nigeria. The pro-Biafra agitator, a Nigerian Finnish citizen, heads Autopilot, a faction of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. IPOB is a group leading agitation for an independent state of Biafra, which it wants to carve out of the southeast. The arrest of Mr. Simon Njoku Ekpa follows sustained diplomatic pressure by the Nigerian government on Finland to take action against its activities, which were linked to violence and instability in the southeast of Nigeria, Mr. Biafra said. The spokesperson said the request for action from the Nigerian government featured during high-level engagements between the countries. Mr. Biafra said the ministry believes that Mr. Ekpa's arrest was a significant development in addressing the activities of IPOB and neutralizing the influence of transnational actors and their impact on our national security. The ministry will continue to monitor the legal proceedings and provide further updates as the case progresses, he said. Different Nigerian officials, including the Foreign Affairs Minister, diplomats and military chiefs, have at separate fora appealed to Finnish authorities to arrest Mr. Ekpa. On Friday, IPOB disowned Mr. Ekpa, claiming he was never a member of the group. He was a member of the group once upon a time because the leader of the group himself, Nnamdi Kanu, told us that he was going to be the stepping voice for him for Radio Biafra whilst he was incarcerated. It was only after Ekpa made a left turn that matters went awry. On Friday, IPOB disowned Mr. Ekpa, claiming he was never a member of the group. Simon Ekpa was never and is not an IPOB member, let alone being a leader in IPOB. IPOB has some family units in Finland, and Simon Ekpa is not a registered member of any IPOB unit in Finland or any other IPOB unit globally. IPOB spokesperson Emma Powerful in a statement. Before now, Mr. Ekpa often addressed himself as a disciple of Nnamdi Kanu, the IPOB leader. He was a member of the Kanu-led IPOB and had been announced as the, just as I said, and had been announced as the director of the group's pirate radio channel, Radio Biafra, to replace Mr. Kanu after his rearrest and detention by the Nigerian government in 2021. But shortly after his appointment, IPOB announced Mr. Ekpa's disengagement due to his alleged refusal to sign rules of engagement in the operations of the radio station. The group broadcast the ideology of the former breakaway Republic Biafra through the pirate station, where they usually spew inciting messages and propaganda against the Nigerian government. Irked by his removal from the position, Mr. Ekpa formed Autopilot, a faction of IPOB. In one X post, he claims that the formation of IPOB Autopilot was sanctioned by Mr. Kanu in 2020 before he, Mr. Ekpa, activated it in 2021. The kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave birth to IPOB Autopilot, Mr. Ekpa explained via an X post, then called Twitter. The pro-Biafra agitator later declared himself as the Prime Minister of Biggie and formed the Biafra Liberation Army, an armed militant group linked to attacks and killings in the Southeast. Mr. Ekpa has repeatedly claimed responsibility for various attacks and killings in the region. So you'll see him now trying to deny everything, of course, because, of course, he's a coward. So there it is right there. So cooling his heels in some Finnish jail, Simon Ekpa and Gary and Ekpa. So Simon Ekpa cooling his heels in some dusty Finnish jail. I wonder if they have heaters there because Finland, of course, very cold. NECO accredits schools in Niger Republic and Equatorial Guinea for SSCE BECE examination. So the Fulanization of Nigeria continues unabated even when Emilokon is in situation. And NECO accredits schools in Niger Republic and Equatorial Guinea for SSCE BECE examinations. The National Examination Council, NECO, has accredited schools in Niger Republic and Equatorial Guinea to conduct the senior secondary certificate examination and the basic education certificate examination. This move aims to expand the council's global presence and provide more opportunities for students outside Nigeria to participate in its examination. So this is garbage in, garbage out right there. So what sort of education goes on in Niger that can qualify them to sit a Nigerian exam? So this is the dumbing down, the further dumbing down then of the Nigerian educational system. The National Examination Council, NECO, has accredited schools in Niger Republic and Equatorial Guinea to conduct senior secondary school certificate examinations and the basic education certificate examination. This move aims to expand the council's global presence and provide more opportunities for students outside Nigeria to participate in its examinations. In a statement issued on Saturday by Mr. Aziz Sani, of course it had to be, NECO's acting director of information and public relations disclosed in a statement that the accreditation was the result of a rigorous evaluation process by NECO accreditation team, which visited the schools to assess their readiness to conduct the examination. So there it is right there. The Fulanization of the Nigerian system continues unabated. The Fulanization of the Nigerian system continues unabated. I'm going to play you a video clip that speaks towards this headline, this next one. But let me give you the readout coming out of the North. Northern elders reject tax reform bill, one of socio-economic crisis. So they've not read the bill. It's really the frustration of it all. They told us they've not read it, but they just object to it on principle. If we're not seeing super chats, can we at least see likes and subscriptions? That's more important than super chats. So please like the stream, and if you're not already subscribed, please do. The Northern Elders Forum, NEF, on Saturday reaffirmed its rejection of the tax reform bill, describing it as a policy conceived in bad faith and warning that it threatens national cohesion. I'm going to play you a clip immediately after this, and then I'll go back to give you the rest of the readout. So I'll play you a clip because this clip it answers a lot of these dog whistle anxieties that's been churned out in the north. The Northern Elders Forum, NEF, on Saturday reaffirmed its rejection of the tax reform bill, describing it as a policy conceived in bad faith, warning that it will threaten national cohesion. The group criticized the manner of its implementation, alleging that key stakeholders, including members of the National Economic Council, were sidelined during the process. So that's an absolute lie. The convener of NEF, Professor Ango Abdullahi, in a communique after the Forum Board of Trustees' second biannual meeting in Abuja, warned against dubious policies that could further marginalize the North's resource potential. The forum lauded the Northern State Governors Forum and the Northern Nigeria Council of Traditional Rulers for opposing the bill, dubbing their stance patriotic, whilst urging Northern politicians in the National Assembly to speak out against it. He said, the meeting seriously maintained that in its present form, the tax reform bill is conceived in bad faith, poorly packaged, and is a palpable threat to our unity and national cohesion. The meeting proceeded by drawing attention to the brazen, cavalier way and suspicious manner in which the tax reform bill was imposed on the nation without allowing the input of critical stakeholders, even as it kept members of the National Economic Council in the dark, thus confirming the sinister intentions of those promoting this outrageous bill. The board in session condemned in very strong terms the conspicuous loss of voice on this burning issue by the overwhelming number of elected politicians in the National Assembly from the region, and fiercely warned that, indeed, the days are fast gone when such conspiratorial connivance against the vital and strategic interest of the region, either by those within or outside the region, would be condoned or even tolerated. So it goes on to threaten fire and brimstone. Fire and brimstone, it goes on to continue to threaten, but fire and brimstone mean not. This is the bill. They have no understanding of it. So Tinubu has then, you know those yellow for dummy books that they used to publish back in the day that are coding for dummies and all of that. So Tinubu has done tax reform for dummies for the Northerners, and this is it.
Know the truth about the tax reform bill. Number 1, changes to the income tax laws to facilitate remote work opportunities for Nigerians in Nigeria within the global business process outsourcing. This will empower you to play a key role in the digital economy space. Number 2, zero-rate value-added tax VAT and other incentives to promote export in goods, services, and of course, intellectual property. Number 3, tax exemptions for small businesses including WHT, withholding tax, VAT, value-added tax, and 0% CIT. Number 4, exemption for personal income tax for minimum wage earners and reduced tax burden for over 90% of private and public sector workers. Number 5, value-added tax, VAT at 0% for food, education, health, and exemption for rent and public transportation. These items constitute an average of 82% of household consumption and nearly 100% for low-income households to ameliorate the rising cost of living for the masses. Number 6, introduction of the tax ombudsman to advocate for improved tax system and protect vulnerable taxpayers. 7, reduction of corporate income tax rates from 30% to 25% over the next 2 years. And of course, elimination of earmark taxes on companies to be replaced with a harmonized single levy at a reduced rate. 8. Elimination of minimum tax on loss-making companies and those with low margins. 9. Grant of input VAT credit to businesses on assets and services to reduce cost of investment and improve competitiveness. And 10. Redesign of the personal income tax band and rates, value-added tax VAT, and capital gains tax to be progressive while protecting the poor.
So there it is. I suspect if they represent that that video presentation, I suspect if they represent it in Fufude, then Ladi will still not understand it. If they redo it in Hausa language, then Ladi will still not understand it. It's just not capacitated to. Then Ladi will still not understand it. Then Ladi certainly did not understand the economy. He tried to destroy it for 8 years. Edo blames economic hardships on past policy failure. So it looks as though they are going after the Buhari space now because he has to hang on somebody's neck, and it might well hang on the neck where it belongs. Edo blames economic hardships on past policy failures. Finance Minister Wale Edo has attributed the current economic hardships faced by Nigerians under President Bola Tinubu's reforms to the failure of let's do that again. Finance Minister Wale Edo has attributed the current economic hardships faced by Nigerians under President Bola Tinubu's reforms to the failure of previous administrations to implement critical economic policies. Speaking on Friday in Abuja at the launch of the Federal Civil Service Policies and Guidelines on Rewards, Edo highlighted the challenges stemming from recent reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidies and the floating of the Naira in June 2024. These policies caused fuel prices to soar from 234 Naira to 1,060 Naira per litre, and the Naira to devalue from 195 to 1,000. Wow, that if you pause to actually reflect on that, that's a heavy hit on any economy, you know, with not the wage insulation or any palliative measure to insulate it. So how Nigerians have not just collapsing and dying on the streets is you know, it's testament to the endurance of the people of that country. Imagine that. Just within about less than 3 years, a country hemorrhages, a currency hemorrhages from 195 Naira to the dollar to 1,652 within 3 years, you know, and the economy and the people are meant to absorb that. So yes, these policies caused fuel prices to soar from 234 Naira to over 1,060 Naira per litre, and the Naira to devalue from 195 Naira to 1,652 Naira per dollar. He acknowledged the resulting difficulties, but emphasized that the reforms were long overdue. Edo stated, after 18 months of bold and necessary reforms that Mr. President has implemented, the country has changed. The country has changed, but the argument is in what direction is that change? A lot of people will tell you that it's changed for the worse, and maybe a greater number of people will tell you that it necessarily had to change, but not, and the better times might come soon. They can't say will come with any certainty, but might come. Edo stated, after 18 months of bold and necessary reforms that Mr. President has implemented, the country has changed. Yes, the reforms were long overdue, that they caused an element of pain, discomfort, difficulty, and increased cost of living. So he can say that from the comfort of easy access to CBN dollars. So it's just, you know, in some of the language sometimes it doesn't bear the soft textures of a human face, and that is a lot of the criticism that the Tinubu space is getting. Oh, did you send me that clip, Niger man? What do you mean sorted? I'm not saying anything from you. I need that clip. I think you may well have sent it. Let me see if this guy, not this guy or Niger man, the mighty man. Let me see if you have sent me. Is it lengthy? Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to play you something in a moment. Just stay there for a moment. I'm just sorting something out for you. I made a promise and I'm going to deliver. All right. Thank you, Nigerman, for that. Edo stated, after 18 months of bold and necessary reforms that Mr. President has implemented, the country has changed. Yes, the reforms were so long overdue that the cost and element of pain, discomfort, difficulty, and increased cost of living, but the successes and the gains are coming through. He pointed to the positive impact of market-based pricing for foreign exchange, which has boosted federal, state, and local government revenues by saving approximately 5% of the GDP previously spent on subsidy. So I thought it was a greater amount spent on subsidy, actually, but there it is. So that is Edu making you promises of better times to come. So you remember I was saying Simon Ekpa was a coward, and he was asked in an interview once why he has not gone to Nigeria, and he said he cannot go to Nigeria because he does not want to die. So somebody has now dug it out where he said this guy is a notorious coward, a chancer, a fraudster, and a great one. They call people like him Guy Man in Edo State. Guy Man, the guy is Onigibiti. So let's hopefully it says it here. Somebody just sent it in, so let's listen.
We want to have the only solution to this is the disintegration of Nigeria. And if Nigeria do not disintegrate now, the disintegration later on will be very, very, very chaotic, to be very hard before international community, if they continue to let us manage this and force people into election in Biafra land, when this time bomb is going to explode, it will affect everyone.
One last question.
Yeah.
Who's going to win the election?
Election is not happening in Biafra land.
Because you don't want people to vote?
Not me. Biafra have decided. I am telling you the fact. There is nothing that will make Biafra's people to go out and vote. This is a life and death matter. We have come a long way. For over 15 years, Nigeria have done all manner of genocide, committed genocide against our people, kill us every day, and you expect us to allow them to continue to kill us, to elect governors that will bring military and militarize our territory. We can't do that again.
That's 11 million votes, isn't it?
Nobody will vote in Biafra. I'm telling you the fact. It will shock the world. We've made up our mind and we know what we have on the ground. Nobody will vote in Biafra.
Even if that undermines the rest of the...
It is not undermining, no. This particular civil disobedience is also a democratic process. And I want you to see it in that perspective. When people say, I don't want, it is their choice. And if you think that there are people who want to vote, that are bigger in number, conduct a referendum. As simple as that. For now, we control 90% of Biafra people. 90%.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The German, I can't see where he said it now. Where did he say it? You said I should go to minute 9. What sort of Takama day have you sent me? The German. All right. Maybe we have to play that in full. The guy told me to play it from minute 9. I played it from minute 9, but we did not hear what we wanted to hear. I may play it in full at some point, but let's go on with our session. Let's go on with our session. Let's go. Where are we going to next? So let's go to this space. So we played this yesterday, but it refused to leave the headlines. It's the broad shoulders, the broad chest of of Reuben Abati against an entire tribe of people. They are calling for the B and then heading of this guy on Twitter. I'll show you in a moment. They are calling for the evisceration, the absolute complete destruction of Reuben Abati. And you know who's making the call, of course, the usual suspect. But why are they calling for the cancellation of Reuben Abati? Because he didn't dare to tell us what we had always known. So the story started from here. Let's pick it up from here.
But he's right if he says that Igbos are entrepreneurial. And I end by what people say about Igbos. That if you enter a community, a village, you don't see an Igbo man there, please pack your things and go. It means that place is not conducive. However, let me give the flip side. Chief Tos Benson, T.O.S. Benson, former Minister of Information, now late, on one occasion at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and I'm not making this up, he said it publicly. If anybody can contradict me, let them do so. He said something about Igbo people. He said he had an Igbo wife and had an Igbo daughter, that he wanted to buy land in Igbo land for his daughter, for his wife, to say, I'm getting old. Tos Benson is getting old. Let me build in this place for my wife. He said that his in-laws told him that they don't sell land to outsiders. That is the irony of Nigeria about the politics of federation, of unity. The same Igbos who are so industrious that they are all over and they do well in other parts of Nigeria. You go as a non-Igbo man to go and buy a land. You will be told that you don't belong, even as an in-law. That's by way of an aside. But these are the issues, in my view.
Well, all right. We'll take another story then. 15.
So, all right, then she takes another story. But that was the innocent, widely held belief that there's a universality to what Reuben Abati said there. There's a universality to it. It is the universal, it is the received wisdom within the Nigerian paradigm that don't bother going to the east with your naira because they don't sell their land to non-Igbo people. As early as time was born, this has always been the case, and this has always been what everybody always knew. So there wasn't even anything controversial there. I think he just said it for the purposes of then citing that narrative of Chief Tos Benson of blessed memory. So he said that innocent thing that was widely known to everybody, but by the next day, these people had sent Okpe to the office with a cutlass to try and ambush Reuben Abati. But Reuben Abati, of course, he has what in Yoruba what we call a jesara. So here is Okpe trying to ambush Reuben Abati, and the ajesara that Reuben Abati has kicks in. Watch this.
But he's right if he says that Igbos are entrepreneurial.
Absolutely. Well, I wanted to just touch more on the issues in the Southeast. Yesterday, Dr. Abati, we took this story, and there was a flurry of reactions about whether or not the Igbo people sell land to outsiders. I don't know if you would like to address that, because there were a lot of, people from the Southeast saying that it is not true.
No, I have no further comments on that subject.
Okay.
I was very clear yesterday. I was very specific. I made my point. I provided the context in which I was speaking. If people have a selective hearing, that is their problem.
Well, one of the comments is that you cannot paint a whole tribe with one brush, and they have debunked
replay the tape again. Replay the tape.
No,
I was specific about what I said. I provided context.
Right.
Nobody should tell me any nonsense.
Well,
if people have a different opinion, they are entitled. No, there's no nonsense duty.
I think it's our duty.
If people have a different opinion, they have anthropological evidence to support it. They should say so.
Well,
it's not for me to reverse myself.
No. I was just saying to clarify.
Except you are expressing your own opinion.
No.
And then I will come after you and say you are wrong.
There's been a flurry of reactions.
Yes.
And I have to present
that
it.
Comes with the job. That comes with the job.
It is my duty.
It's a free country.
It is my duty to present the reactions of the Nigerian people.
And not to come and challenge me.
Absolutely not. I asked you if you would like to comment. I asked if you would like to comment.
I've told you.
Well, the conversation is that a whole tribe cannot be painted with one man's experience. We'll take another story. In another debate.
So that was Okpe, sent with the cutlass to go and ambush Reuben Abati at the office. But then, of course, the Ajesara, as I said, the Ajesara kicked in, and Reuben Abati gave us sort of like a side swipe, a bit of whooped upside your head sort of a response. Whooped upside your head. So that was whooped upside your head. But the way that went, we knew that immediately the daggers are drawn and they will charge at this guy. And Reuben Abati, of course, and you know who's doing the charging, the usual suspect. So we knew they were going to charge at this guy and charge at him. They have. I could have brought you 10,000 examples, but I'm only bringing you 3. They are completely eviscerating this guy on Twitter. Slash and burn seems to be the agenda, and the slashing and burning and subsequent cancellation of Reuben Abati all over Twitter space. The man in this picture is a bigot. 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 So, in case you were not clear, he is angry with the Igbos because an Igbo lady refused to be his 4th wife. No wonder his bigotry and Renault's stupidity made Goodluck Jonathan lost. That should be lose, of course. This is what Renault mockery is always digging at them for. They come with this visceration, but then always in bad grammar. He is angry with the Igbos because an Igbo lady refused to be his 4th wife. No wonder his bigotry and Renault mockery stupidity made GEJ lost his seat in 2015. Abati is not only a disgrace to the noble profession to the noble profession called journalism, but a disgrace to his kinsmen. But let his kinsmen make that decision if it's a disgrace or not. So it doesn't stop there. It's just all over Twitter. But like I said, I'm bringing you 3 examples, but they are counterbalancing examples. A carries on still. This is another card on the Twitter space. It says, time for Reuben Abati to leave Arise TV this morning. He's a veteran and well-trained journalist, no doubt, but his incessant belittling, and bossy attitude towards his colleagues, especially younger journalists, is just too much. At least the station owners should arrange a personal program for him that he alone can anchor and be the boss. So that's another slash right there. But as ever, these things, they take that ethnic divide and everybody to their tent. So here is from the other tent. It says, a face of a terrible bigot at Okpe. I am not a fan of Art Abati, but he stood his ground and never allowed this bigot to cover him. So there it is right there. The cancellation of Reuben Abati, very much afoot. The cancellation of Reuben Abati, very much afoot. This is from Mazi Tunde Ednot, whoever, I think is one of these big names, whatnot. One of these big names, whatnot. It says, Mr. Reuben Abati de Parao for national TV. I think it was the way he slapped down Okpe that they're latching onto. It says, so that was his just headline, and then he leaves it, of course, to his followers to fill in the gaps. And this is the gap being filled. I'll just read you this particular contribution. Too many lies in the comment section. A lot of you just don't want to lie without saying the full story. The Igbos have what they call ancestral land in every community. Even the female child can't have access to that land, but every male born into that family automatically has access to such land. This is a cultural practice. This is a cultural practice by the Igbos. You can't buy such land unless a particular individual who is, and then it tells off to So there it is right there. Something will have, you know, they will force an apology out of Reuben Abati ultimately, because that's the way they function. So that's the way they function. So that's the end of the readout. So let me now just rattle through the video clips that I have. I'll send the link if anybody wants to join, join. So I'll send the link. If anybody wants to join. There's the link again. If anybody wants to hop into the studio, hop in. So let me now play you the clips I do have. Do you know what a Freudian slip is? A Freudian slip. You know Sigmund Freud, I think it's the philosopher, whatever it is, or the psychologist or whatever it was. You know, when you say what you are thinking rather than what you're intending to say, you know, when you don't like somebody, but you have to play niceties, and then you say nice things to them, but you really don't like them. But once in a while, your head rushes ahead of your mouth, and then what you really think spills out. That is what they call a Freudian slip. So have that as the backdrop as you watch this. This is very much the epitome of a Freudian slip.
For democracy to flourish, only people who can accept the pain of of defeat, should participate in an election.
So there it is right there, Bam. In case you missed it.
For democracy to flourish, only people who can accept the pain of of defeat, should participate in an election.
You haven't been told. Only those who can accept the pain of regain should participate in politics. This is according to one of the most preeminent politicians in Nigeria. One of the most preeminent politicians in Nigeria. So now this next clip that I'm about to play you, this will bring tears to the eyes of the Gbadue crew. You know, for as much as they tried globally to demarket Nigeria, it looks as though the rest of the world are not buying it. As much as the naysayers, the raw meat eaters, the Gbadue crew, as much as they've tried to demarket Nigeria, it looks as though the rest of the world are not buying it. Watch this.
Is about. Forget everything that you've seen in those Niger movies. Forget the Nigerians that you think you see in your country and you think you understand these people. You don't understand anything. I was blown away when I came to this country. I'm in Abuja right now, and Abuja is miles away from what we expect and what it is that I'm seeing here. The level of organization of this city, it's organized. I've not seen a single pothole ever since that I've been here. I've not seen a little shack. I don't see hawkers on the street. I don't see beggars on the street. I have not seen anything that we see in some of our cities. I have not seen the disorganization that many people think Nigerians are all about. Abuja is organized. It's clean, streamlined. The freeway system in this city, I didn't expect it. I didn't know that this is what we were going to see here. And remember, many of us in Southern Africa, Zimbabweans, think that they've got a better country than Nigeria. No, you don't know what you're talking about. This city, this country is organized. It has business people that know what they're doing. The ownership of the economy is by black people. The organization that I'm seeing is black people. And I have not seen any litter. I have struggled to see litter on the streets of Abuja and even Lagos. And what shocked me the most is the people. The most friendly people that I've ever seen. And more critically, we were told that Nigerians are corrupt. When you get to the airport, they expect you to put some money in your passport. It's a lie. It's a lie. The guys were efficient. I had to get my visa on arrival. It was done seamlessly. Nobody asked for anything. We have been lied to about Nigeria, and it's time that we told the story.
That would have cut like a dagger through the hearts of the obedience. Wike is working according to some South Africans, so you have to redouble your effort. So all these screeching and squealing that you do on the internet, you have to scream a bit louder and make up more stories because people are coming out to debunk it. that would have charged through them like knife through butter. The naysayers, the raw meat eaters, the howlers at the moon. Wike is working, and it's not even me saying it, it's a South African saying it. So we're still on the demarketing of Nigeria, but it's coming from strange and unusual quarters. So Davido has had an outing recently, and I'm not quite sure what maybe he's changed his suppliers for whatever it is that is smoking, but it was certainly not smoking the right SHIT before he granted this interview. Watch this.
The question was like, so for if people want to leave America and like try to find those,
leave America and go where?
Back home.
Let's be honest. Go back where? It's not cool back home.
It's not.
Just, I mean, my country now is in the economy now is in shambles. Like,
but if people are leaving,
I do my part.
Yeah,
I'm an ambassador. So when I go home and I'm filming and showing, I'm not gonna show the bad parts. I ain't gonna show all the bad parts.
You're not gonna try to slum. You're not gonna show the trenches.
No, I go to the trenches.
Yeah.
I film the trenches, but I'm talking about the situation in the country.
Yeah,
we Nigerians, you know what I'm saying? Like now the exchange rate is messed up. A lot of stuff not going well. You know what I'm saying? The economy is just not good anymore. The oil prices are too high. And imagine a country that produces oil. We produce the oil, and we pay more money for oil.
All right. So that's it. That is Amugbo from Osun State, popularly known as Davido. Telling us that it's just like I said, the guy must have changed his suppliers. He told us in that interview, if you want to hear it again, I can play it again. He was telling that person then that I go to the trenches, I'm from the trenches. But in a previous interview that he did with Charlemagne the God, this is going back about 3-4 years ago, he was telling Charlemagne the God then that and we saw his father in a different clip, by the way, telling us about his $3 billion investment, but he was telling Charlemagne the God then in that interview that his father is worth in excess of $800 million. So I wonder where that trench is. Maybe it's in the Savoy Hotel. It says it's from the trenches, but Nigerians are not having it. The waywardness and the excesses of this boy, and very quickly they clap back. Watch this.
Talk about entertainment industry. Davido has paid his dues. Yes, he's a ready-made artist. He has nothing to prove to anybody again. Yes, but I'm not gonna understand this guy problem. If you want do music, they there. If you want to do politics, drop music, go do politics. Yeah, because every time you go come online, they talk about one thing or the other. So I don't understand. And now I even saw a post on Twitter. Mona Siam for he was advising Black Americans not to relocate to Nigeria because of the economic hardship. Yes, economic hardship they everywhere. Nigeria or Yankee or Canada, it they everywhere for this world right now. So not only Nigeria. And if you do, with the kind blessing with this country, don't bless you and your family. So now you're supposed to go online, go to promote the country past yourself because you are a very big artist, you are known worldwide. How many foreign direct investments have you attracted to Osun State? Your uncle is the governor, and you are a very popular person all over the world. It won't take you anything to convince people to come and invest in your state. You don't have to do anything in Lagos, invest in your state. But no. This country don't bless you, don't bless your pa. His dad owns a power plant that will be operational by January, worth $2 billion. When I hear waiting, the man talk by himself. When I hear him.
I'm a businessman in Nigeria. I'm in the electricity business. I own power plants. I generate presently about 15% of the electricity need for Nigeria. I have Chinese engineering companies that work for me. I'm building, almost completed by January, by the grace of God, my new power plant that will be the biggest thermal plant in Nigeria. It's a 1,250 megawatts power plant. Will become operational in January.
When I say Amba, that can Davido Popsy. This is somebody that has invested so much in Nigeria and is making money from the country very well. So Davido, no be person who say he's supposed to go online where they talk all this kind of thing. He is supposed to be promoting the country. Even in these hard times, that time when their voice for positivity is supposed to even come online, come they tell people, say, yes, we are going through a lot just like other countries, but at least bring your business here. But no.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. It rankles somewhat with people. The rank hypocrisy. Whatever situation Nigeria is in now, the Davido family contributed in no little way to leading us to where we are. So is our uncle Sherubamo, is our other uncle, the dancing governor, they're just ripping hand over fist, just looting galore. I'm not sure what business they were in to make them as wealthy as they are. We only know them for politics. And there he is demarketing the country. So Davido joins the obedience space in the Operation Demarket Nigeria for reasons that we lost an election excursion. And the repercussions of that is what has now led to now this next clip that I'm about to play you. The consequences of that Davido video and the obedience, relentless international demarketing of Nigeria is what has led to this now next video that I'm about to play you. Watch this. Sorry, not that one. That one is to come later. This one.
What country have the most scammers?
Nigeria. Yeah.
That's wrong. What country have the most scammers?
I think it's Egypt.
That's wrong. What country have the most scammers?
More scammers? Yeah. Let me tell you something for soul free Nigeria. Anyone try to tell me something different, you're confused.
That's wrong. What country have the most scammers?
What country have the most scammers?
Yeah.
Well, many countries have a lot of scammers. Maybe like Romania.
That's wrong. What country have the most scammers?
Egypt.
That's wrong. What country have the most scammers?
I would say Nigeria.
That's wrong. What country have the most scammers?
Okay, I've been in Toronto, and I know there's a lot of car thieves in Toronto, in Canada. So I think Toronto's pretty bad. But then here's the phone thieves. Ooh, what's worse? I see the phone thieves here. So here, London, UK.
That's wrong. What country have the most scammers?
India.
That's correct.
Yeah, so overwhelmingly, a lot of them thought Nigeria has the most scammers, but statistically and data-wise, India, then Russia, Pakistan, a lot of these countries, they have vastly superior in numbers more scammers than Nigeria. But the relentless demarketing of Nigeria by its own citizenry has now led to a universal, a lazy thought, a universal surrender of that space to Nigeria, that Nigeria has the most scammers. So that's the consequence of demarketing Nigeria right there. So that's the consequence of demarketing Nigeria right there. The consequence of demarketing Nigeria, but should Nigeria be demarketed is the question. Certainly, if you watch now this next clip that I'm about to play you, you will conclude that maybe even Nigeria demarkets itself. Maybe Nigeria demarkets itself. Do you remember that school feeding program that Yemi Osinbajo was vaunting all over the space? Do you remember him sitting on a desk with primary school children with a nice spread of food, showing us as that's the example of what this endless billions of dollars that they were pumping into that space is going to lead to, that children will be healthy and their brain will function better. So the image that Yemi Osinbajo presented contrasts that with the reality of school feeding in Nigeria. Watch this. It will churn your heart.
Come on, this is heartbreaking.
And there it is right there. So somebody would have gotten a fat contract for that, to provide nutritional food so that the brain function of those children can improve and all that. Colored water and some expired Ekpa. Colored water and expired Ekpa. So, and some person would have gotten that contract and sent their own children to Eton, Harvard, Oxford, etc. off the back of that. So that is what really the market saws, never mind whatever it is that Davido had to say. So that is what the market saw, never mind whatever it is that Davido has to say. So now, there is nothing more glorious than a man getting married. There is nothing more glorious. I can confirm that to you, but for reasons of the experience of it. There's nothing more glorious than a man getting married. And there is nothing more glorious than when that man identifies the woman then that he feels he wants to spend the rest of his life with, and then takes that woman to his family, to introduce that woman then to the family and say this is the one that I've chosen for myself. Even the Bible tells us so. The Bible tells us that whoever finds whoever finds a wife has found a good thing. That's what the Bible tells us. The Bible tells us that whoever finds a wife has found a good thing. But what has this guy found? Watch this. So that is an alleged bride on her wedding day. So whoever has found a wife, whoever finds a wife has found a good thing. I wonder where he found that one. I suspect somewhere on Allen Avenue. I suspect that one was found somewhere on Allen Avenue. So moving very swiftly on. This one now is still related to marriage. But when I saw this clip, I didn't know maybe to feel sympathy for this guy or to mock him, because I'm not going to say more than that. When I saw this clip, it's still woman related, man related. But when I came across this clip, I didn't know whether to feel sympathy for this guy or to mock him. He certainly doesn't have a brain. Hopefully he has a brain, but I wonder about the functionality of it. So when I first came across this clip, I didn't know whether to feel sympathy for this guy or to mock him. But do you feel sympathy for him, or are you mocking him? Watch this.
So when last you don't see her now?
Bro, she don't tell 8 years now, I never see my wife.
8 years you never see her?
Only video call now they see my wife. Everything.
So she don't born for you before you call her?
No, she never born.
She be single girl?
She be single girl.
She still wait for you?
She dey wait for me. Parents, everybody know me. They know if you not get guy.
Yeah, okay, she not get boyfriend as she there for that 8 years?
Bros, I go call, you go see her. You not get, they go outside.
She not dey mind?
No. I'll swear my life for you, bro.
That's true.
100%.
That's true.
I swear to God who made me. Not be
8 years she never married.
Bros, to God who made me.
How old she dey?
Bros, 25 if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
25 years
yeah.
old. So when last you don't see her now?
Bro, she don't tell 8 years now, I never see my wife.
8 years you never see her?
Only video call now they see my wife. do everything.
So she don't born for you before you come
No,
here?
she never born.
She be single girl?
She be single girl
she
for
still
them.
wait for you?
She dey wait for me. Parents, everybody know me. They know if you no get guy. Yeah,
okay, she not get boyfriend as she there for that 8 years?
Bros, I go call. You go see her. You no get. You know they go outside.
She not dey mind?
No. I'll swear my life for you, bro.
That's true.
100%.
So true.
I swear to God who made me. No be
8
say,
years she never married.
bros, to God who made me.
How old she dey?
Bros, 25 if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
25 years
Yeah.
old girl.
Now this small picking over.
She can't just keep the toe like that.
If papa na also ja.
And so?
You know if you do rubbish, papa no dey take rubbish. Me and papa will talk. As me dey here so, me and papa don't talk.
And you dey send her money?
Yes, now 24 hours now. If they say woman money, I want to look outside.
But that
everything we need, they get them.
But why you dey so optimistic? Like, what did they give you this boldness? Say 8 years she never knock. I don't understand.
Because now my woman, I know where I live and put her come out.
And you say you feel swear for her?
Oh. God who made me, 100%. Who the bring did you come? Confirm. I will still call him for a present. Your present will still do everything. You'll see.
Talk true.
So God who made me. My life now they tell you so.
For 8 years.
I bet you, my guy. I bet you, my papa, my mama.
So, as I said, I wasn't quite sure maybe to feel sorry for that guy or to mock him. So, you decide how you're going to digest that. It's not been with... he got married, he left Nigeria 8 years ago. The bride, his wife now, she's a 25-year-old girl, and she said she's still as... He says she's still as chaste as when he left her 8 years ago in Nigeria. Well, so there it is. If you are going to feel sorry for him, feel sorry for him. But I'm not quite sure that my heart expands to that level of sympathy. Apparently, allegedly, the previous clip of the bride was a skit, but there it is. Somebody just corrected me on that. But still staying within those parameters. This now next one is for the boys. The next clip is only about 16 seconds, so watch very closely. Otherwise, you'll miss it. This next one now is for the boys. And the only reaction I'm expecting from the boys, I can almost universally hear it. It will be, That will be the only reaction because they have a full understanding of what is going on here, and they understand why it's going on as well. So this now next one is for the boys. Watch very closely because it goes very quickly. It's only 16 seconds. This one for the boys. Watch this.
Kasongo, yeah. Mombari nanga. Kasongo mbona wewe songa libala oh yeah Kasongo mbona wewe
and there it is. And so say all of us. That's the only thing I have to say to that. And so say all of us. And so say all of us. Let me just play you one last one, and then we play the Kegite music. Oh, I'll play you this one, actually. This one was the one I was meaning to start with. This is quite illuminating, educational, and it's coming from quarters unexpected. This one is for the real aficionados.
Oh my
Watch
God.
this.
I was just about to go to bed, but I saw this question and I knew it was my time to shine. Let me tell you how Africans are scientists and mathematicians. Just to give a little background information for folks who are watching this video and wondering what the heck is Ifa and why is Ifa a supercomputer? Okay, so Ifa is actually a spiritual tradition that comes from Nigeria, okay? It comes from the Yoruba people of Nigeria. And if you know of Oshun, Obatala, Shango, all of them Orishas, they come from Ifa and they are divinities within the Ifa spiritual system. And you can also find aspects of Orisha and Ifa within the diaspora like Cuba, Brazil, Trinidad, everywhere. And this is me. So now that you know that Ifa is from Nigeria and it's a spiritual system, now let's kind of go in depth of why it's a supercomputer. So Ifa is considered to be the listening ear of Olodumare, which is the creator in our spiritual system. And Olodumare gave Ifa to Orimala, which is the divinity or Orisha of wisdom, to oversee. And Orimala is what we consider to be a Babalawo, which means a father of mysteries. Okay, remember that. And peep what he's writing in this tray below. It looks like a 1. Keep that in mind. So this is how Ifa essentially looks like. Okay? It's a series of opens and closes, zeros and ones. What else is composed of zeros and ones? The binary system, which is where everything comes from. And wait, there's more. Olodumare gave us 16 major Odu. What is an Odu? The womb of life. Everything in the cosmos that exists, that existed, that will ever exist lies within the Odu, the womb of life. Ifa is the key to the universe, and it's mathematical, of course. The 16 major Odu, also known as the 16 Meiji, can be combined in pairs of 2, which means there are 256 possible combinations, 256 mathematical algorithms of the universe. Ifa knows of the past, present, and future. And within 256 possible mathematical algorithms, Ifa has 10,000 plus verses within it of mysteries of the universe, the sun, the moon, the chair that you're sitting in, the dumpster outside. It's all within Ifa, and it's constantly updating itself like a supercomputer. No priest will be able to know all of Ifa ever. It is so massive. Africans are mathematicians and scientists.
There it is right there. Endlessly, we have tried to explain to you that the computing system is based on the E5 binary system. If you don't get it, you don't get it, according to what they say. If you don't get it, then you don't get it. So because of course, the computing system is the motherboard of the modern times that we live in. And that motherboard of the modern times that we live in is predicated on a Yoruba divination system, universally acknowledged. But if you don't get it or you refuse to get it, then you're never going to get it. So you're never going to get it. So you're never going to get it. I'll play you 2 more. This one to the Simon Ekpa spay. Actually, let me play you this one, and then I'll round it off with the Simon Ekpa something, and then we play the K-Guys music. As that last one, the previous post last one was for the boys. This now next one is for the girls. Watch this.
Thunder, fire, people, whenever married. You are not married. Achibam, you know, prostitute is entering my house to go and, you know. So if you are not married or you don't get boyfriend, you are single, God put you. Are we not? So guys, that's it. The highest you know. What's up? Hope you guys are okay. Hope everything is good. I go get a wound no what. I'm gonna go kill her. Nala.
So there it is right there. It's a narrative of bad girls don't always finish last. That's what that narrative is. That is a girl of a certain profession, of the Allen Avenue profession, getting married to some gullible and then poking fun at the unmarried women. So that's just how life can be sometimes unfair. So this is our next one, and then the cake out after it.
And I am one. I saw him now, Adam, so what I'm trying to say, I urge all Biafrans all over the world who got visa to travel to Finland for convention on restoration of Biafra. Please, do not be afraid. Nothing is happening. Start traveling. Move, all of you. When you hear my voice, I give you the encouragement. I give you, your heart should not be die, or your faith become your faith becoming going down. Nothing is happening. The people who questioning Prime Minister Salmon Ekpa is his own people.
one is his own political party, two, his president. So I don't see reason why you be afraid. Because one, that Prime Minister Simon Ekpa did not incite violence in Nigeria. He never asked any war in Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Abuja, or the part of Nigeria. He only defended the Biafra land. He never called anybody name in outside Biafra land. So do not be afraid. Prepare and started traveling. It's a must. God have signed it that we will restore Biafra 2nd December 2024. Do not be afraid. If you are not a coward, do not be afraid. Start traveling now. Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, Ngozi Orabese, if Prime Minister is not around, Her Excellency Ngozi Orabese is in charge now. Biafra Liberation Army are ready. Everybody are ready. So you must be ready. Travel. I'm coming. You will see me face to face. God bless you. Bye.
All right, so there it is. If I've ever endorsed something on this platform, I am endorsing that. And if I've ever canvassed you to do anything, I am canvassing you to do that. So do exactly what that guy has just invited. Make your way to Finland. I think the prisons there, they need filling. So make your way to Finland. The prisons there need filling. So make your way to Finland. The prisons there need filling. So that's the end of it all. I'll play you the Kegite music. I'll send the link to the studio to the comment section. If you want the conversation, then you have to hop on. It's a participatory sport, as I often say. It's a dialogue, not a monologue. So there's the link right there. If you want the conversation, come into the studio. Okay,
guys. Only water, where they see ma. Water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wailers ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. So we have Ogbeni with us. Hopefully he's still there. Otherwise, it might well be a short session. So Ogbeni, are you there?
Yeah, woman.
Okay, just the two of us, as the song says. That
is Baba. That is Madam Sita and all that.
They'll be strolling in bits and bobs, I'm sure.
I thought you'd be giving us that Benin's woman song. I love that song.
Which one?
That Benin's woman, that Benin Republic woman.
Oh, Bolojo. I didn't think. I thought you were more like a Mozart, Beethoven, Vivaldi. I
No,
didn't know you were into
I love that music.
Bolojo.
I don't know why I love it. I love
It's delightful, isn't it? I didn't even know
Yeah.
I liked it until I heard it. Then I thought, wow, it spoke to the Yoruba in me.
Yeah, and when I check the YouTube, she's been in that space for a very long time. Oh.
You know how I came across it. There was a time it just struck me. I was checking the genres of Yoruba music, and then I came across the word Bolojo, and then I copied it and I put it in YouTube, and then suddenly there she was. Any for your I said, what are we allowed to say that? And then she was. A lot of things.
Wow, she's been. I checked the YouTube and I realized she's been singing for a very long time. I got on some of our song like 9 years ago. Can't believe it. She's been singing
it's a delightful one.
Yeah. The he's at which she changes the rhythm and
she's actually from Benin Republic. She's not she's Yoruba still, but she's from Benin Republic.
The Yoruba Benin. Those people.
Yes.
Yeah, they are Yoruba.
It actually made me go and check the percentage of Yorubas in Benin. I don't think they are the largest, but I think they're the second largest in Benin Republic.
They are very substantial. They are not the largest, but they are substantial. Yoruba, even up to Ghana. If you get to Ghana, there is a particular people they call, I think, either Hewe or Kewe or so. They are Yorubas too.
My God. Got that one in all this secession narrative, etc. I am not opposed to it, because if we secede, then we can just add Benin Republic and Togo to ourselves, and we control a vast coastline with people of your own mindset. I don't object to Biafra. I don't object to Fulani Nation. Let them have it now, so we can have ours.
The truth is that Nigeria has not been very serious. We have not been in a serious country for a long time. Countries like Benin Republic and Togo, all those countries should be our annex by now. We should have annexed those countries, not politically, but in terms of dependence and all those things. They should just be our appendage by now, but we are not just serious. You could imagine.
Do you know that under Buhari, when we had Godfrey Oyema as a foreign minister then, there was a news that came out that Benin Republic applied to be the 37th state of Nigeria.
It should be. They should annex. You see, without Nigeria, those countries cannot survive. We are not just serious and we're not coordinated enough. Those countries cannot survive now. I remember when Buhari stopped importation of rice. It became a serious issue because there were a lot of backlog in Benin, and then a lot of demurrage. Those companies started paying demurrage, because what they do is they bring rice from Thailand, they won't port it, they won't bring it to Nigeria. So they make their port of destination in Benin Republic, then they move it into Nigeria. So whether it's cheaper, I don't know, but they pay their tax in Benin, they pay their custom duty and everything in Benin. Firework Nigeria.
Yes, motorbikes.
So when Buhari stopped that importation back then, it really affected them. They had to come to Nigeria with is the president or prime minister of Thailand to come and beg Buhari to open the door. Unfortunately, NSAS happened, and Buhari had to open the door, and they continued doing that. So without Nigeria, all those economies around us, they depended so much on Nigeria now. Look at the Republic now.
Yeah, look at even Guinea, that they are writing Nigerian exams for their students.
All those pay the same Niger Republic that the Northerners said we shouldn't invade, and the one we are still giving them NECO. It is what it is. We still.
I don't actually object to there's so many arguments that lends to Nigeria just dividing along ethnic lines and then aligning with commonality. The natural bedfellows of the Northerners are people from the Niger Republic. They share more familiar with them than they share with Yoruba people or Igbo people, ditto Yoruba people and Benin Togo. So I don't know, man.
Mama, I tell you, you know my wife is from that area.
Yeah.
I can tell you that many of them, if you're an average Fulani person or an average Hausa person, and you are from anywhere, Sokoto, the northern part of Katsina, northern part of Kebbi, you see, all those upper Sahel parts, there is no way you won't have one or two relatives in those countries. Chad, Northern Cameroon, Central African Republic, and Niger. There is no way one cousin or nephew or one great uncle or will shall be in that place. And that is it. Why? Because it's the British that came and just put borders. In those days, there were no borders in those areas. They were just, emirate. They were just kingdoms and different kingdoms, and merchants transacting business across, different settlements and kingdoms. So, but it is what it is.
But that was Buhari's argument now for building that rail station to Maradi. To Maradi, that I have to do something for my people now.
But to me,
at the expense of Niger Delta.
Yes. So to me, it doesn't make sense, because if you want to be big brother, then you should earn the respect from them, and then there should be something that should be flowing to you. As far as I'm concerned, there's no symbiotic relationship at all that Nigeria have with all these mushroom countries around us. It's more parasitic relationship we have. You feed on us, your economy depend on us, but you still, instead of you to even go to,
and they don't respect us still.
They don't respect us. And instead of the trade agreement, we don't have solid trade agreement, and instead of you to even go through the normal routes to probably bring your goods in and go, firewall, no mama, everything will just be legal. They find some route one way or the other, and so that's the issue. So for me,
the naira is legal tender in Nigeria Republic, not legally, but widely used.
Spend naira is just like it's just like you spending dollar in Nigeria. Dollar is not dollar is acceptable in Nigeria, but it's not our legal tender. That's how naira is in those countries. Not even only that place, even Benin, Togo, some part of Ghana, those areas. If you tender naira to them, they will collect naira, because they easily find way to come into Nigeria and do one business or the other. So they will bring their naira in. And also, if you go to all those places, you see EcoBank there, because EcoBank cuts across all those countries. So if you enter EcoBank and you deposit your naira, they will take your naira from you. So many people that go to Benin to do
I see them doing currency exchange. When they go to Benin Republic, they exchange the naira for CFA, So
yes,
it's a strong currency within our sub-region, certainly.
Yeah. The land that is getting stronger now against naira. But naira will surely bounce back with time. Where it may take time, but surely it's a large Nigerian economy is a very large economy. It's not an economy that
but it's also very porous. That's the thing. The economy leaks to yeah.
It's too much. One man, I'm telling you, too much. Look at recently I was engaging in a debate about scholars that we have in the UK and abroad, generally Europe, generally, that have left Nigeria on the scholarship of PTDF, TET Fund, NDIC, all those scholarships, and they all sign bonds, and they will refuse to come back to Nigeria to either serve their bond or pay back. And the estimation is showing that those scholars are owing billions of naira, and nobody is asking. So we have a lot of loopholes in our system, and we're not just coordinated enough to start thinking. Maybe when we are pushed to the wall and all chips are down, maybe we will now find a way to sit down, Ojuwawa Wale, so that everybody can now engage in what Nigeria. The one that wants to leave Nigeria, everybody come at ballot, to buy. Mama, let me contribute on this some of the topics. Let me start with Samuel Ekpa.
All right. We've not had you on NEPA since the story broke. So I think the Biafra Nation, 2nd of December, I think that's been put on ice. So yeah, want to be in Ekpa as in Okula.
No, they shouldn't tell us. Maybe this woman has taken over now. What's her name? His second command.
Ngozi Orabueze.
And that thing, Rabu Rouser. Yes, also. She has taken over. They should please don't arrest that girl. Oh. They should just allow her to do what she wants to do. Yes. I used to listen to them. They should just leave that girl alone. So that they should declare on second. We are all happy with them. Some of us are their well-wisher here. We wish them very well. If I have my time, say,
you want it going for the entertainment, don't you?
if they do it in UK and they do it in England, where I am now, I will surely stroll there to go and felicitate with them. They are our brothers. Felicitate with them, but they should define their border.
Yes.
And let us know, define your border, and let us know when they want to vacate Nigeria. And they should let us know when they are ready to leave all those properties and all those investments in Nigeria alone, and then they can go back to Biafra. It's just a silly thing. It doesn't make any sense.
There's a passport that comes with it and everything, and a currency.
Yes, I heard so. After all, there is you see, it's so funny, Oma. Well, after all, there is a man now. I don't know if you know about that man. There's a man offshore of UK that is claiming he has his own country. Have you heard about that man, Oma?
I think vaguely. I have a vague recollection of that.
There's someone like that. He's on one abandoned oil drilling platform. You know, this offshore oil platform. The guy is there.
He's been there for years, though. He's been there,
yes, with his family. Yeah. He will fly to Europe to go and buy food and go back. He's there. He claims it's a country. It's a country on its own. Some one or two adults has gone there to visit him, man. So it's not yet a threat to UK. So they don't even bother. They just look at him, and I think he has some connection with the royal family too. He's a prince or something like that. So.
There's a platform called OpenSea, OPENSEA. You know what they do there? They sell non-fungible tokens there, NFTs. So on there you can buy a land within the internet space. So maybe they can go to OpenSea and buy some internet land for Biafra Nation. What do you think?
Well, so who will be staying in that virtual land?
Avatars. Now they turn themselves into avatars, and then they turn themselves into avatars, and they live on the internet, and then they use their virtual passports to access.
It's just a very ridiculous thing. And what I wonder is that most time when you look at the people peddling all these things, they are educated ones, professionals. I wonder, the last time Ekpa was on Dr. Damages, I wonder how people who you think they are educated and they should have a critical mind, and they are, when they are eulogizing this guy, they're praising him, they are even reverent, the kind of reference they have for him, like our excellency, the prime minister. There were, I think, 2 or 3 of them that spoke against him. Dr. Shidi, that one in Canada. That one came on board to speak against and said he's an idiot, is this. See how they went after that guy. There was one called Kenen, they went after the guy and everything. I just wondered, can't they see that this guy can't they see this guy derailments? Can't they see that this guy he's not thinking like human being? He's just
I don't think they see Simon Ekpa. I think they see the idea. Because they've been nursing it for so long, and this guy is giving a narrative to you can't really say he's giving actualization to it, because since Ojukwu, there's not been 1 inch that has been moved in terms of it ever coming into being. There's not been one single thing that births it, but they hold on to it so fervently that he paints that picture that they want to buy into. So it's more the picture that is painting than he himself, and he collects their money for the pleasure of it,
Well, anyway, let's go to the legal issues involved in it. For me, I've seen many people saying, in fact, this afternoon, I saw, what's it called? I saw just a few hours ago, I saw a news from Enugu State Governor. I think I sent it to you too. Enugu State Governor is offering, he's saying that they are ready to provide evidence of his atrocities to the Finnish government when they are set, and many people have been coming out to say they have evidence they will present and everything. You see, my take on this, and some of them believe, oh, he was repatriated back to Nigeria. I heard I think Chief of Army Staff and all of them. I don't see him being repatriated back to Nigeria, and these are my reasons. So, Samuel Ekpa was a Nigerian citizen. I don't know if he's still a Nigerian citizen who picked Finnish citizenship by, I don't know the means, maybe by naturalization or staying in the place of registration, or maybe through marriage to a Finnish woman. I don't know. But what I know is that he's now a citizen of Finnish. Now, whether he's using dual citizenship or he's using one, now is the first EU one has to deal with. So, if he's not using dual citizenship, I know there was a time he came online to say that he's tearing his passport, the Nigerian passport, international passport, tore everything, and said that he's no longer a citizen of Nigeria. Fine. Wole Soyinka has done something like that before in the US, but he still traveled to US. So that is not a prima facie evidence that he has renounced his citizenship. There are legal process to follow if you want to renounce your citizenship. It's not by mouth. You return your thing, and then you go and sign your oath of allegiance only to one country, and you will renounce. Assuming he has done that, Omar, now it will be difficult for him to be repatriated to Nigeria, because the major way to have him repatriated to Nigeria is that he stays a citizen of Nigeria. Why am I saying that? The reason is that under international law, you can't render somebody stateless. So the moment you said, we stripe you our Finnish citizenship, then we take you back to Nigeria, you render the man stateless because he has withdrawn his citizenship of Nigeria. So he would rather remain a Finnish citizen, and then they try him there. Now, don't forget, the act they arrested him for is for terrorism act. If he were to be Nigeria, they would have charged him for both terrorism act and treason felony. And I have reason why I said, if I'm the AGF and I find him on the soil of Nigeria, I'll charge him for both terrorism act and treason felony. But let me switch back to Finnish first. So in Finland, they've charged him. They said they're going to charge him now. Now, what empowers them to do that? There are so many UN conventions that empowers them to do that. But the most striking one is the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1373. Now, that resolution was passed after, 9/11 attack, when 9/11 attack happened and everything. So nations came together and said, look, if there's any terrorism act anywhere, and mind you, when you say terrorism act, I've seen many of my Southeast friends argue that you didn't commit any terrorism in Finland, you didn't. When they talk about terrorism act, under that 2001 resolution, it simply means that the country, that's the member state now, is not even going to wait for the heart to mature. All right. So what happened is they are to monitor your terrorism activities, and they allow also to deny you safe haven, to terrorist act. So there's a cooperation among them that they can try you anywhere among the states. I want to believe this is what Finland will be relying on. Say, and don't forget, under that resolution, where the main act itself is committed, that's where it's being consummated or is being actualized. It doesn't matter here. It's not an issue. Any of the members, they can try you. Whenever they pick you, they can try you there. So I believe this is what Finland government is going to be doing. That, okay, we'll try him in our space. I'm also assuming he still have his own Nigerian citizenship. The minus here is that we don't have a bilateral agreement with Finland under which we can easily kickstart a repatriation process to bring him back to Nigeria. So the only way under which we can do this now is to do it under that our United Nations, there's a Convention for Suppression of Terrorism Act that allowed them to exchange for trial. But I don't see Finland doing that because a lot of things they have to consider. Let me tell you, one of the major things they have to consider is whether whatever it is, whether that particular issue carries death penalty. Nigeria till today still prescribed capital punishment. Okay. In Finland, they don't have capital punishment. Okay. So that's one of the striking things that came to my mind. I said, no, because we have capital punishment, and if you are bringing somebody for terrorism in Nigeria, it's capital punishment, which is death penalty. Finland will not want to release somebody to come and face capital punishment in Nigeria. So for me, based on that, even based on that key reason alone,
and our human rights record as well, it counts against
our human record is so bad. It will count against us. So eventually, give or take, I see him making a defense to be tried in Finland. That thing that man was talking about is a leader of his party in the Finland, is a Bobo, leader of what? They are not talking about a political game. It's judiciary.
It's a deputy councillor. It's not a politician. And they said it's a military man in Finland. It's a reservist. It's not anything of any consequence to anything in Finland.
Okay, so now let's go on this. Kulata has a question. I think I can see Kulata's question there.
Yes, it says, can you tell us if Finland will go after the donors if they try him in Finland? So there's that headline as well.
They could. There's a convention. You know, United Nations is full of so many conventions. So it depends on how these countries want to use convention. There's a convention in 1999. That convention is called, if I can remember, it's an international convention for the suppression of the financing of terrorism. You see that convention, it focuses on financing of terrorism. It's not focusing on terrorism itself. But if you happen to be part of source of financing of terrorism, you are in trouble. That's one of the issues with that convention. I won't mention the name. During Russia-Ukraine war, when it started, there were a lot of businessmen in UK that forfeited their the source of my finances for a reason. And the main reason is because when UK said they should stop feeding Russia economy, they kept feeding Russia economy. And some of their businesses in Russia were in support of the Russia war against Ukraine. And because of that, they started freezing their properties, particularly their bank account and everything here. So when you finance terrorism and there is a trace to you financing terrorism, that 1999 convention will still pick you for financing, for financing terrorism. And that is why I keep saying it. Even when you are a protected person, there are people they call protected person. Somebody like Davido is a protected person in Ghana because he's seeking asylum. Or you have a diplomat. All those ones, they fall in the category of protected person. Even when you're a protected person in a country, there is still watch on you not to commit either terrorism financing or the terrorism act, or you are conspire with some people to commit terrorism. If you do that, they stripe you off of that protection and you cannot have that protection again. So that's the way I see this Ekpa thing. I see him being tried in Finland. I don't see him being repatriated to Nigeria.
In many ways, is it not better if he is tried in Finland? All the kerfuffle around the Nnamdi Kanu trials with so red dressing into court like Babalawo Constitution. Also, all those it'll just be messy if they bring him to Nigeria. So let them. In fact, if they lock him up, so even that maybe it's not as loved as Nnamdi Kanu, but it certainly won't attain the martyrdom that Nnamdi Kanu seems to be attaining. If they try him and lock him up in Finland, let him go and spend 10 years, 20 years reflecting on his actions. So
yes,
maybe it's better all the way around for him to.
I agree with you, man. I believe he should be tried there because I believe we are even playing politics. I believe we are playing politics with the criminal charges. We are charging all these terrorism and everything in Nigeria. And I keep saying it all platform I find myself.
What is the Attorney General doing? 2 count charges okay for all these things? They'll be preparing charges and they are preparing 15 count, 30-something count charges for what? Only 2 is enough.
You know, they're too quick with that terrorism and treasonable felony. Somebody drops a sweet wrapper and they charge him for treasonable. Especially under Abubakar Malami.
Yes. Yeah. What's the issue? And Tinubu also has joined that bad wagon now. You just pick some children that are destroying things and say you charge them for terrorism. Charge those children for destruction of public property.
Quick question about Ben, if you guys don't mind.
All right.
So, for some of us, those of us not so conversant about Samuel Ekpa's crimes, I heard he's being charged for terrorism. Okay, what exactly are his actions in terms of terrorism? What did he? What are the claims? Actual claims?
Let me tell you, we've not seen the charge sheet that they charge against him, but if they happen to repatriate him to Nigeria and I happen to be the Attorney General of the country charging him, I will charge him for 2 counts. 2 counts is okay for me. With my little level of experience in criminal litigation, I'll charge him for terrorism. Under our Terrorism Prevention Act, 2014, and then there's one Buhari did in 2022. Then I will now charge him under penal code for treason felony. Those 2 crimes. Now,
sorry, Benny, I know you can find a way to throw the book at him. Okay, my question is, has he tried suicide bombing? Has he tried to bomb a federal building? What are his...
That is not only what is terrorism.
So, I'm coming. Let me quickly land. Oh, sorry, Madam Star. Let me quickly land on there. I'm trying to paint what I will charge him for, and now I will go to the elements of those crimes and some of the actions I can see, because I watch him very well. I've listened to him, and I'm a fellow on X. So I watch some of his postings. First and foremost, he set up what he call a liberation army. All right. What do? They are rebels. And what is their mission? Their mission is to compromise the state, the integrity, the sovereignty, and the integrity of Nigeria. So their mission is that we want to cut a part of the country away from the country. And then,
okay, I'm sorry. Are they, and that army,
yes,
contra army, are they in the country? Are they in Nigeria?
Yes, they are in Nigeria. They are in Nigeria.
Operating.
They are operating, of course, President. They are all operating. They are there. He doesn't shy away from that. He keeps saying it.
All these killings we see reported from the Southeast is largely attributed to them.
If you go and watch his Dr. Damages,
is that right?
Yeah, if you go and watch Dr. Damages and all his shows, you see him. He doesn't shy away from it. He keep telling you this liberation army is on ground, and then they will achieve what they want to achieve. That is one. Okay. Now you harm them. That's another thing. Those are unlicensed firearms. So you get to explain where you got unlicensed firearms. Nigerian police did not license it. None of our 3 armed forces license those arms, and they carry.
Benny, sorry. The reason I actually asking this question is that, look, not a fan of Samuel Ekpa or Nnamdi Kanu, right?
Yeah.
But I'm asking this question because I know we have more serious problem in Nigeria.
Of course.
There's right now everybody's up in arms about Samuel Ekpa, but the real terrorism going on in that damn country, like the what you call them, those northern terrorists or the Fulani terrorists or whatever you want to call them. That kidnap children all the time from schools, that kill people in the villages, that do all sorts of crimes. Nobody's jumping up and down. But everybody's so excited about damn Samuel Ekpa.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, as far as I'm concerned, Samuel Ekpa is a business person, is a businessman making money. There's no crime. See, if you ask me personally,
don't say there is no crime.
Well, there are crimes. There are crimes.
That will be. I'm coming. Don't say there is no crime. That will be you'll be too simplistic of the EU on ground. Let us first analyze what are his actions before you can make
that general.
Sorry, I understand. When I say it's not crime, I meant that him making money, but sponsoring, providing weapons to providing weapons to people.
So,
that's against Nigerian state. But I'm trying to go to the point to make a point that look, so far, I guess can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see any crime that Samuel Ekpa has committed that all these damn politicians have not committed. Even worse crimes, like one man's favorite guy, Sharaki, that stole people's money, ruined lives. I mean, these politicians, they've committed more crimes and done more damage to Nigeria to the scale that's unimaginable. Okay, but we like this sensational posture when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu and Samuel Ekpa. The guy may be a criminal, I don't care. But if he gets as serious about making changes in that country, we need to focus on more serious stuff. It saddens me when the so-called Boko Haram will come, go to a school and capture children, little girls, and keep them for years. And the Nigerian military can't do nothing about it. They can't rescue the children, and they do it all the time with impunity. Okay, and nobody's doing nothing about it. But all of a sudden, Samuel Ekpa is the real threat to Nigeria. That's a joke. I'm not really interested in this story. It's just like, this is how we always find ourselves. It's sad. It's sad because the real problem is not being addressed. It's not being addressed, and it's a sad story. But anyways, go ahead.
All right, hold on, Ogbeni. Hold on, Ogbeni. Let me play this clip for Prince. Trump Daddy now. Let me play this clip for Trump Daddy. Luckily, Zita is here to interpret it. But Prince, watch this.
Miracle. Miracle bụ ezigbo mmadụ ya ezinụlọ. Miracle bụ onye ọ na-abụ ọ gbajuo dọlụ akpọọ ya ọ na-agbata ọsọ enyemaka.
Chinonso ka m na-akpọ ya. Miracle bụkwa afọ ya ọzọ. Even mgbe o finish JS3 onye a bụ star dị na this family. Ezigbo nwa ka ọ bụ. Ezigbo nwa ka ọ bụ. Ezigbo nwa ka ọ bụ. Ọ ya na-emere m ihe niile. Ma ihe na-eri ya na achọtara m ihe na-eri. N'ezinụlọ anụmanụ mbi niile. Ifuru ọka be ndị uzuzu ebe niile. Nwatakịrị wee sị m na nsogbu adịrọ. Na nsogbu adịrọ. Na ọwụ a na ya dị ndụ. Nega nega no aka. Emere mi ya bu na emere ike. What the same kwa. What the same kwa. No problem. Mama ni yake yere maka. No no ben na ya no na ya no rosia. Na mo ye wora o. O sam mo na bi no no mo na ya dos. Ya na fusi na mama ugo. Oh Jesus. I'm coming yanke.
Oge nnụrụ ya obi adịrọ m mma n'eziokwu. Asị m ka ekwenye mere o ji wee dị ụta. Obi adịrọ m mma.
Nne, amụrụ mma enwe ya ga-emere anyị akwụsị.
Anyị na-ekwu okwu na anyị ga-abịa nzukọta ebe a bịa chịkọ isi ọnụ marụ mbọsị ọnwa eke.
So Zita, what's going on in that clip, and who are those families attributing it to?
What is the video all about?
Did you not watch it?
I watched it now. She was crying that her daughter is dead. So right. I didn't know why you put the video.
No, they are attributing it to the Ekpa space. I thought she was mentioning someone Ekpa as the person she's parking the blame to.
Okay. I had wanted Obeni to speak on the rule of specialities in
No, I was wanting you to speak to that clip now, but yeah, anyway.
No, the clip. Yeah. I just my system went off and came in. I saw her crying. And she was saying the daughter told her that she will be doing everything for her, and then that she will take care of her, and now that she's dead. So I didn't get why the daughter was dead, or whether the daughter was killed.
Yeah, she was killed. That's part of the victims of the militia arm of the Simon Ekpa group, and she was giving the attribution to Simon Ekpa. She was mentioning his name all the way through,
but I wanted to, okay, fine. What I wanted to say is that I want Obeni to continue in his explanation, because when people say that there was a time that, or rather, that militia group or terrorism go on in the north, well, when that thing started in the north, everybody in the world spoke intensively about it. Remember, bring back our girls. To just said Michelle Obama has to carry the placard. They spoke on it. They condemned it. It was terrible. It went on for so many years. And people are still condemning it. So if there is something happening in the southeast, that time too in the north, their head was arrested, and I think that early stage, he was tied. Okay? We talked about it, we discussed it, people condemned it, and people were still going there to give them relief. Now, if there is something happening in the southeast, and somehow somebody is being arrested for it, I think it will do Southeasterners and the people who are casualties of that incident and situation, it will be an honor or due respect that we speak about it and condemn it. This idea of somebody saying that is not the problem, a situation that took almost 300,000 people is not a problem. Actually, I don't know what will be a problem. But that being said, I don't know anything. Obeni, could you please explain the rule of specialities on extradition? Because somebody was telling me that that's what they want to use on a seminar. Thank you.
The rules of speciality is more of it's a rule of exclusion. I don't know why that person is bringing it up. That's not it's not something special. It simply means that if you extradite somebody, like if you extradite Ekpa back home now, they can only try him in Nigeria only based on the offenses upon which he's been extradited to Nigeria. Yeah. You can't try him on any other offenses.
Yeah.
So meaning that assuming they kickstart extradition, we don't have bilateral agreement on extradition, so it's going to be difficult. But assuming we kickstart extradition proceedings in a request, let's say we make a request now to Finland and they have started the process, they will list his crime and they will back it up with evidence of his atrocities. So by the time, if they now extradite him based on that, once he gets to Nigeria, you can't start amending those charges. You must charge him only for those offenses for which he's extradited. That's just what that principle is. I don't know why that person is bringing it up. But that said, yeah. So let me continue. You see, I don't know. I think, is it Prince Daddy or I think it's Prince Daddy that
Okpe, you have to address me correctly. You have to. You can't just.
Is it Prince Daddy now?
No. I'm Trump Daddy. Let's keep it real.
But you were Prince Daddy before.
I was.
It's still luxuriating in the graduate.
All this trumpeter. I saw somebody arguing with him yesterday that they should stop all this America. They should Americanize this platform.
That was arrogant about it.
Man of Brazil. Okay,
I think we have to surrender the next 4 years to Prince. He's not going to let go.
Trump Daddy. Okay. Yeah, it look interesting. The name sound interesting. But by the way, let's get serious. So it will be too simplistic for you to say that this is not a major issue, then let's drop it. I think you're just sounding too simplistic about it.
It's annoying. And not just simplistic, it's annoying.
Yeah, anyway. So the reason why I'm saying this is this. You see, and we keep, there's this narrative Nigerian has. I don't understand where it comes from. That they think, oh, if it's affecting the North, people don't talk really much about it, only it's affecting the South. I don't think so. I think it's a victim mentality we've brought into Nigerian narrative. It is not true that people don't talk when it comes to the North. I was in I was in the North throughout at least early days to the mid days of Boko Haram till I left Nigeria. I stayed in the North. I used to practice all those BU, Baskira, Michika, all those spaces, all those Mediguri spaces. I used to go to Gombe, Yola, Hong, Song, Numa, Michika, all those areas. I used to practice there. And people were, how can we say people didn't speak against Boko Haram? That's not true. When Yaya bomb blast happened in Abuja, Yaya bomb blast happened and scattered people and a lot of things happened and everything. That masterminder of Yaya bomb blast, Aminu Sadiq Ogushi, that's his name. Just Google and check. They traced that guy down to Sudan to arrest him. So why can't Nigerians say, oh, that's not the major, you just leave the guy alone? No, terrorist is terrorist anywhere in the world. One of the things that is affecting our country is that we are so complacent about some issues. We think, oh, it's not a serious issue. And these are the issues that will fester eventually, that will become a major issue. Somebody, for instance, now, who has probably been killed by all those Ekpa's Liberation Army and others in the Southeast, will not be hearing this and be happy. And that's the fact. So until it affects us personally, in many cases, we don't see you as an issue. So for me, another way I see it is, okay, they said in this house, there's an offense of rape there, they've raped their daughter. In another house, is somebody stealing? They are stealing the only food they have. And in another house, they said they have murdered their breadwinner. And because your own only affects stealing, you say, let us leave that rape for now. Stealing is the major one. The person they murder their own breadwinner will say, no, leave rape and stealing. Murder is the major issue. Crime is crime. Whether it's stealing, whether it's murder, whether it's rape, crime is crime. That is why, as far as I'm concerned, and more so, is it Nigerian government that is giving their same headache on this? No, it's Finnish government that have arrested him. If he has committed any crime in accordance with their laws, and don't forget, terrorism act is not an act that he must commit in Finland. And I've explained it today, and I've cited the convention, the UN convention that backs that up. Financing it and carrying it out in anywhere in the world. Any of the member states can try you. They can monitor you. They must not give you safe haven, and they can try you. I've seen many of.
I'm not sorry. I'm not a supporter of terrorism, right? Obviously, in any form, shape, way, or form. But to make that blanket statement that Samuel Ekpa is responsible for the killing of 300,000 Southeasterners, I think it's just ridiculous on its
Who
face.
made that statement?
Somebody did. But the issue,
obviously
see,
not me,
the
because
issue,
I've not finished analyzing his crime. Why?
Not you. You mentioned some guys terrorists that they chased all the way to Sudan to arrest.
Yes, that's Aminu Sadiq.
But maybe because I listened to the Nigerian space, and I see the passion or whatever from the people, especially in the north, and it appears to the common person like myself that the government is not doing enough to alleviate or to curb the terrorism or the suffering of the people in the northern villages. So when they chase one person all the way to Sudan for the headlines, and they do all these other things, I'm not impressed with that. See, until you tell me that the Nigerian state is well positioned to go head to head with Boko Haram and this other terrorist group and defeat them, these people, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought they're occupying a large portion of Maiduguri that in the Zambisa forest or whatever, that in fact they are ruling Nigeria in their own capacity. Not anymore.
Daddy, that was then. When last did you hear about Boko Haram in Nigeria?
But Obey, can I say something? Obey, I think
Yes,
Nigeria is biased. You know what I think Nigeria is biased? Why Nigeria is biased against the South? The North is biased. You know why? Because the same northern people, when they have they will let their own people out in jail. Nigeria is biased, and it's a bias going on in the system, in the process of Nigeria. They're biased. Prince Daddy is white. They're all biased.
Okay, can I continue now?
Please,
Yeah, carry on,
Ogbeni, continue.
Okay.
Please.
So
We
my
need to
point is
discuss
that
this intensively.
yes. So my point is that if you don't have enough understanding or knowledge of the effort that government is making on a particular fight or a particular exercise, don't speak authoritative about it.
Thank you.
I keep telling people, like I mentioned Aminu Sadiq now, probably you have not even heard about it before. Go and read. They trace these people, they trace one as far as Dubai. In fact, there were about 9 names that Dubai submitted to Nigeria also on terrorism financing of financing on Boko Haram that is still on wash to date. They've declared some wanted that are in Australia and so many places. So once you don't, I like talking less of what I don't know too much about.
But people like myself are not impressed. I mean, I'll be more impressed. I don't need names. I'll be
What
more
kind of
impressed.
disturbance is this now?
Trump Daddy,
I'll be more impressed if they
government
return.
action is not meant to impress anybody. If you know the way governance works, it's not to impress you. They got to do what they need to do.
No,
they
don't
don't
have
need
to impress me,
you.
but they will impress the 200 girls that were taken from their schools and returned home if they did their job. Okay, those are the people that to be impressed.
Those guys, when they made effort, have they not returned? They've returned many of them
after many years, after many crimes committed.
Wait, it does that all this narrative, does it stop them from going after Ekpa? That's why I don't understand sometimes.
Ogbeni, I think
those are
Ogbeni, please, can I come in?
Yeah.
The topic for today is what is happening in the Southeast and the arrest of Simeon Ekpa. We are not discussing the North today, are we? Can you please continue?
Madam, it's a conversation. Madam, hold on. It's a conversation. Please. I can take it to the north, east, south, and west, wherever I want
to. I think our Prince is trying to draw parallels to say that
exactly. So I don't want anybody to confine me again to speak
Excuse
on
me.
topic.
If somebody wants to draw parallels, it's not to simplify what is happening in the
Madam,
South.
you are not in charge to determine the course of the parallels that I draw.
Stop
or that
interjecting him and simplifying what happened. Please.
All right. I know you're keen to hear from Ogbeni, but I think Prince's interjection is consistent with the conversation still. I think what Prince is actually saying is that it's like this is a headline grab sort of narrative.
One man, nobody needs to impress him. He can keep his impress to himself.
No. It's part of the. Hold on now, Zita. It's part of the conversation, and the point that Prince, correct me if I'm wrong, Prince. But the point I think Prince is making is that this is a headline grabbing sort of a situation, but there's a deeper malaise within the system. With children being picked up in school almost on a daily basis, a wide insecurity landscape that there's no signs of it being addressed. And then they are talking about Simon Ekpa, who is one entity, which some people feel is justified in what he's doing, and some people feel is a criminal. So he's saying that the problem is deeper than the headline grab.
But
well articulated, quickly, Ben. Well articulated, and also the origin or the beginning of the unrest in the Southeast. I don't think it started with Simon Ekpa. There's been a failure of leadership in the Southeast for a very long time. And there've always been agitation one way or another by the people in the Southeast, rightfully or not. Okay. So Samuel Ekpa just happens to be one guy. Again, no one needs to be impressed with what I'm impressed with. But I would like to say that when little girls are taken from their home schools and horrible things are done to them, okay, I think that family, they care as much as other people think, their own part of this country is more important or should be the main topic of the day.
I think you've made your point. Can Ogbeni continue, please?
Thank you. I'll surely continue. Let me quickly make this point. And that's why I said talk less of what you know little or not too much about. Throughout from 2007 up to 2016, I don't know if there will be any newspaper in Nigeria without Boko Haram making headline. There is none. There is no week. I think no day will go. From that 2007, 8, 9, 10, 11, at the height of Boko Haram thing, they will always make news in Nigeria. And somebody will not come out and say, why are you making Boko Haram a major news? Why are you making Boko Haram? Then when you are making another argument that, Boko Haram came as Samuel Ekpa rise as a result of the failure of the southern leaders. Same with Boko Haram, if you don't know. Boko Haram also started as a result of failure of leaders in the north. So if we can analyze Boko Haram, why can't we analyze Samuel Ekpa? As far as I'm concerned, it will be too simplistic for you to just dismiss a crime and say, let's leave that crime. Let's face this other crime. It's too dismissive as far as I'm concerned. So when did even Southeast agitation and everything and then Nnamdi Kanu started? 2015, when Nnamdi Kanu entered Nigeria and they arrested him. Since then, he has been making headline. But Boko Haram had been making headline since when? 2007. Is there anybody complaining that why is he making headline? So now this one is making headline. Now we should cover the scene for them. Then we shouldn't talk about it. We should still go back to the Boko Haram that is almost decimated to zero. It doesn't make any sense to me. That's the point. So, but and I've given my example. There are so many Boko Haram guys that are still chasing around. They are arresting Konduga, all of them. They are arresting them everywhere around, and nobody is complaining from that angle. Don't forget, the same way Samuel Ekpa and his guys have some level of legitimacy in their local space. It's the same way some Boko Haram guys have legitimacy in their local space, if you don't know. And that thing, okay, now they are going after Samuel Ekpa. Was that not the same way Nigerian government was going after Shekau for how many years? And on each platform, you see everybody talking about Shekau. This guy, they should get the guy and kill him. They kill him how many times now? They are getting him. Is there anybody complaining even in the north? Have you ever seen anybody from the north coming out and say, why are you arresting Shekau? Why are you killing Shekau? So we shouldn't from the south be claiming all this victim mentality. If something is affecting the whole country, let's speak against this and simple. It doesn't take anything from us. So why do we say one evil is less than another evil? I don't see anything.
You see, I was actually not trying to compare terrorism on different sides. If you look at me from the onset of my submission, I was actually trying to link it back to the politicians. My point was that, look, the politicians overall, they've committed more crimes against the Nigerian state. Okay, So
I agree with you.
That's my
main point. That should not shut us up from talking about a man who has carried harm against the state. It shouldn't. It shouldn't.
All right. All right.
Trump daddy, you should be enjoying your Trump. You should bother yourself more on your ministerial list by now.
Yes, we're still waiting to see a black man on that Trump's list, but
you guys are still removing and hiding.
One man.
Yeah,
I didn't vote for him to put a black man in his cabinet. That's not.
We want to see a black man there to be.
No, I don't need to see a black. I don't even want to in the first place.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right.
Look, okay, this is the white Jesus mentality.
They call it "it's okay, it's all right." So, one man, if I have lost my thought because of Trump, that
all right, let me move you to another space. Are you following the Reuben Abati'S versus audio?
Why are you leading him to another space?
He said he has lost his train of thought on that one.
I've lost my train of thought, but I remember
that
now.
That was actually his aim.
That's what Trump daddy wanted to achieve. He has achieved it. I know. He has achieved it. I can't even. I think I was trying to roll out what actions for me that I think could be make against him, and what are these actions? First and foremost, yes, I remember now. I started with him establishing Liberation Army. Yes, you can gather people, but not when you harm them and you give them paramilitary training. Okay, that's the beginning of terrorism. But you can't say that act is an act of terrorism on its own. But it's a preparation for terrorism, or at the local level, treason, felony. Okay, you harm them at the Nigerian level. That is against Firearms Act. Our Firearms Act does not allow you to even possess, not even to make use of it, to possess firearms, which is unlicensed. Okay. Secondly, you must have financed the purchase of these firearms somewhere. Okay. So you're financing it. That is another crime on its own, not possession. Now, this time around, you're financing, you're dealing in it, and you're bringing it into the country. Now, another thing, you brought it into the country through which means did you get it to the country? That is another crime on its own. Now, if you now leave all this now, you pack it in one place, what is the next thing? You're instilling fears of committing crime on people's mind in a particular space. That is a definition of terrorism on its own. Terrorism is not when, don't see, many people think until you see actions like Osama bin Laden, blowing Pentagon and go. That's just terrorism. That's not the only thing called terrorism. Terrorism can happen in so many, they have their definitions. I will give you the conventions. Go and check that convention that analyze what terrorism is. Even cyber attack is a form of terrorism on its own. Cyber attack. You look at the Central Bank of Nigeria now, you just hack and then you collapse their system. You want to sabotage the economy of a country. It's an act of terrorism on its own. Although it's a cyber attack, although it's not something you're carrying harm, you don't even want any harm. It's just a click on your computer. But that's an act of terrorism because it's going to affect a lot of people. It can collapse the whole country. So these are the kind of things. So if you harm them, you not only harm them, okay, now you declare sit at home. There's no problem with declaring sit at home as far as I'm concerned, because Samuel Ekpa keep coming out and says it's just a civil disobedience. I agree, yeah, civil disobedience. Where the terrorism part of it now comes in is when you now enforcing it by targeting some people who you guys believe they are deviants. Okay, so they believe these guys on ground believe they are some are deviants. So if you don't obey it, they kill some, they maim some, they kidnap some, they arrested some unlawfully. And then there are some few sporadic shooting. And now you can say, okay, this is not connected with Samuel Ekpa now. Maybe the guy is in Finland. This is the way I connect him with my own legal training. First and foremost, those one doing it, they are the people you put on ground. Okay, they are your guys. Secondly, the moment that happens, you're the first to broadcast it. In fact, most times it will come out and come live and it will broadcast. And then when you finish broadcasting, you warn others that they will face more and severe consequences if they go out the next time. It's an act of terrorism. There's no difference between what he's doing and what the one Trump killed. That guy did. That guy was practically terrorizing Iraq new government. Now, that is another thing by one side. The next one, there's a subnational government. You know, when people see terrorism against the state, sometimes they think it should be against federal government or presidency. It's not so. When you say government at the federal, a state running federal system. It's not only at the presidential or federal level. The subnationals also have their governments. So if you pick arms against subnational governments, you are a threat also to the entire state. What am I saying? At a point in time, I listened to one of his broadcasts where he was giving some of the governors in the Southeast ultimatum to vacate their office. I think he had a serious issue with the governor of Enugu at a point in time. That's why Enugu was the first governor now to say that, look, I have many of his atrocities I'm going to submit. Okay, you're giving that governor, in fact, at a point in time, I think he said, if they find that governor anywhere, they should lynch the governor or they kill the governor. You gave the governor some ultimatum to vacate his office, and you pick arms against the government. That's a government you pick arms against. That's treason on its own. Treason is not about you attacking president alone. President is not the only government we have in Nigeria. There are subnational governments. So if you pick arms against subnational government also on its own, it's a terrorist act. But people don't see that. They believe the governors are our own. They are not yours. They are constitutionally created. They are political entities. They have people's mandate. They are constituted authority. So if you have anything that undermines them or that will kick them out of office or that would you threatening their life, then you're picking arms against the state. So that's the way I see it. And finally, pack that one on the other side. Finally is the financing part of it. And that's the one I love most. If there is a way, and I know they won't just charge him without having that is something substantial, except they just want to just make little noise and probably get something from federal government of Nigeria. If there's a way they can link him or his establishment in the UK, sending money, that they can trace any financial movement, any money, anything moving from himself to those groups that are causing mayhem in Nigeria, then he's gone for it. Because that terrorism financing, They don't even need anything to prove. It's terrorism financing. You are financing them. So whatever Chananga they are doing in Nigeria, you don't need to be on ground. As long as you're financing them, then you're a terrorist on its own. So I wish him well if he can find himself, wriggle himself out
Now,
of.
why would you wish him well? I'm not sure you should be wishing him well.
No,
I hope he gets it. Well, I hope he gets what is coming to him and more. Yeah.
Mama, I prefer that guy than Nnamdi Kanu, and I keep saying it. You hardly see him come out. You hardly see him come out. If you watch him very well on Dr. Damages, he faces his people. He talks about his people. He doesn't talk like Nnamdi Kanu. All right, and he's more. How do I put it? He explains what he's doing more than Nnamdi Kanu. He tells you what I'm doing is civil disobedience, even though he doesn't understand the meaning of civil disobedience he's talking about. One of the things, that I would like to talk about is this. I've watched, what's it called? One Vince, what's his name? That guy that I always say is a former police officer in UK. I don't know if he's actually a police officer in UK.
You mean that he used to come here once? So, you mean the one that arrived, that was on channels? That said it was impossible to extradite.
Yes,
yeah.
I heard him talking about self-determination, and I wonder where he studied his own law. You see, one man, when people keep using this word self-determination, and I will laugh. Self-determination, like I keep saying, that freedom of speech is not a leeway to recklessness and libel. You face the consequences. Just like how Davido is facing his own consequences in UK now. It's the same way with this self-determination. When the United Nations, included self-determination in the ECOSOC and United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, when they included all those things, they were using it to fight colonialism. It was in the 60s. They were using it to liberate colonial.
Sorry, when 1 microsecond, I've managed to say this. We're looking for 10 new subscribers. So if you're not already subscribed, then please do that to help us. Today, we want to get 10 new subscribers. If you've not subscribed, please do. And if you have not clicked on the like button, you can do that in the same motion as well. Sorry, Ogbeni, carry on.
Okay, so, Mama, you see, the bulk of those convention, United Nations Convention, that is against, that talks about self-determination, they are mostly for anti-colonialization, to liberate the colonialists or colonial areas, not to pick arms against the state. And that is why if you go deep into international law, they will tell you have to balance the two. If you're pushing for self-determination, you mustn't push it to an extreme end where you compromise the integrity of a particular state or their sovereignty. So how do you push it? There are processes. There are United Nations conventions that have processes of how to go about it. And I keep giving people of Spain, give people of Scotland in the UK, give people of South Sudan, and so many examples of people that have fought for self-determination before. You don't need to push it to an extreme. Okay, so there are stages you have to follow. And I think I've said it here on this platform before. When Southeasterners are ready to go, we know what they will do to go. They know, the intellectuals among them know, they understand what they will need to do to go. So, but to have few ones to now lord secession over them is the thing that doesn't resonate with my own ideals. You can't have people to be lording something over.
So, Ogbeni, your idea or definition of self-determination is as long as you don't carry a weapon against the state, you can do whatever you want to do. And to you, that's more effective, right? Because my understanding that the Northern Irish people, they carried weapons, they bombed, they committed acts of terrorism. What about that?
Yeah, and what happened to them? You can learn the history now. So what happened to them?
No, you're trying to
So
box.
it's like this.
So it's not linear. My point is that it's not linear. It's not one direction. So many times, by the way, just like you probably know, many times people they try normal processes and ways to resolve issues. When it doesn't come, when it's not resolved, they become agitated and they tend to resort to violence or using weapons. So there are different stages of self-determination. So we're always talking about the extreme end of it. I mean, what about in between?
Tom Daddy?
Yeah.
Are you there? Okay, you finished talking. Okay. So see my point. My point is this.
All right. Sorry, Benny. Respond to that and bring that space so we can move it to another topic.
Okay. So my point is this, and that's why I say you have to balance the two. Okay, you have to balance the two. If you're picking harms, how do I explain this? It's just like okay, let me give an instance now. It's just like when you say militants, for instance, South militants, when they were making trouble, they were not fighting, they were not compromising the integrity of the sovereignty of a state, but they picked guns. They were militants. They were fighting a cause. They had a cause and they were pushing their cause. It's different from when you pick arms against the state and you are compromising the sovereignty of the state. Don't forget, there are United UN conventions that talks about the sovereignty of the state, and it's sacrosanct. Sovereignty of every state is sacrosanct. As long as the United Nations recognizes your state, the sovereignty of that state is sacrosanct. Now, for any part of that state that want to leave, you got to follow your processes. Now, if you don't follow the process and you pick guns against the state, fine. That could be a way you're fighting your self-determination. But if you're caught for crime or you don't succeed in it, you go for it. So the point is that if you face that route, you will face the consequence. Let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say. In Nigerian law, if you want to commit suicide, you better, there's something we say in law, you better make sure you push it to conclusion. Because an attempted suicide in Nigeria is a punishment, it's a crime. But once you finish committing that suicide, it's no longer a crime. So you better push it to conclusion and make sure that you set all your balls rolling to end up in suicide. But if you eventually don't get it right or something happens, you change your mind along the way, it's a crime. They take you to court and they still prosecute you. So that's the way this issue of self-determination is. So there's a stage you get to that it is legal. Nobody can do anything. They allow you to run through the process. If you now cross the line, you better actualize it. But if you are not able to actualize that along that line, if you are caught, then you face the consequence because you are compromising the integrity and sovereignty of a nation. I think that's the best way I can explain this.
So what is the deal about the Hague trying to go after Netanyahu when we know clearly that he's trying to protect the sovereignty of his own state from terrorists around him? So why did they issue?
That's another case. Trump Daddy, that's another case you're going to now. It's different from it's not self-determination now. Israel matter is not self-determination. Israel matter is not self-determination. It's genocide now. It's genocide. They are
well, to use genocide, but their contiguous borderline was breached by terrorists that came into their own space.
That's not self-determination. So how do you read self-determination into that? That's not self-determination. Well, that's not now. Trump Daddy. That's not now. Self-determination simply means that I'm part of this place before I want to go. I want to have my own political space. I want to have my own geographical space. I want to decide my own social status and everything. That's self-determination.
That is. I'm not arguing by the definition. That's just the dictionary definition of it, or maybe the technical definition of it. It can extend beyond that. I'm just trying to make a point that you can extend the definition to include Israel also trying to be self-determined by making sure that they get rid of terrorists around them. And in so doing, it appears that the actions have led to massive killings of people, especially the terrorists. But now today, a few days ago, The Hague issued an arrest warrant for him, even though he's as a leader responsible for the lives of his own people, is simply doing what he needs to do to make sure.
There's nothing, you see, I know people keep saying that they say self-defense. There's nothing like that under our law. And I wonder where people pick that. But is good. These days, they even know law more than lawyers. So I don't even really argue with people again. But when you're talking self-defense, say, oh, I'm defending my people, therefore I now pick arms to defend them. There's nothing like that under our law. Our Firearms Act is very clear. You pick any harm that is unlicensed, you go for it, and it's a strict liability offense. It's strict liability. They don't need to establish your motive, your mens rea in court. Nobody establish your motive. It's just like drug offenses. Drug offenses in Nigeria are strict liability offenses.
If they see drug in your possession, you don't need to explain. They don't even need to establish your intention. You go for
you
it.
need some explanation.
On which one?
You said you prefer Simon Ekpa to Nnamdi Kanu.
I prefer that guy.
Why?
First and foremost. Okay. Now, I know they fall in the same bracket, but the reason why I prefer him, you see, I followed Nnamdi Kanu back to back. I've been following Nnamdi Kanu for a very long time when he was doing his Biafra radio in London, till he was arrested the first time when he entered Nigeria in 2015, and Buhari arrested him with his transistor radio and everything that he brought into the country. And when he jumped bail and then started doing all those shenanigans, and then they arrested him again, they kidnapped him in Kenya and brought him to Nigeria. I followed him through. At a point in time, before, Nnamdi Kanu used to talk like this, Ekpa. He would talk, he would go to Sahara Reporter, he would go to all those places and be talking. And then he was talking, you can't say he's talking sense, but was more subtle on what he's fighting for, and was more coordinated. I think at a point in time, money started entering. That's my thinking anyway, I may be wrong. At a point in time, I think money started entering. They started dropping some coins into his purse, and that went to his head. And then he started attacking. He would attack Yorubas, he would attack the Jaw, talk down on them, he would attack Yorubo, attack everybody around them, and then he brought in tribal supremacism. I think his tribal supremacism was what made him, as this kind of tangent against other people in Nigeria, particularly the Fulanis. He has this way of describing a whole race as if there's no even good person in that race. He will call the entire Hausa Fulani space the jihadist, and he doesn't care about what happened to them. Okay, then during NSAS and all those things, he will speak for his people, go and kill this person, go and do this thing, maim this, destroy these places and everything. Fine. Flip to Sam Ekpa. Sam Ekpa is not like that. Though. If you watch Sam Ekpa is concerned about Southeast, simple simplicity. In fact, if he's on a program and you are bringing in you of what is happening in Nasarawa, is not his business. He will tell you this is not my business. My business is Southeast, and this is what I'm doing. So first on that point, I prefer him to Nnamdi Kanu. He's facing his Southeast. Now, secondly, when this sit-at-home thing started, don't forget, it's not Sam Ekpa that started this sit-at-home. It was Nnamdi Kanu that started sit-at-home. It was his people that started that sit-at-home to say, we are protesting, releasing Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, and not even when they kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu, was his first trial. They started doing that rubbish. But when Nnamdi Kanu is still pending there, IPOB said they wanted to relax.
Sorry, Ogweni, let me insert this thing into what you're saying. I think it might be pertinent to what you're saying.
Final burial rites of the Oni of Ife, Obasijuade, reportedly stalled as Abobaku flees. It doesn't surprise me. Yoruba running away from something, it doesn't come as a surprise. They are cowards anyway. Cowardly people. I find the Yoruba culture abhorrent. They are filthy, dirty, backstabbing people. I find their culture reprehensible. How can you kill an innocent person to bury with a useless Yoruba man? And you claim you are civilized. When I call you baboons and monkeys, you cry and you complain. But heaven knows I'm telling you the truth. This is Radio Biafra, 21 minutes past 9 p.m. Normally we take calls at this time, but don't worry, we shall take your calls. We are live and...
One man, that's just
Ogweni.
Ma?
Nnamdi Kanu was cussing. He was hating. But the kind of havoc Simeon Ekpa wreaked in the Southeast, Nnamdi Kanu never did that. Yes, he started discussing and hating and saying, even when he was saying, go and buy this person, go and buy, during the time of NSAS, those people were not actually doing it because he said it, because that was what they wanted to do. Because there is a lot of things he has told them to do, they never did. But this guy, yes, you might say he is more focused. Obeni, you will not understand.
Madam Sita.
You will not understand. I take it really, really, really annoying when somebody make a little light of what when is going on in the Southeast. Listen, Obeni, you know, in the North, according to people who want to bring in what is happening in the North, it was a rowdy situation. It happens at random. They do their things at random in school, in this, in that. Buhari sent bombers there. I don't want to talk about that. But in the Southeast, it was well detailed. They go to an elder's house and bring him out and buy him. It was an enemy of a brother to a brother. That was what is happening there. So for somebody to come and say I don't understand, but continue. I just don't want to wrap my head around it. I'm really struggling to process it, but that's okay.
No problem, Madam Sita. My main point is that he focuses his issues on his own people, and I expect his people to fight him back. I think it's better than someone who is just everywhere, just catching everywhere. Sam Ekpa picks his enemies and then focuses on his people more. And when you see him, most of his activities are online. They're social media, dancing today, singing tomorrow, and he's collecting money. Every day you must donate. Even till now, the Ngozi, or what do you call that one? The second in command is still collecting money. They are still saying it's the money you should bring. If you have to help them now, it's money. So it's just a business. He's doing his business. Like Trump Daddy said, he's doing his business, but it's affecting, like you said too, it's affecting people. It's taking life, it's affecting life of people and everything. So finally, I still wish him well. Let him go and face.
Why would you wish him well?
And after all, if a judge, it's our profession, if a judge condemns somebody in court and say, go and kill him, he will still say, God have mercy on your soul. Even though I said, go and kill, you go and buy, he will still go, God have mercy on your soul. So
There's
maybe
something, okay, there's something, somebody, I think it's Kulata that said it here last time. He said, it would be better to convict him in Finland to send a signal to all of them all over the world that are sponsoring that thing, so that they will know that they can be picked in that country, judged in that country, and sent to prison in that country. And I think that's a valid point. Not because of no bilateral relationship. I think they should condemn him there and put him in jail there. Even when I know that he might face a harsher penalty in Nigeria, but it will be a signal to the others, including the second in command.
I also think so. I think he should face this thing. He's going to even reduce pressure in Nigeria, because if you bring him to Nigeria and you see, first and foremost, our government has never been serious about prosecution. I keep saying it. I don't know what the Attorney General is doing, and they are filing how many count charge against Nnamdi Kanu. 2 counts is okay. They'll be filing nonsense charge. Find 2 and get the best prosecutor in Nigeria to come and prosecute. And then let us know if the guy is, if he's free him. If he's in the jail him, let him go. And you see IPOB, and I see what they are saying. You see what IPOB is trying to dissociate themselves now from Sam Ekpa. Clearly, they know what they are doing. If they associate themselves with Sam Ekpa, whatever punishment Sam Ekpa get in Finland, Nnamdi Kanu is not likely to escape. That's why they are dissociating themselves quickly now, so that even if they jail him in Finland, don't transplant that thing into, don't connect his sins with that of Nnamdi Kanu. That's what they are trying to say. Because if you jail the guy in Finland and Nigerian government is jailing Nnamdi Kanu here, no international community will want to raise any eyebrow. After all, Europeans has jailed his counterpart. So why can't Nigeria jail another guy there? So that's what I see that is playing out there. So they are trying to say this. One man, let's move. Let's leave Sam Ekpa. Let me do maybe just one more because I think I've taken time.
Yes, but stay for as long as stay as long as you can, because I wanted you on quite a few topics, but like you said, we move it around and then come back. It's just about 4 of us.
Okay,
yes, Abati'S versus audio. I was expecting that the battle, but I was expecting them to be battling in the other room, not on television. But what are you there making then of? I thought she tried to ambush Abati and then he smacked her down.
The book of that is it biblical verse. I think the book is Hosea chapter 8 verse either 7 or 8. We says those who sow the wind shall reap the wind wield. I think that is happening presently to Abati. I don't pity him. Don't pity him. We keep saying it here. There was a time he was on media and they all started all this rubbish thing. It's about all these what do you call it, gaslighting issues that don't matter. How can you look at the program itself to even start with? Is that a program where you should have veteran journalists like Abati to be sitting in that kind of program? They will go to X and go to Instagram and go to social media and go and pick something that maybe somebody who has mental issues somewhere sits before his screen and he's typing. They will pick it and they will make it a major news and they start analyzing it. It doesn't make any sense to me, woman. They will pick news that somebody that is just, maybe the person just finished night shift and he's sitting in his bed and he's just typing. He just think, what can I do to gain traffic and make money on X so that people will be clicking? He will just say, all Igbo in Lagos should go. That's what Okpe will bring tomorrow and say the entire Yoruba said all Igbo should go. And then they start making it issues. And Abati will just sit down there and be doing legal analysis and be quoting some legal maxims there. That's what they think. So it's simple. Those who sow the wind shall reap the wind will. That is what is happening to Abati. I won't pity him. Because I remember, you see, and sometimes I wonder what Abati is saying is a very simple. Abati put some facts on it. I'm not pitying him. Don't forget, I've started with that. He put some context into it. He praised what Akpabio said and everything and validated what Akpabio said. And on the flip side, he was trying to balance it. He doesn't know that people he's dealing with they are headless mob. They are not people you can balance news. You must always feed their narrative. You know, Madam Sita, you must feed their narrative now. You can't balance news with them. You must always follow them, go like that. So if you try to balance, you become the enemies. I remember when Bianca Ojukwu, you know this Bianca that is now a minister. You know they did not allow Bianca to contest in Anambra. I think I brought it on this page.
Yeah, it was my forefront that it happened.
Yes, they did not. They said she's from I think Enugu, so she should go back to her own father's state to go and contest. If somebody brings that now, it's not as it doesn't mean you hate anybody. No, it's fact. You're only stating. Akeredolu's wife. That's how they denied that one anymore. They said, you're already married to one man in those days, so go back there. Your husband cannot be governor. You are taking out this thing. That woman protested and started talking to them. Fine, his people. And now Abati is saying that there are some spaces in the Igbo land where they don't sell their ancestral land. They don't sell land. And that's why there's no expansion like that for foreigners in the land and everything. And the whole thing gonna go. My problem is...
but I'm sorry to come in if you don't mind.
No problem.
That thing Abati said, he's wrong and right. I will say that I don't know why other tribes have not have the guts to come and price land there. It's not actually that they won't sell to them. I don't really think so. But I think they don't want to buy. That should be the truth.
Maybe they
not
need
that
freeing.
they don't sell, because anytime I remember remember, sorry to come in a little more. In Port Harcourt, I have some Bini guys and some Yoruba sharps that time Rochas was the governor. You know, life there was rosy. It was a weekend getaway for some of my colleagues. And I was like, why don't you just buy a land and build something that you can always, like an estate house where you and your family can go spend some time and go. They say, God forbid to Tofiakwa. So it's not actually that they have gone there to price for a land and somebody said, because you are not Igbo, we are not going to sell to you. I think it's more of nobody has showed interest. That way, nobody will get angry.
So, Madam Sita, look at what Abati never expressed his opinion, don't forget. Abati was referring to T.O.S. Benson. You know T.S.O. Benson? T.S.O. Benson was that former Minister of Information. And I believe that T.O.S. Benson had enough money to buy his land. He won't be going and beg for land from his in-law. He was a rich man. Okay. And Abati was quoting that man. And he said that, I'm not defending Abati because I don't pity him. Don't forget. In fact, I want more to even happen to him so that I can come to his senses. But what he was saying, he had a reference. And he was making reference to documentary and video evidence. He said, don't forget he's a veteran journalist. And unfortunately, those three that are sitting with him, they are not trained journalists. Rufai was saying he studied at Greek. The other one they just bought. They said that one studied public admin. I don't know what that one studied. So all of them, they are just, I don't know where about they're going to carry all of them, just pack them. They are doing Biafra talk there. They call it show. So, but it's fine. That is where mainstream, that's how mainstream media has relegated itself these days. They pick news. That one, Rufai was saying, they'll be doing serious engagement. You'll be pressing phone. Then you will now just wake up and then be shunning, you Google thing and be shunning and I'm using it to ask questions. So, but the point I'm making is, Abati make reference to T.S.O. Benson. And Abati said, T.S.O. Benson said that. So let them go and check whether T.O. Benson said it or not now. If T.S.O. Benson said it, then that's what Abati is just making reference. I don't know.
But it's ethnic dog whistling though. In this climate that we're in, when the whole place is ethnically charged.
Wait now,
that was ethnic dog whistling.
Wait, ethnic dog whistling. That all these Oyinbo zim. I don't know it. One man. Is it today they've been doing ethnic dog whistling on channels on Rise TV? What has Abati been saying about it? So if their own dog whistling now is now coming again, their own mad dog that they raised, they bred, they fed very well, if it's now biting them and coming against them, what's my business about it? Shebi was this same Abati that started Tinubu is sick, right? Close to the election. He was the first to be calling out Tinubu and was giving some insinuation as if the guy was sick. It was the one said he should come and debate of if he's not really sick and all those nonsense things. Is that journalism? So they have a way of telling. Was it not this Okpe that brought Lagospedia to Lagospedia issue tweet to live TV on that their what is trending? And started gaslighting as if it's entire Yoruba that is against Igbo in Lagos. One nonsense mean Lagospedia that maybe is even 9-year-old boy that is just sitting in his corner, cashing his phone in Okoko there, or even outside Nigeria, tweeting, and they will bring his Twitter and they'll be analyzing it as if it's the entire Yoruba. Is it not the same Arise TV where they said NECO of Lagos said they should push the entire Lagos Igbo into Lagoon? We kept playing it to Kene or who here every time. That was not what NECO said. That there is a contest into it. But Rufai was saying it to date, will not believe it. Any little thing will say, is it not NECO that said they should pack all Igbo to this thing? Is that not tribal whistling? So if Abati was there and he was listening to all those this thing, when they release Igboho also, was it not Okpe who brought that issue on this thing to say now that they release Igbo, is it not tribalism for them not to release them as in Nnamdi? And they are trying to show some impartiality on the part of Tinubu. And we debated it here now when I said They are not of the same problem. They are facing different charges. When Tinubu fell during, sorry for giving all these examples, but we must put it in context. When Tinubu fell during, what were they even doing? The October 1st, and the guy fell in his agbada. They were all laughing on that TV station and everything, and they brought it there and be. So these are the kind of thing they've turned journalism into. So if they have turned into it, so why do I have to pity them? They will bring
Okay, so it's the monster he breed that has come back.
If there is that come after, you get that is a summary of my point. They will bring Davido, Dele Faro, Timia, and all those sadists. They will bring them. Those are their special guests. They will bring them to come and be say it's a drug dealer, it's a drug addict, it's this and that and that and that, and they won't balance their news at all. So why am I pitying them? So that is it, one man. Just go to Arise TV, this thing on YouTube, their channel on YouTube. Just type Yoruba. Try and be seeing their title. Try and be seeing that title. You see, Igbo must go protest festa in Lagos. Where do you see Igbo must go protest in Lagos, for God's sake? That's the kind of title you see them typing against a particular tribe. That's the kind of title they always have. Emilokon and his tribal something. That's the kind of thing you see them. When look at landmark case now. When Calabar, Lagos Coastal Line started and that landmark case, see how they were flogging it. As if it was Yoruba against Igbo. Is this same Okpe and all those Abati'S they were there now? They were flogging that issue. See when they brought Lagos indigenous law that mandates schools to be teaching Yoruba. See how they were flogging it as if that law was completely against Igbos, as if Igbo was the only other language in Lagos. Same Okpe was the one who brought what is trading. Okay, look at when there was flood in Lagos. And the Commissioner of Environment and this thing in Lagos, they were demolishing some houses in Lagos, including part of all those Ladipo market and all those areas that they turned the whole demolition exercise in Lagos against a particular tribe as if we are pushing another tribe out of that space. That's what they do there. So now, if it's going against Abati, whose anybody's problem is that? It's nobody's problem. It's the same rule and standard they've set for themselves. So let them just attack themselves. It's nobody's problem, woman.
Do you think they're going to force an apology out of him?
Well, I learned that Abbas is a shareholder in the company. I remember about himself and Obadiah. They were somehow accused of embezzlement during Jonathan's time. So we don't know what they are doing together. We don't know where they put the pot they all put their soup. So I don't know if there's going to be apology, but not necessarily, not really from Abati. Abati is a very arrogant person. You remember there was one lady like that Abati warned that why would you call me Abati? You remember that episode?
Yes, well, you are my naming ceremony.
You're my naming ceremony. Why do you guys? So he's a very arrogant man. So I don't see him coming to live TV and come and apologize to anybody. Maybe in the office, they call them to the office and then they will ask her to apologize.
Apologize for what exactly?
Well, she told the lady,
because they are going after him quite viciously on Twitter. That's just the thing. So
that he said Igbos don't sell land.
Yeah, and these people they have a particular talent for wearing people down. They will, no matter how strong he is, they will wear him down, and then they can frustrate his life.
Really?
Yeah. Don't let them come after you. They can traumatize you.
But they always come after me on your platform.
Yeah, but these are just pathetic people now. If they launch the full force against you, when they tell her now, if they launch the full force.
Those guys,
they can't do anything to forget that one.
They call it cancel culture. They'll cancel you.
But Obeni, to buttress on what you're saying, you see, when you listen to the media, I keep saying this, they think they can rule the world. If you trace the Nigerian Biafran war, you will see pockets of media incitement in it. Because a newspaper carried the story. Another newspaper carried the story. That thing started riot and buying of people. So when I see people like Reuben and the other guy that wears glasses, that is always pressing his phone, I don't even know whether they don't tell them the topic. While I was in Nigeria, that guy has been in that channel for a long time. Maybe they don't tell them the topic before they start, because if they tell them the topic, he should have a paper where he looks at what he jotted down and speak. But this time, he's always typing something in his phone. And when you see what these people vomit from their mouth, if you don't hold yourself, you can go and act on it.
Yes, now.
I'm telling you, the media, most of the problem, you see, religion and the media, than one of our major problems on planet Earth.
I agree with you now. Look at where Tundu was still with them. There were insinuations that the reason why Tundu left them was because they impliedly or explicitly call that our father also involved in drug in that Tinubu's drug deal.
Really?
Because, Hundeyin was one of their hosts. They host today one time, and Hundeyin's narrative is that Abiola was their major kingpin in Nigeria. So it was around that time Tundun left. So many people started connecting it to reason why Tundun left them. So, but what can you say? That's their own style of journalism now. They just pick one issue, they gaslight it. They have narrative they follow and they gaslight it. So
look at the feel and texture of this session as opposed to when Pansat is here. Maybe we should start letting him in limited time. Look at how civilized the conversation. Even disagreeing is still civilized, But carry on.
So the one that pains me most, not pains me anyway, the one that's so visible for me most was that their Igbo must go protest festa in Lagos, and there was no single protest.
When did that happen?
They brought this guy now. That if you Google now, just look for it.
No,
they brought this guy.
When did the protest happen?
There was no protest.
You weren't there.
They just pick Lagospedia. Lego one, they don't know.
Let me show you something along the lines of let me do two things. I want you to listen to this very carefully. I'm not sure if Zita has heard this. I want you to listen to this very carefully, and then I'll show you a headline. We've played this endlessly, so people just accommodate. I'll play it again, but there's a reason, and everybody listen very carefully. Listen to this.
But he's right if he says that Igbos are entrepreneurial. And I end by what people say about Igbos. That if you enter a community, a village, you don't see an Igbo man there, please pack your things and go. It means that place is not conducive. However, let me give the flip side. Chief Tos Benson, T.O.S. Benson, former Minister of Information, now late, on one occasion at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and I'm not making this up, he said it publicly. If anybody can contradict me, let them do so. He said something about Igbo people. He said he had an Igbo wife and had an Igbo daughter, that he wanted to buy land in Igbo land for his daughter, for his wife, to say, I'm getting old. Tos Benson is getting old. Let me build in this place for my wife. He said that his in-laws told him that they don't sell land to outsiders. That is the irony of Nigeria about the politics of federation, of unity. The same.
Okay, you heard them quite clearly there. So from what he said, this headline came out. Can you see that?
Of course. It's just to sell now, to sell paper.
It's unbelievable stuff. So that's ethnic baiting right there. From that, this headline came out.
You see, firstly came to Yoruba and buy land in Southeast. But one man, you do this now.
Yeah, but what
see all your headlines now. You just catch one headline. See today's headline now. Samepa panicking. They should pick all of you.
Don't worry. We have just some little fry in the middle of nowhere now.
They should pick all of you.
One man, I think it's just what they call in communication, they call it hook. But most people run with the hook. Maybe if you read the story down the line, you will know that it is not exactly as the hook. But most people who communicate and read information do not understand the best way to communicate to people. You have to get them attracted with your hook, just as you do in this platform. They will say, begging, what is going on? Then they will continue reading. If you read the story down the line, you might find out that they actually mentioned it the way the guy said it. So it's just a hook. But I noticed that most people in the world, they run with the hook of the news or the hook of the communication. It's just like saying two people are dancing and then you want people to come and watch. You said, oh my God. Okay, let me say it in Igbo. Everybody will come and want to see what is the olololo. And when they get there, they find out that it's two beautiful girls dancing. It's just a hook. But the way they put it, I don't pity them because
I agree. It's a hook, but we now live in the world where people don't read beyond the headline. Yes, they just read the first two with the paragraph. What do you call it? And then that thing is gone. So that's what we.
All right. When stay there, I still want to hear from you about this institute being named after Wole Soyinka and a few.
I thought you had some issues, some interesting issues. I don't even know.
Yes. I'm still going to bring it round to you, but let's say from Zita, Prince, now
That's
from
fine,
Daddy Patoski. Then I want to come back. I especially want to hear from. I hope you have thoughts on the Wole Soyinka thing because
Patoski is there.
This Patoski is there. So this
Boni, Chama.
It's been a while.
I don't know eating today. You're always eating now.
No, I'm in the office. No,
it's
it's almost past dinner now. So
look at that. Patrick, I hope you are doing exercise to match the level of who am I to talk even?
I eat only once a day, woman.
So do I. But I'm so big,
No, I'm not big. I'm not.
Patoski, I know what you look like now. What do you mean you're not big?
I'm not. I'm just about.
Just big bones.
I'm about 80 something, 88 kilogram, 19. Yeah.
All right, Brian. Let's move the conversation round. Take it to Zita. So Zita, we're still somewhat picking up the remnants of the Simon Ekpa narrative.
One man, go to the next person. I'm doing something. I'll keep interjecting from time to time. You know what I mean? The US.
All right, Prince. So the first to you, Prince. So Prince. And there it is. The first then to Patoski. I think Prince having a bit of connection problem there. So Patoski, we're talking about Simon Ekpa, the remnants of it. Reuben Abati'S versus Okpe, which you never thought. I've always thought we would talk about Reuben Abati'S and Okpe at some point, but I thought we'd be talking about them in a romantic fashion, not in this fashion. And then Wole Soyinka, University of Ibadan launches Wole Soyinka Institute to immortalize the Nobel laureate. So too many things being named after Wole Soyinka. NNPC directs marketers to seize petrol imports, cites Dangote Refinery's capacity. So it looks as though that monopoly that Dangote has been after, he finally gets. We have not stopped funds allocation to River State. Federal government debunking the fake news being put out by Fubara. how Nigerian government pressured Finnish authorities to arrest Simon Ekpa, the long arms of the Nigerian state reaching into that space. And then this one somewhat tickled me. I don't know if it even irritates me. NECO accredits schools in Niger Republic, Equatorial Guinea for SSCE, BEC examinations. So the Fulanization of the Nigerian, whatever it is, the Northerners still fighting the tax bill, threatening fire and brimstone. Wale Edun blaming Buhari and everybody else for the mess they've made of the economy. So free flow.
Thank you, Roman. Before I forget, let me quickly address the issue of NECO. It looks like it doesn't sound like popular, but that's a good news now. It's not fulanization now. Niger Republic and Equatorial Guinea. It means that schools there will be writing NECO just like they are writing WAEC and stuff like that. It means they are recognizing the body. You understand? And it means more money for them too. It's our national examination body. If schools there seeking accreditation to write NECO, it means that the universities there are ready to accept NECO. And it also means that the secondary school there that are writing will be paying NECO, which is very good. It means the examination body is spreading, and maybe with time they will overtake WAEC. To me, this is good news. It's a plus to the management of NECO. With concerning Simon Ekpa, I believe, even before now, I was trying to say that I could see the hand of the Nigerian government in the whole thing. You understand? When you go about making all those noise and the government is just quiet and they just leave you, it doesn't mean that they are not doing something. You understand? And we are beginning to see gradually. If Nigeria is actually involved strongly, we might end up seeing Ekpa in Nigeria very soon. In short, some information that I got, the guy might just land here. I don't know how they're going to do it, but the guy might end up here. Mind you, nobody wants to put.
But by here, you mean Canada?
In Nigeria, sorry.
Oh, all right. Okay.
You see, there's no government that wants to keep somebody who's an insurrectionist in his own territory or in his own country. I'm not saying it's happening like that in Europe, but if it's in Eastern Europe that this is happening, where people have tendency to take placard and say we want to go, or is in Asia that is doing this, they will be the one to quench him because they wouldn't want him to sensitize their own citizens to start doing all that. You understand? So there's no government that wants that. You can imagine if it's Nigeria and somebody is in Nigeria is saying that maybe another country trying to support secessionists in our country. Nigerian government will pick him because they will know that if you do that, it's going to sensitize the Southeasterner. So all those noise that he's making, the guy is just being, to me, he's being childish a little. The people that wants to do those things, you won't see them make all that kind of noise, that amount of noise. You understand? They say actions speak louder than voice. You could take some action. It doesn't have to be violent, and I keep saying that you don't have to go violent. There's nothing you achieve with violence that you cannot achieve better without it. If you sit down, if you claim to be people that are very intelligent, you claim to be people that have international influence, you claim to be people that have money, that means you already have all it takes to make changes globally. If you are intelligent, you have money, and you have your children in position of influence globally, all you need to do is you start using them, sell it to them. If your children that are in international scene cannot publicly identify with you, it means that your position is not popular. If, for example, I'm looking at a region that is being suppressed. Okay, look at Tibet, for example. If Ngozi had been from Tibet, do you think she would have kept quiet, even as the chair of World Trade Organization? Do you think she would have kept quiet?
I doubt that.
She will be at the forefront of it. she will be at the forefront of, because it's when you have children like that, those are the people you can use to make changes. You have so many of them, you claim to have so many of them, but the point is that you can't sell it to a Simon Ekpa. Cannot go to Ngozi and begin to say, Auntie, see why we need to stand out and speak. That woman cannot stick a reputation for this. So that's why you need to sit back and begin to think of, okay, where are we really getting it wrong? Are we making the wrong call? If the people that are prominent, people that have nothing to lose, are not buying into our this thing, you understand, are not buying into our what we are selling, then could it be that we are charting the wrong course, or
But
could it be that
can I comment?
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
You said if the people who are prominent are not buying what we are selling, let's be honest. Apart from Ojukwu, that I want to be civil about it, that told his people a lot of the things he told them that made them to come out to follow him, that caused that alienation. Apart from Ojukwu, the rest has nothing to sell. They're not actual. I don't know if you have sit down carefully to listen to them. They are not actually selling. Why I mentioned Ojukwu is that Ojukwu, yeah, he fought a war. But these people are moving in circles. In circles. That's why somebody came here last time. I said Simon Ekpa was arrested because he said he's going to declare Biafra on the 2nd of December. I said no. He has always been putting a date for the declaration that he never does. So it is a circle. They're not selling anything. It's when you have something to sell, then somebody can listen to you. But these guys are not selling. Okay, they just played in Nnamdi Kanu here. What was he selling? Is he talking about Biafra? Is he talking about where people he has talked to, United Nations, he has gone to this. I've seeked knowledge of this. I've seeked this. This is the way it's going to be done. This is the first step to this. You have to discuss this. I don't know, but never mind. You can continue.
Exactly, because the point is that if I'll give a good example, the June 12th. The June 12th is a national issue because the whole of Nigeria voted. But it became more effective when the Yoruba as a tribe took it up and felt this is a slap on all of us. And they fought it and they got it. And that brought a lot of respect to the Yoruba people. And sure, if other tribes are considering the treatment of Yoruba or considering you, they would normally think that would place them on alert, like, oh, what about the interest of these people? It would not be like, leave those people, nothing they can do, because they've seen that in the past we have done something. And we didn't necessarily do it and take arm, but we had intelligent people like Soyinka, people like General Akinwumi, people like prominent Yoruba people that have got influence, that started pushing. International community, all over the place. They went on exile. They were still fighting. That's the thing. And Yoruba students, the students in Yoruba in Southwestern universities, the students in the Southwestern Polytechnics in Nigeria, then in short, we were all not tired of staying at home, because though it affected us, but we were ready to just keep fighting and staying. In short, I didn't even think of, when are we going to graduate again? Because at that point, not that we're catching cruise, but we felt it was worth fighting for. You understand? So we all came together. Some traditional rulers compromised, but some traditional rulers stuck their neck. Look at Obasikiru Adetono then, I remember. That's at the risk of their life, at the risk of their throne, at the risk
Even
of
laughing for you.
yeah, even laughing for you.
It was
Yeah, I think it was just the only that they said was questionable that time. Every Yoruba traditional ruler.
Sorry, Opatoski. Let me remind you of the history. You remember that he was inside that struggle that Alaafin of Oyo was. They set him up and they said that they caught him with some drugs or something like that in his bag while traveling.
Yes, I remember.
And
because
I think his son had to become a fall man for that thing.
Yeah, the issue of Ashikpa and all those stuff.
Yes, during Abacha time.
I remember. Do you know the thing? Do you know that? I remember now because it was after they had the meeting. Oni was supposed to be the spokesperson for them, and Oni was more or less speaking for government. It was Alaafin that
was compromising. It was Alaafin that spoke out.
Alaafin spoke out, and that thing destroyed everything.
Yeah,
I remember. Sure, that was the time I started respecting the man. I didn't know he was that articulate and everything. Yeah, I remember now. So all the Yoruba traditional rulers stood together. That is the issue. They will not take a gun. Now, if it get to the point where they will have to take a gun, it will not come immediately, but they will take it. They are not cowards too. I stand to be corrected. I am somebody that grew up in the military environment. The most prominent military officers in battles were from Southwest. I was surprised when I was discussing with people who had been to the field, whether in Liberia or in the Civil War. Or the Northerners are many in the army, but when they say tough military officers who have led battles in Liberia and Sierra Leone, Yugoslavia and Sudan, they were Yoruba officers. People like Benjamin Adekunle, people like Major General Akpata, people like so many of them, people like Alani Akinade. Those Yoruba people that are in the military, though not many, but are fearless, and they are very. And most military officers, if they are listening to me now, they can almost attest to it. So it's not as if the Yoruba people are also afraid of fighting, but they are very intelligent people. They have so many things. They have high stake in their environment, in their community, in their place. And that's why that's how they've been able to make that part of the country the most peaceful. Because they know the importance of peace. They are intelligent, they have network, they have names, they have reputation, they have what you call it. But they can fight. They can fight with pen, they can fight with their voice, and they can fight with gun if they need be. So, but these guys, they left the fight to their young men. Let me also still say this. If for example, there's a fight and you are leaving the Yoruba fight to the young men, it will not be like the likes of Nnamdi Kanu that will lead the fight. That's why when Sunday Igboho was leading, I say, no, this one is not serious. There are Yoruba
That's what I keep telling them, but they won't listen.
There are Yoruba young men that if they come out, you will know these are the ones that are fighting the right fight. Do you understand? So when they say Sunday Igboho, I say that means Yorubas are not ready to fight. Because when Yorubas are ready to fight, they know the team to put forward. They know the thing to put forward. And the way they protected Sunday Igboho, all of you thought it was Sunday Igboho that was smart. It was the wisdom of the Yoruba people and say, let's just keep him in Benin Republic till this man go. When he goes, we release him to Germany. That was the wisdom. It wasn't like if Buhari wanted him, they would get him. But the Yoruba people was like, oh yeah. If you remember, do you know Wole Soyinka visited him in Benin Republic? Doing all this noise and everything.
Did the king not visit him as well? I'm not mistaken. Oni, yes. Oni visited him.
Oni of that I spoke against, they all visited the Obas in Benin Republic and say, Omo wani esha bawa keep CB. Tobaya ori e ma clear pada. Is he not calm now? Is he not calm now? So when
where's the Yoruba nation that he was after even? So suddenly his brother is there now. So no more Yoruba. Look at that.
It's not Yoruba nation. One man is not Yoruba nation. It's Yoruba nation.
Yoruba nation.
let it not be like, oh, I'm just hailing Yoruba. But what I'm saying is that the Igbos have better people than Nnamdi Kanu if they want to fight. When Ojukwu was fighting, Ojukwu was somebody that schooled in Europe now.
He went to Oxford.
Yeah, went to the best university in Europe, one of the best in the world. So he had money, his father had money, he was even in a position of power. He was the governor.
You know that Nnamdi Kanu is not educated. I think he left midway through Nnamdi in UNN or something, and he never went to school in the UK. So it's not really, you know.
So what I'm saying is that
Ekpa studied international law now. Something.
Yes, he has a master's, doesn't he, in law?
So Ekpa is well read.
So what I'm saying is that the Igbos, if they want to fight their fight, want to take their fight forward, they know the people to use. They know the people that if they invite to UN today to come and speak, they won't need a written speech. If Yorubas want to present somebody like that, they know people of their children that look, oh yeah, they know where to put them from different professions. And when they say, okay, there's an emergency of United Nations Security Council today, we need you to go and address. They know their children that will not even look at paper to address those people. That's leadership. So, but if Nnamdi Kanu is the one leading, so you can imagine the quality of followers that he has. We had one of my brother here last week or this week, and the kind of things they say, the kind of things they sell. Oh, Trump has also said he's giving Nigeria so and so time to release him. Trump has in his acceptance speech or in his victory speech, he said this, and all those kind. That's the kind of audience that they have, because the quality of people. So their prominent people are not buying this idea. So it's dead on arrival. It's going nowhere. It's just that they are going to be punishing poor people. And it's very sad, because even when the government wants to make effort to save them or rescue them, they are the one fighting it. They say Fulani, Fulani, Fulani. You can imagine, for example, if the Southerners want out, you can imagine a fight for exit without defaming other tribe. You can imagine how beautiful and how beautiful that fight is. If you are fighting and you are not abusing this Yoruba, you are not abusing the Fulani, you are not abusing the Hausa, you are just pushing your point forward, and you are just getting straight to government and pushing your point forward in a very articulate way, you can imagine how beautiful that fight is going to be and how effective it will be. But if you are Fulanizing, making all those, it's because you don't have a message. You don't have something to say, this is the reason why we want to leave. If you have a message that articulates in a very strong sense the reason why you want to leave, and to me, I could give them the reparation, the reconstruction, all those things that are supposed to take place in Southeast had not been done. So those are foremost reasons why not, we have not become president. What are you going to gain in becoming president? If you are able to push for reconstruction, when there's
you know, Patrick, I keep arguing that the silent majority in the Southeast don't actually want Biafra. I'm not convinced that the majority do.
You see, the issue is this: apart from majority does not want, but do they have a grievance? Do they have something they want to fight for? Yes. I'm not from Southeast. I can see some things that, okay, if they say, Patrick, you are from Enugu, after I even went to secondary school there a little, so you have to come and represent us. I know the things to push forward that the government cannot say, oh, no, you are not right. We fought a war, and there's a commitment for reconstruction, and that has not been done over 50 years after. That's a strong argument that can be pushed to any international community. Then from there, you can say you have not been properly integrated. Then you start looking for all those loopholes. If you look, because the government that is not efficient and everything, you will find them. Then you can pinpoint those loopholes and make a case, not by saying Fulani is stupid, Yoruba is a betrayer, I hate the culture. That's not how to articulate cases now. You will need the Yoruba support. You might need the Hausa support. But you have already called them all kind of names. If you truly believe in out, which I also believe in, if they want to go, let them go. Nobody wants to stay with somebody that does not love them. If as a country, if, for example, you have a spouse that does not love you, you don't have to beg them. Because if your spouse wants to leave, I'm not saying people should be leaving. If he doesn't want to stay with you, and he's insisting on leaving, if you insist on him staying, it's going to make life a hell for you. Look at that. Let me throw in something for him. Look at that prodigal son that left his father. His father didn't tell him not to. If the father didn't stop him, he said he wanted to go. If that one was his father or born, he did not let go. He took his own portion of his father's wealth because he felt that's his entitlement. The father said, okay. So if they want to go, you are going to enjoy them better if you let them go. Of course, you do well with your neighbors now. But the point is that if you are holding them against their wish, they are going to suffer, and you are going to suffer. So what they have done is like a child that is protesting. You know, some babies, when they protest, they start hitting their head against the wall. I've seen some babies like that. Maybe you collect something from them, and they are crying. You see them hitting their hand on the ground, hitting their head against something, crying, trying to injure themselves. So at the end of the day, as a mother, you say, okay. If you can't give him that thing, you begin to pet him. Maybe that's the strategy they are using. But we are saying that is a childish strategy. Only babies do that in their bid to get their mother's attention, to get what they want from their mother. They start crying, they roll on the floor, they hit their hand on their leg on the floor, they hit their head against the wall, injure themselves. No, you can articulate, you can rally round, you can mobilize, you can get even other country, other nations to support you. But if you can't get your neighbors, the Southwesterner, the Middle Belter, to support you, how are you going to convince a Niger, a Cameroon, a Guinea, an America, a UK to support you? It's going to be difficult. So they have the wrong set of soldiers at the front fighting this battle for them. In short, they don't even come across to me like somebody who will listen to advice, even if they are wrong. But they have think tank that comes up with strategy and say, okay, this is what we should do, and this is a phase. This is the stage where we are. We are the talking stage first, and you get a think tank to do that strategy, and they begin to tell you, okay, Nnamdi, you are going to be the forefront. Don't worry. If you are just stuck with being at the forefront, fine, be at the forefront, but let us support you. This is what you should do. This is what you should do. This is what you should do. They would have been more effective. But the question I will even ask is, let's even assume they give them Biafra today. Is it even Nnamdi Kanu that will become the president of Biafra? Or Simon Ekpa? Those are the kind of question people like that, my brother, Soli or whatever.
But Simon Ekpa already is the Prime Minister of Biafra. Did you not get the memo?
Which memo?
If they ask him a question, they ask him that question, no, in Dr. Damage's program. They ask Sam Ekpa that what role, yes, that what role does he want to play after that's if they actualize Biafra. I think his answer first and foremost is presently is Prime Minister, and that he's elected to be Prime Minister presently. But if they actualize this thing, whatever position the Biafrans give him, he will take, but he will surely participate in the government of Biafra.
Okay, the Prime Minister is okay. President Nnamdi Kanu is president.
He's the Prime Minister now, and he said they have.
So who is their president?
They have their district. They have county heads. They have district head. They have provinces. They have that guy. He's in his own world.
Maybe they should go and check him. Oh. They might need to go and check him. Oh. You don't think so?
You know, the worry is that, you can't do these things without the facilitation of some sort of reception. So the people that are receptive to these things is just that's really where the concern is. That you know, and the guy will come up with the more. I think it is testing the threshold that how far can I go before these people call time on me, and they continue to come up with the most ludicrous thing. And they continue to gobble it up, and they say, "Well, you know, Mugu, let me write them." Oh God, oh my show.
But you see, that place used to be the collection of. It used to be the space where you have one of the most educated set of people in the country. Yeah, before in the 60s, my brother used to tell me in the early 60s, before the first coup, they had the best in the civil service. They had the best in academia. In short, the first vice chancellor of University of Ibadan was from the Southeast. The university in Ibadan was from the Southeast. Kennedy still has a major hall, a big hall, just like Awolowo and the rest. Decay has always had a hall in UI. Kennedy, one of the most popular hall. So you discover that you have these people in the military, they were the top. That was how it fell on people like Aguiyi. In academia, they were. In business, they were. So how did they come to this point where somebody like Nnamdi Kanu will be the one doing this? And they might want to ask me that it's the government that caused it. Nigerian people, it is the Nigerian government that it is a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. That is because of the way they've treated them. That's why. No, it's a lie. They need to, I think they need to reflect, redefine what they want as a people, and not let these people begin to define what they want for them. They individually, they have their own, they have what they want. They can amalgamate that and see the common trend in everybody's what they want. From what I'm getting from my friends who are from there, they want peace. People, they just want to do their business and enjoy their life and raise a good family and stuff like that. So my information on that space is this: one, I will cast some blame. So I will cast the blame on a generation of people in Nigeria who witnessed the war, not just only in the Southeast, but in other parts of the country, who witnessed the war and who contributed to causing the war. That, let me start from that. People contributed to causing the war that was unnecessary. Who witnessed it, and the highest damage they did was to sell a wrong narrative. I'm not saying the false. It could be true, but is it the right thing to feed a coming generation? Is it the kind of ideology you want to feed them with? You understand? If, for example, the Southwest, Southeast, or whatever, the North, they were affected, badly affected, and yeah, if you ask them, they will say we suffer losses. Yeah, I suffer loss, but that hatred, is that what I want my child to have? The hatred that I suffered loss, and I harbor hatred, which I suffered. If because the carrier of hatred is suffering. If I harbor loss and I suffer hatred from my hatred, do I want my child to go through that? This child is coming with a clean slate. But what they have done is that they have poisoned this coming generation. Note the word that I use, poison. Poison harms people. The content, the poison, the person that has poison in himself is the one that is affected. If poison harms your body and causes you to die, you can imagine what it does to the mind. So if you have a generation of people that you will poison their mind, they can display aggression, they can be violent, which is the manifestation of what we are seeing now. But you can imagine what it has cost them. It has caused peaceful coexistence and limited their productivity. Look at how Igbos are doing well, prospering. You can imagine how far they would have prospered if you remove this ethnic hatred, bigotry, and everything. There wouldn't have been limit to their prosperity. If you have removed those poison, there wouldn't be limit to their prosperity. So they have caused damage. That generation that made the mistake and entered a war that was unnecessary, as if that was not enough damage. Now they have poisoned people. And now, if care is not taking, these people too, they are going to sell it to their next generation. What kind of a human being, what kind of society is that? What kind of, you understand? And mind you, it's not only going to affect those all that tribe, it's going to affect you. Because you are raising a people that have that kind of mindset. That's the mindset with which they will interpret life. So when they are relating with other people, even in their own tribe, they will use the same mind that has been poisoned. And they will use it to relate with a man from Enugu will use it to relate with a man from Isialangwa. A man from Isialangwa will use the same mindset to relate with a man from Olu, with a man from Abakaliki. And that's what's going to keep happening. And then we have a society that is disconnected and is full of hatred. If you give them Biafra now,
do you think it's too far? Do you think it's too far gone? Is it an irreversible situation?
No, it's not. That's the beauty of death. That's the beauty of death. People die. It's an opportunity to erase something. No matter how wicked you are, your wickedness will go when you are gone. And people can freely think without you. If you are the one that is stopping everybody, creating issues, doing everything, poisoning people, yeah, it will continue. But when you die, at least you have poisoned some people, but that portion of poison that is in you is gone. It will go. But if you are still here, you can generate more. So it will be gone. And eventually it will go away. That's how I believe in God, actually. And that is why death is beautiful. Death is a beautiful thing. Because it gives an opportunity for you to restart the society again. Even as a human being, it gives an opportunity for you to go down and die and come up again. Look at seeds. When you plant them, they go to the ground, they die. That seed will not grow into something beautiful if you keep it like that until it dies. You understand? So that society can be reinvented. Things can change by transformation of the current set of people, by changing the narratives, because words are very powerful. They work like yeast. When you put it in a loaf, it begins to, people take it in and they begin to think about it. But you see the loaf rising and rising, you won't even know that the yeast is working until it becomes big and then ends up on your table. That's how the world works. That's how it transforms. You won't even know anything is happening. And that's the danger of wrong words too. When you speak wrong word to people, they take it. When you speak a word, you have control over it. But when you speak it to people, you don't have control over it anymore. Those people can process it into anything. They can become different kind of things as a result of your word. They can become loving and wonderful and great people. They can become the most wicked people. That's why we should be very careful, especially when we are speaking to children. Don't ever say wrong words to children. Even when things are tough, don't give them that. Don't give them that. Give them something that they can process and they can use. And even when things around them are bad, but if they have those words, it will change them. So that's the kind of society that we need to start. They need to recreate in that place. And by the time they start recreating that, then the old people that's got that thing, some of them will also be partially changed. Some of them will phase out because death brings an end to these things. So that to me it is not in another maybe a generation, even if they don't die, if they are still here, they will be too old to make any change or to cause anything. So you understand. So that's the beauty of death in my own words too. But the point is, I'm looking forward to seeing Samuel Ekpa in Nigeria, for him to be there. I'm looking forward to when they will take him to Nigeria, and then I expect to see someone who is a revolutionary stand up in the East. The kind of revolution that will change people. You look, that place can be the best place in the country if you change the people. If the people are very good, then the place will be good. If the people are very good, the place will be good. There's no if you give them is it Biafra now? If you give them Biafra and now share the Biafra state into different country, don't just give them one, give them like 5 countries all together. Nothing will happen if the people there, if they still have the same people here, there. The people that are used to abusing other people, that's not going to go away. That thing that Nnamdi Kanu is doing is not as a result of the southwest or the northern. It is what is in him. That hatred is not as a result of what has been done to him.
Is it actually hatred or is it machismo? Because sometimes I feel and please don't slaughter me, but I feel that sometimes the Southeast, sometimes they seem to be subsumed with this need to be alpha and to show machismo and to be dominant, and some interpretation of masculinity that seems somewhat staid and somewhat stuck in the past, sort of. I think that's why the guy, even in the court, is booming, because he feels he has to boom to project that alpha male machismo, something that seems to be currency in that space.
Now, with his reaction in the court, he could be programmed to behave like that. It could have been his lawyers or his people could have said, okay, don't show weakness, like that. But the point is, what led to this point, I'm sure must have been started by Nnamdi Kanu's father or his uncles. Because when he was born a simple child now. Every child is born simple. If you say no, I'll ask you, what was on your mind the day you were born? Nothing. It's what people put in there that makes you into the kind of a person that you have become. What goes into you, and those are the things that are going to be responsible for your habits, for things you do. And the things you do more often and frequently, that more frequently becomes your habit, and they define you as a person. So it is hatred. It is hatred. So you can imagine, if you have hatred in you, no matter how nice people are, it is not the reaction or what people do to you that makes you do that way. It is what is in you. Yoruba has a saying that says, it is what the drunk has in mind that he speaks or he spews out when he's drunk. If somebody is drunk and he doesn't know your name, he will not suddenly look at you and call you one man. No. He must have heard one man and he must have related with you before. He will not suddenly begin to, because you are drunk, he will not suddenly be solving complex mathematical problem or solving complex engineering equation. No, if he doesn't have it in him. Let me close with this. There's a man is in the UK. He was in the UK. He was in Scotland precisely. I think so. Yeah, Scotland. His name was C.S. Lewis. He wrote the Chronicles of Narnia. He wrote some other books. He wrote a book called Mere Christianity. That was one of the foremost Christian apologetics books ever written. He said something. He was trying to talk about why we are who we are, and is not what we do is actually what's in us, and not as a result of what people, because of what people do to us. For example, he said, he started, I'll try to quote him. He said, when I come to my evening prayer and I'm reflecting on my sins of the day, what comes to mind is at a point maybe I've stormed at somebody or gotten provoked at someone, or a beggar that comes to me and I just try to push him away or try to provokingly just react. He said, actually, it is not those actions that made me to do that, but what's in me. Now, he then gave an analogy of a rat in a cellar. A rat in a cellar, if you go into the ceiling and you just burst into it and see rats running, it is not the suddenness of your action that puts the rat there. It is the suddenness of your action that steers those rats from where they are. So it's not the provocation that made you a bad person, but it's the provocation that revealed who you are. That's the way C.S. Lewis just narrated and reframed it. So it's not the Fulani guy, the thing that made Nnamdi Kanu to be that, which is a provocation, but it is the provocation that made us to see the kind of a person that Nnamdi Kanu is. So to me, it's hatred. And I blame his parents for that. If you look at people like Hitler and all this stuff, they look at their childhood and say, okay, this must have been responsible for this kind of action. This, because even Hitler, when he was born, he was probably born a baby. I'm sure they will be happy and say, oh, what a beautiful little thing, you know. Look at his smiley face. But look at what he eventually turned out to become. Wow. How did he get to that point? Did he suddenly grow up and became like that? No. They should look at his parents. They should look at his upbringing. They should look at the same thing with Kanu. The parents, then the society also were feeding him. Look at the way people were going to him. They will go to his knee. He will be putting his hand on them. I said, what's wrong with this boy? He will be kneeling down. They will be kneeling down for him. He will wear one Jewish whatever. This guy blaming pastors. So he will be wearing one. There's no pastor that they worship like that.
Of one of the comical things that Nnamdi Kanu had done, I thought that was the funniest. Suddenly he decided that he was a Jew, and then started wearing all these tea coats on his
all
head,
those scarves,
and going to Jerusalem to bang his head on
the Wailing Wall. Put one cap around his head, put that scarf, and then they will go to his knee. Even that's against Jewish culture now. You don't worship human beings. In short, it is punishable by stoning. You understand? They'll go to his feet and worship him. Then that's when they are feeding, that's how they are feeding his ego and feeding all those things. And he feels that, oh, because of this attribute or attitude that he has, that's why they are doing all that. So we'll keep doing it. One man, let me move to another place, please, I beg. I think somebody else.
Yes, and please, anybody that wants to hop on as well, because it's just the four of us, so we can just and it's four civilized panelists. So maybe I won't include myself in that. People will say, but you know, so we can just make it conversational. But this space here, the immortalization of Wole Soyinka by University of Ibadan. University of Ibadan launches Wole Soyinka Institute to immortalize Nobel laureate. So there is justification for it, but if you look at the wealth of harvest that Wole Soyinka has been having since Tinubu came into situation, is it getting a bit excessive? There was a major highway, I think, named after him in Abuja. I think there's a rail station named after the same guy. The National Arts Theatre has now been renamed after him, and then he's getting this institute. I know Tinubu said Emi Lokan, Yoruba Lokan, but is this taking it that step too far?
Yeah, with Professor Wole Soyinka, I think this one was done by the university. That's his alma mater now. You went to UI. And another school that I think might even do that is Ife, because he was a lecturer in Ife for a long time. So that's his alma mater. So The only one that Tinubu to me have done for him is the
National Theatre.
National Theatre. The station was done by Buhari when Fashola was the Rotimi Amechi and the rest, and I'm sure he had a lot of influence on people like Rotimi. You know, Rotimi studied classics too. I think Rotimi studied classic. He must have had some influence.
I think he's gone back to study law, hasn't he?
Yeah, so Rotimi is very sound though. Rotimi is very sound.
I used to think of him as an idiot, you know.
No, Rotimi is sound. Rotimi is sound. So he must have had some very strong influence on him. So that's the name that station after him. The one in Abeokuta in Lafenwa. And you know he lives in Abeokuta. Though he's from Ijebu, but he lives in Abeokuta. I think he grew up in Abeokuta, but he's from Ijebu. So they definitely named the one after him. So if you are, because they're alumni of that school, and if they create a center,
no,
but now if somebody has done so much, if somebody has done so much, then it should be rewarded so much. You understand? Someone has done so much.
Although I remember during Buhari's administration, he named I think probably the most preeminent highway in Abuja after a Niger Republic former president. You know, I think that one, Derby or something, one that has like a 4-5 letter. Yeah.
It is Derby. That's Chad.
Yeah.
That's Chad.
Oh, all right.
I know.
Yes.
I think they would do that for him. It was for politics. Idris Deby was one person at the forefront of the fight against Boko Haram. It was really, that man was really supportive and helpful.
Did he not actually lose his life at the front?
Yes, he lost his life at front line against a rebel group in his country. But Idris Deby was at the forefront of fight against Boko Haram. At the point, you know, the Chadian soldiers, Boko Haram was scared. Was more afraid of the Chadian soldiers than Nigerian at the point.
I don't think anybody is afraid of the Nigerian soldiers, you know. No, the only people is beating people up at bus stops is their specialty.
But what I mean is, he really deserves it, you understand? Idris Deby deserves it. So Soyinka will still have more because he has done much. I'm sure Ogun State will still do for him. He's from Ogun State.
Are you surprised they've not named the university after? I think somebody is saying on Facebook that it's from Okpe in Abeokuta in Ekpa land.
Okay, they want to name it.
No, I'm saying, are you surprised that they have not? And do you anticipate that they would name a university after him?
They might, but I'm just looking at which university now. Maybe an Ogun State
University. Ibadan now, you know, it's bigger than a state uni now. It's bigger than a state uni.
Maybe an Ogun State University, or he grew up in Abeokuta, but he's actually from Ijebu. They're actually from Ijebu. His mom is from Abeokuta. His mom is like an aunt to Fela or something. His mom is related to Fela's dad. You know, I think his mom was like a cousin to Fela's dad.
Yes.
So that's why
it's almost not related to them as well. I think there's a lot of inbreeding amongst those.
No, Obasanjo is from Ogun. I think Fela is from Akpe.
No, did he even write a book called Akpe? He wrote a book called Akpe, The Story of My Youth.
So I'm sure he grew up with them there, because his father was a teacher too, and I think they were in Abeokuta. The mother is the one that is the cousin of Professor Kuti or something. I don't know the relationship. Maybe younger brother, younger sister or something. I don't know, but I know they are cousins. And so he grew up in Abeokuta with them, but he's actually from Ijebu. Whether Elisions is not even a very big Ijebu, not a very popular Ijebu, but his house is in. I've been around there. His house before. His house in Kenta, towards Ajebo. He used to live in a very remote place, but now development has gotten there. I think he also tried to move back. They've reconstructed that area, but he's trying to keep the natural environment and everything there.
You know, he lives in a very weird sort of. It almost like he lives in the forest. There was a time I saw, you know, and he has
But I think they started selling the land there.
He has an amphitheater in his house. You know,
they started selling land there. When Soyinka moved there, that was a forest. You even cross some stream. You cross some. Then they started they started an estate there. Some of my friends got land there, you know. But even at that, his own house is still very far from the estate, and nobody wants to even go there because it's bushy and all those things. But I think they are beginning to extend to that place. So I think he's acquired more place. I think he acquired a large space there. So he's trying to reforest.
Didn't he marry some very, very beautiful girl, very young, but
young? Yeah, but the woman is no longer young now. What did that man say?
Yes, but you know, I remember it would have been a good 20-something years, if not 30 years older than her.
Yeah. But if you see the man is fantastic. I've only met him once.
What is wrong in loving Wole Soyinka, woman?
No, now that's chancing now. You know,
no, it's not chancing.
I hate those heavy age difference marriages like Nedu Onko and Regina Daniels. You just look at the girl; she's having fun spending money now. But when the guy soon now 80, and then no matter how healthy a lifestyle, he can't keep up with that pace now. By the time that guy is 80 something, she'll be in her mid 30s, 2-3 children. So then what happens to the rest of her life?
Have you met Wole Soyinka before?
No, I haven't, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I wish I had.
Opportunity to meet him.
Woman, it depends on what. I don't know how to put it. It depends on what a woman wants in life. Some women, let me tell you I'm a woman. Some women like that thing you are talking about. And if you are a woman that like that thing you are talking about, like when she's in her late 30s and the man is in his late 80s or early 80s, how will she cope with her? If you are a woman who like that thing you are talking about, you are not supposed to marry a man like that. To save the world from frustration and agony and stories that touches the heart. So that's what I always tell a woman. You know yourself. You know who you are. If your life is just for you to have a partner, you do that thing, it's okay. You know, it's okay. But have a happy life, have a comfortable home. When it comes to now, let it flow naturally. Not that you go about being hungry for it. Then you can marry an elderly man. It doesn't matter. But if you're a woman who must do a bebe maybe 2 times in a day, you should look for somebody who is ready to do a bebe 4 times in a day. That way you are covered. But one thing is sure, as a woman, pick the one that is most important to you. What is that one you cannot do without? What is that one that will put you into trouble? That's the one you should first sort out in a marriage. If you are a woman who like class, like dressing well, like posh places, like aura and dignity, that's what makes you happy. That's what you cannot trade. Then you go for it.
What do you think the average woman wants the most? What's the elixir?
Woman. A man, a woman, you were asleep when she was created. You cannot understand her. So a woman thing is actually woman by woman. Every woman has her own red line. What is your red line might not be my red line. What you can trade, maybe, probably I cannot trade it. But men seem to categorize all of us. Look at what you just said now. At 30-something, how would he cope with her? So you have categorized all women that as they get older, probably they will want it more. But that's not the truth. It differs per woman. Some women just like that stilettos and that's it. It's not every woman that is tending towards that. Honestly, sincerely speaking. Not every woman. Because when you are a young girl of maybe 26 and you decide to marry somebody who is 55, you should understand that this man is getting old. If you are somebody who does ebebebe, this man cannot cope up with you. So why marry him? That's just the truth. So you should know why you are marrying him. Are you marrying him because you're a woman who likes to be dignified, who likes Porsche, who likes to be doted on, who likes to be taken care of, irrespective of the other one or not the other one? But some women don't actually ask themselves these questions before they get married. More especially women from Africa, maybe because of the pressure of getting married as a woman. So you will see women say, okay, let me marry him. What am I doing? Now let me marry. My mess has gotten married. That's where the problem comes. So the question, what do women actually want, should not be thrown at me. I think it should be thrown at every woman you want to have a relationship with. What do you actually want? And before she open her mouth, say,
we all already know. We're only being it's money and power now. That's what women want.
No,
more than
that's
money
not true.
and power. That's it.
That's not true.
That's usually what gets them. Is that not what usually gets them? Money and power.
You see, that's what you people believe. But that is not true. It's not every woman that wants money and power. It's not every woman that wants power. Most men want the money, but they don't want the power. They want to operate on the ground. They want to have everything they want to have in this life, but very silent about it. So don't even want anything, but they want their name out there. Let it be that they are wife to so person, even if the person doesn't give them anything. So I will conclude by saying, somebody you are asleep when she was created, you can't know her. But I will advise every man, before you put a woman in your house, try and have a very nice conversation with her. If you feel she cannot open up, if you make it a conversation for an understanding, it will be good you throw the questions at all times. At all times, when she least expected that you needed an honest answer, throw the question to her so that she will give you an honest answer. That way you'll be able to know her. Why am I saying this? Because women today are not women of the old. Women of the old, these things should not come in, because when they come, they position and culture themselves to meet with the man they have, they're married, so that two of them can work together. But today women come with themselves and they run with themselves. So you have to have a nice conversation with her. But they're not the same. Every woman is not the same. In and out, they're not the same. I don't even know why men think we are the same. We are not the same. species of women are up to 1 million, if not more than. If you can categorize women as a species, there are more than 1 million species.
That means the wahala no dey finish you.
You look at
No,
that.
the wahala no dey finish now.
What was that book, Patrick? You're a man of books. Women are from Mars, men are from Venus. Or what? Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Do you remember that book?
Yeah, I remember. While I know they finish. You see, the way I don't want the topic to switch to another thing. You see, the way I'm looking at, because I deal with a lot of young men. The way things are, young men will not even want to marry again. Maybe they will just want to live their life quietly. Because the way things are, I listen to marriage counselor, motivational speaker, when they want to speak, they say the way they say we are coming for marriage discussion, but 99% of that discussion will center around women. And you say, oh, if you want to make your wife happy, do this. This is how to make your. They will now put those rules. But if you want to follow everything, that man will not have a life again. He will just die. You must do this. You must look at her when she's smiling. When she's looking down, that's a message. When she frowns her face, when if she wake up and she brush her teeth using one side of the brush,
that way.
That's a message.
No.
I say, if the man is busy looking at all those things,
you know the killer. You know the killer 3 words that you hear from a woman. You should know. You should know. What do you mean I should know? I mean, I'm not a mind reader. You tell me what you want,
Exactly.
and then if I'm able to do it, I will. So you want to me, you should know.
Or if you say, is there anything the problem? I don't know. You say you should know. If you now say so you don't know. You know those kind of. I say at this point, these men will not have a life again. And this generation of young men, I'm not sure they are ready for all that crap. That they will spend all their lives trying to study a woman. When she's sitting down, that's a message. When she sits down for too long and she's not talking to you, that's another message.
You know, the men of nowadays, they're living a life of abundance because the women are so readily available and everywhere, you know.
No, but you see, they have always been available. But you see, the moment you take one into your house, it's a different ball game. When we were younger, they have, you know how many girls are around, available around us. Even some of us there that when we just finished school, like we just got a job in the bank or get a job in the oil company, or you are like, they call it eligible, and a lot of people wants to come around you. You go to an event, they are looking at you. You know that time Benz was the best car you could get. As a bachelor, my first car was a Mercedes Benz. So when you drive, you know, the people that are driving Mercedes Benz that time, they were the big men. Anytime policeman stop me on the road, they say all these children, they go and take their father's car. I'm just looking at them. So they see you as, this guy is good. But the point is that once you marry them, finish now, it's a different thing now. So whether they are available or not, the parade will change. So that's why young men nowadays, they are not even eager. I was talking to my son. My son very soon now, you get to that age where the boy is not even. The boy is look, I'm busy. And there was a time his friends, I think I've said it here before. His friends came to our house, you know, we were around the kitchen area, they were helping. I said, okay, you guys, what is happening? Other than told them, no, I beg. They are just busy. They are not interested. And I counted them. Young boys, like 7 of them.
Patrick, do you know the reason why they are like that?
Yeah.
Do you know the reason?
No.
It is the messaging of the world today.
Okay.
The messaging in the world today has shifted from family. In fact, the woke and the liberals want to erase family on earth. So that is the messaging. You will see In those days, when you are a young person growing up, your profession, you are in the university, you get to a stage in your life, whether you are a man or a woman, you know there are stages in your life, and at a point you are getting into this stage now is for me to start forming a family. But
Yes,
that
exactly.
message is gone. In fact, the liberals and the woke society even try to make it annoying for you to mention it. They're creating a forum where when you say, my family, people around you will get angry. You shouldn't be mentioning things like that around them. Like saying, oh, my husband is coming to pick me. Oh, let me go and pick my wife. They want to create the world in a position you dare not even say that. So that's why our young ones are feeling that way. But as I said before, I think the world is sick and tired of being sick and tired of them. Somebody said it's just for a time that we get there. I say no. Majority always carry the vote. Because these liberals are not as many as we think they are.
No, they are not.
They are not.
They are just the loudest. They are just
Yes.
louder. That's all.
Yes.
They are just louder.
That creating a very terrible world. Sometimes I try to wrap my head around it. I can't. That creating a very terrible world. That the world we are in today, you are proud to say my boyfriend or my baby daddy
mama
than saying my husband.
My baby mama.
Yes.
You can't say that now. Before, you be ashamed.
You dare not.
There was
You
no
be
such
ashamed.
words, Seth. There was no such words.
You be ashamed of yourself to say you are going about doing and having
giving
children
people belly all over the place. Even garage boys were not doing that in those days now.
Even people who are hitmen, robbers, and terrible people had families in those days.
Yeah.
But these reckless liberals on planet Earth today, sometimes I wonder where they came out from. Because sometimes I look at people when they speak, I begin to wonder who gave this madman or a mad woman microphone to speak. Because I listen to them from one media house to the other. Sometimes because while in Tromso, like I'm alone most times. So bored, you will see me moving from one channel to the other, listening around the world. What some media houses, their anchors say, I think they're mad. Honestly, sincerely speaking. And I'll be telling myself, has the world gotten to this low bar that we do no longer have people who speak common sense? That these people come out to talk, and my dear Patoski, you will not understand though. Maybe you don't interact with them.
Well, another thing that I look at is I buy that, but I discovered that because from these guys, as if you have young boys now, you will be concerned. So I started talking to them. I think what really got them off the family kind of thing is the feminist movement. The feminist movement, the ideology of the way the feminist movement and the way the society is structured, especially here, it's like the man is created to just serve the woman. If you really want to do the thing to be happy, if you are married, if you are married and you want to be happy as a woman, as a man, you must submit yourself to your wife.
That is not the issue.
The other issue should be
that's not the issue.
Husband. It's not the wife.
Is that not meant to be the other way around?
It's meant to be the other way around, but
let me tell you what the problem is.
It is the wife that is the husband that submits to the wife.
If he's okay, you are using the word, we use the word the messaging. Okay, that is one. Then come the action. Let me give you an example of what is going on in the world. You go to ask for something. In those days, if you are a family, like husband, wife, children, you are more important. You are the first to be considered. But today, they will look a man in the eyes and tell the wife, it's because you are married. You can have it. These things are for single parents. Look, man, I have never had anything like this. I don't know whether you people are in a place where you handle affairs and you begin to read policy on something, and then you see where along the line in the policy, you find out that it's for single parents. So if you are
I've never seen that.
okay, look closely. That's why most of them don't want to marry.
So that's incentive now. You are incentivizing them.
That is what I'm telling you now. They're incentivizing them to not to marry.
Of course.
It's ridiculous.
That's the end of in another word, to just, I don't know that if that's the meaning, but it's like I will steal a title from C.S. Lewis' book. The book is titled The Abolition of Man. The abolition of man is like the end of man, though that's not the message. Because if we follow this liberal, at the end of the day, we'll all collectively and progressively work to self-destroy, and the world will go into extinction. Maybe in the process, something will wake us up from our sleep and say, no, by then I would have been gone anyway. So maybe something will now jack them up from their sleep, and they will get themselves back. But at this rate, it is something else.
They will wake up, don't worry. Somebody said the world will end like that. No, it's not gonna. One man.
But, Madam Zita, even if we don't wake up collectively, as individual, as we continue to grow, everybody will wake up individually when they grow. So every person where they do gara now, when he reach certain age, he go wake up, go think, say, my life, I've wasted my life. Oh, I used to have a friend. That my friend na feminist, always fighting and doing this. One day I just see saying she don't marry. That feminist page, she closed them. The feminist page no work again. Unfortunately, she married for some time. Unfortunately, she now lost the husband. The husband was sick, terminally ill, and died. She now went to open the page. Reopened the page, but this time she was not as strong as before. I said, look at this girl. She got a husband, and all the people where she confused that time, they no just see her again, but she left them in the company of other feminists.
That's why I told you
her
that
family
the people that have the microphone now mad. The people who cannot get things fight that thing is bad. There's a way Igbo people used to say it. If somebody who cannot be given the cow meat is not saying, cow meat, please, it's full of sand. That's actually what is happening in the world now. And unfortunately, our young people are not seeing it that way. That is because they can't get it. That's why they're destroying it. One man.
It's because they can't get it. That's why they are destroying it.
Yes.
How do you mean?
Yeah, I'm here.
Let me tell you, just like what you said about your feminist friend. When she was single, she was so feminine. Feminist, she was so strong. A woman, I heard that, what's his name? Bato Simeone, but that he said he's a content creator.
It's not.
I saw I saw something like that is now rebranding himself as a content creator, Simon Ekpa. Yes.
He denied being the prime minister. That's my friend in Tromso, in my office, who is a Ghanaian who has been following his shenanigan, said that one of our colleagues here was saying that they'd asked him. He said he's just a content creator. He gave them proof. I say he's a clown. They've been investigating him for a long time. It's not today. They have so much.
You know, before they could have made that arrest and published those charges, they would have. It's not. These are serious people now. They would have. They almost categorical. They've got him back to rights before they would have made that arrest.
That guy wrecked
one man, did you go to the fridge?
What fridge? What fridge?
Yeah. Anyways, I was going to chime into what you guys were talking about earlier. So Patoski, do you believe in a network society? Because I'll try to understand what you were saying earlier. Your traditional way of, marriage or how relationships should be, of course, has changed a lot. In today's world where we don't have control, the parents I'm talking about how things should be defined or what is what. In today's world, again, in a network society where most of our children, they get their information from the internet and all these social influencers and the people that have millions of followers. So you and I, and perhaps other people, our own definition or understanding of marriage relationship has changed. So when we're dealing with our children, okay, I'm not sure how much the role of feminism plays in it, the work culture, but just like in the 60s and the 50s, many of these kids today, unless those of them that subscribe to a strong traditional family values, which is gradually dwindling. That's, for example, in rural America, even in Africa, I talk about the villages. A lot of people, they are influenced, regardless of their socioeconomic background, by what they see online. Okay, people tend to make fun of Americans a lot. They say, "Oh, baby mama, this and that." Well, the issue of baby mama is equally as prominent in Nigeria or in Africa as it is in America. Why? Because it's become fashionable in a lot of ways to have children out of wedlock, and it doesn't bother the woman nor the man. Everybody moves on. It's socially acceptable. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, to your point about how our children, if they want to marry or if they're concerned about women, it's quite relative. I've heard terms like can't remember the word they use. It's called not smashing, but vibing. I don't know if you heard that term, vibing. I
What does
have to
it
have
mean?
a young. Huh?
What does that mean?
Oh
Vibing?
yeah, a young lady define it. Vibing meaning just you can call it casual sex with whomever, and it's okay amongst the youth, the young ones. Oh, a guy and a girl can meet and say, "Oh, we're not dating, we're not doing nothing, we're just vibing. I'm just having sex and just move on." And
Because
there's
casual,
no.
when we talk about sex and you say casual, I'm just imagining how you can be that close to someone and be casual. If we understand what sex is, you understand. I don't want to
Well,
explain the involvement, the exchange, and it is the highest form of closeness you can have with
yeah,
any
you
human being, and that's why sex with someone who is not your spouse is terrible, actually.
That's
Because
okay. You and I
you
stand on the same
close.
same.
So that's the word for us now. Viding. Okay, I've just learned that one. I'll go ask my son. Have you heard viding before? You say that they won't hear.
You think
Well, I agree with you
you
now.
think he'll admit that to you? He won't admit it to you now.
No,
When
he
he knows
will.
that
He
you're
will.
a Bible man.
Or he will
Huh?
tell me, no. I know what you're talking. He will tell me now. My first one, he will tell
Oh,
me.
you talk about me? No. I was telling what a young girl. I mean, said what it meant. Um, so you can say sex is the highest form of courtship or the highest action one can perform in a relationship, which I truly agree, especially in the spiritual aspect of it. But nonetheless, it doesn't mean the same to many of them. Again, they get that influence of their meaning and understanding of this what it is to be in a relationship or sex from the social media network.
From
So
Rihanna,
they take it lightly and then move
from
on. They're
Rihanna and
not burdened by a lot of things. Huh?
I said from Rihanna, Jay-Z, and PD.
Well, there you go.
I said from
Yeah.
Rihanna and Jay-Z and PD and 50 Cent. That's where they get their
Yes.
from Davido. From
Yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah. So we don't. I mean, we don't have. We can say we have control, but see. And by the way, I don't think this young kids, this today's generation, I don't think they're any worse than we were or the older generations. Quite frankly, because if we had been in the same um, um, conundrum, so to speak, been exposed to all these things, I don't think we would have done any better. Okay, I don't think so. So maybe we should cut them a slack, or at the same time try our best to reorient them and try to guide them on a different
No,
direction and let them understand.
sorry to cut you in PD. As a Trump daddy. You see, I think if we have been exposed to this kind of thing, I think would have been better. Why? I'll tell you. Our parents did a better job at raising us than we are doing at raising them. You understand? I grew up in a home where my mom took a vocation.
I'm not sure I will agree with that, but I'll let you land it.
Let
I'm
me
not sure that I
finish.
would agree.
You see,
Yeah,
the way
me neither. But go ahead.
our parents raised us better, and we would have been, we were more, we were better prepared to handle it. And I grew up in a home where when I come home, my mom took a vocation when if I come home, I will always meet her, and then I get the nurture. And you will agree with me that when the social media came, we handled it differently because it met us too. Even though we were not kids when it met us, we still handled it differently and better. So it's our parents that prepared us for that. I think we didn't do that with these people. So we are partly blamed, substantially blamed for it.
Well, before one man jumps in, one thing you're missing, Petoski, is that, well, I don't agree with you, but one thing you're missing also is that the other side of the equation, meaning the schools, the teachers, the people that have authority beyond the parents, or in addition to the
That's
parents on
us
the
now.
children.
That's us. That's our
No, no, no,
generation
no.
that prepared, that did that. The schools are our children. Our parents taught in our own school. Sorry, woman. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Let me land. Our parents taught in our own school. The society, our parents taught in our own school. And so they taught us what they would teach their children at home. They will not say things to us that they will not be able to say to their kids at home. And so that society produced a generation like us. Now, we are now the teachers. We are the lecturers. We are the people. We are the ones who created the internet. We created the structure, the systems, the laws on which the internet and the social media was built. And that's what I'm saying. We created this society that we are in. The society that our parents gave to us was better than this. In every way, economically, socially, everything. But we were so greedy. We love money so much. We want to japa. We want to make money. We want to hustle. We want to gratify ourselves in any way. And even us, we were also reckless. In our social life, as we say people that, oh, you don't have children out of wedlock. In our own time, a lot of people don't have children out of wedlock because they knew how to do the abortion, they know where to get the pills, they know how to calculate, they know. You understand? But our parents were not like that. They raised us better than we raised these kids. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's one of the reasons. That's what is happening. Children don't have anything on their mind when they were born. Their minds were empty, plain. What you have there is what you have put there. When you now put so many things there, it is left for them. They now combine it in a way that even you say, when you say, I will say, you know, they are so creative in the way they use the thing you give them. So even Satan said, go look back and say, this is too much. That's what I see.
I think that may well be a topic I would discuss with Adopsi, where our parents better parents than us. I think we are better parents than our parents because the way we were parented was somewhat of a binary sort of system. It was a strict disciplinarian, almost even with a physical punishment as a tool for conformity, and that was how we were brought up. And then it's just and respect, don't talk back, don't ask questions. But the way we parent is more like a consensual, sort of conversational, give them a better understanding. So you use an incident to equip them to deal with incidents similar for the future, which for me is a better form of parenting than what we had, which was the fear of Koboko. Was it not the fear of Koboko? Was that not the parenting?
That's part of but
yeah.
Even in the West, please that you will be able to speak better. You grew up partly in Nigeria and partly here. Even in the West, where there's no Koboko, the parents still did a better job now. The parents still did a better job to me, sha. I might be wrong, please, Daddy. Am I wrong? I just feel that generation did a better job than us.
Our parents' generation, you mean?
Yeah. That we are doing with our kids now. And we are going to suffer.
Well,
that's the point. We are going
to you made the point earlier, inadvertently, supporting my point that I made. Listen, you said, is our teachers back then? Is our teachers essentially what you're saying that the teachers back then and our parents essentially share the same kind of ideology when it comes to raising children. But in today's world, when you think you have a good home, you teach your kids some values, be it Christian or some other moral values, and they have to go to school and deal with a woke teacher that tells them otherwise and try to imbue them with so many fields, so to speak. And they have to spend hours, 8 hours or more. In some cases, they play sports with this so-called instructors or teachers. It's more challenging. It's more challenging than when we grew up. So, and even money. This one thing, you talk about, if you have money, you send your kids to private schools or good schools, which is fine. But even the richest man in the world, Elon Musk could not save his own son from being indoctrinated or destroyed or killed, by the way, as he puts it, because the ideology that is ruling this world, especially in the school system, is stronger than having all the money in the world. Okay, it is. So the environment. Today's environment in raising children is quite toxic, at the same time difficult. No matter what you think you have, what you do at home, the home essentially is to balance what the kids, our children, learn from the outside and give them the alternative view or different ways of looking at it, and you try to reinforce also your values. Okay, that you teach your kids, but from the classroom, dealing with a woke teacher, to the internet, okay, and the influencer telling them what is right and wrong, it's really a difficult environment. So if you have a child that that seems to be on the right track, you must you just have to thank God. It's not because you do such a great job, unless you homeschool the child and all the credit. Other than that, it's really uh, a dangerous world out there. And to Collatus made a point on the comment section that the kids today are not having sex. Um, Collatus is a data man. I'm not sure exactly what that really means. If you define,
there's an abstinence movement, amongst the younger generation now. Is it
Yes,
not?
they are not.
Yeah,
That's the point.
yeah.
They are not. I agree with him. They are not.
what movement is it called?
They don't care. They don't.
Abstinence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So abstinence, and what else do they do? What do you mean by that?
They spend their time doing something else. Maybe play games among
Are you guys talking about a word today that they have in their back pocket, that their phone and app called Sex Hub and these other things that they can satisfy themselves? Yeah, they are asexual because they've drained all their sexual desire that they need to share with another human being. It's all gone. It's gone into the
in Japan, it's a real concern. In Japan, the boys are not meeting the girls in Japan to the point that government is having to take a position on it.
Again, because technology has taken over, so they're not having sex as in sexual intercourse in a physical form, but their sexual orientation is all warped. It's warped to the core that it's other opposite sex can be repulsive to them because they can get all the satisfaction that they want sexually from AI, not Madam Zita, I mean, but artificial intelligence and some other means. That's why they are sexually deprived, not because they're not having the physical sex. Physical sex is it's just what it is. Just like it says in the Bible, you don't have to have sex with somebody to commit adultery. It's not necessary. And these children are really bastardized when it comes to sex. So forget about having physical sex. It's totally irrelevant. What has happened to these children is what is more dangerous. Is it from masturbation to having sex with a computer or animated objects or things? It's terrible. So don't fall into that. That's what I say. Data don't. It's if you just want to look at data numbers and you don't have a common sense narrative to explain it, it's really dangerous. So I don't buy that BS about they don't have sex. Who cares about that? What is really happening to their brains when they watch freaking porn all day? Are you kidding me, one man? I mean, a little kid as young as 5 years old can have sex like readily when the damn parents not around and they can watch sex with adults all day. Is it bestiality you want to talk about on the freaking internet? Their life is being ruined. And you guys can talk about them not having sex. Who cares about that?
Yes, but that's down to parenting, isn't it? There are child locks on internet that you can use to prevent them having access. Yeah,
they will unlock it now.
So you give them the password. You can
unlock it. I think the point is just training them their mind. You can't all these constraints are good. You can put those constraints there, but you need the real person needs to be changed. When the real person is actually changed and properly trained, the constraint will be necessary. Somebody said, a philosopher said that where there is morals, the law is unnecessary. But when there's no morals, the law is unenforceable.
That philosopher copied it from the Bible. Okay, that's straight from the Bible, by the way, and I think you know that, Petoski.
Yeah, so it's when there's morals, the law is unnecessary. But when there's no morals, the law is unenforceable. You can't.
So that means then there's no need for law. What does that mean?
If all of us have love and we are transformed in our mind, the laws we have are not the laws that constrains or prevent us from doing what is bad. It is the law that will organize us on how to improve things, maybe how to organize our roads, how to do, and those laws will run so efficiently. It's not going to be the law that will say if I steal something from a store, I should be jailed, because I wouldn't even do that. You understand? Or the laws that will say if I go ahead and maybe rape my neighbor's wife, I should be jailed, because I wouldn't do that. The law is for transgressors now. You understand? If people will not transgress, if there are no transgressors, if there are no, for example, in your house now, you probably wouldn't pass a law telling your son not to rape her sister, rape his sister, because that kind of transgression does not exist. You understand? So that law is unnecessary in my house, for example. So it is like that. If you have a society where there's morals, where people love their neighbors as themselves, where they do to others as you want others to do to you. Thank you for woman for giving me the opportunity to present the message of Christ. I mean, through this channel. Now, if you have that kind of society where people do to others as you want others to do to you, just like Christ said, then you have a society where the laws are unnecessary. Because the police will just be jobless. The police will be doing the work of traffic warning, controlling people, helping them to carry their bag, leading old people across the road, helping young people. That's what they'll be doing. The prison service guys will have no job because nobody is going to go there. They will turn to schools and hospitals and they'll convert the prison. You can imagine the prison facilities we have. Some prison facilities, you can set up a college with all the essential departments and faculties, especially in that America. But if you have systems and you have real morals, and the people that are custodians of morals, if they do their job properly, the churches, the other social moral structures in society, if they do their job properly, then we have a different society.
I would say we were more sexualized in our days than this generation of people now. I think we were more promiscuous as a generation.
How so, man? How?
Because you used to have 3-4 girlfriends. When you go to literary debating society, there's always you end up dealing with some girl or the other, you know. Every day is a hunt for a female. Am I telling you something you don't already know?
But that is fine. That's actually more on a human level. Like that's more still humane in a lot of ways. At least you're dealing with another human being. I'm talking about in today's world. I don't agree with you. Today's world, the kids are exposed to so much stuff that what you're talking about.
But we were exposed to that as well. You know, there used to be those porn magazines that they used to. Yes, you know those magazines with all those blonde European girls that you go and buy at some in Leventis and whatnot. You know, I mean,
But can you truly equate that to today's
of Pornhub now, isn't it? Yeah.
No, well, it's not the same equivalence. One man, it's not at all. Of course, I know what you're talking about. I mean, yeah, but not on the same level. Come on now, not on the same level. I mean, you're watching static pages, looking at pictures in a damn magazine. These kids are watching videos and live transmission or live performances. What are you talking about?
Have you heard of OnlyFans?
I've heard about it. Is it not for like stars?
OnlyFans?
Yes.
Fans as in followers.
Yes, FFANS, OnlyFans. Yes.
It's a social media platform.
No, just type it in the tab next to you, and then you'll see what's going on. All the celebrities are there, by the way.
Patoski, don't type it. Don't type it.
I'm in the office. I don't want to use my laptop.
Grown-up pursuits.
Yeah, so if you know that one man, so how can you equate that to when we were growing up, talking about going to the Leventis and go get a magazine to watch?
Yeah, but it's still the same thing now. It's still the same mind space, isn't it?
And you'll be so scared. That magazine, you dare not take it home.
Yes.
When is Njoku going to? When is his next court appearance? I mean Njoku.
Simon.
They
said they have to present him within 3 days, I think. So it should. I think by Monday it should be in court. And I think they said they had to. They will release him and then charge him again or something. There's some convoluted system they have there.
Okay. So by Monday he will be out.
It could be, but then he'll probably be on some sort of a tag.
Okay, so when they release him on Monday, he will continue with his blah.
No, I don't think he will be doing that. No, I think they may release him only to pick him up again. I think they have
custody now.
Yes. There was some guy that actually did a piece on him. He explained how the process works in Finland, but maybe when I find it. But no, it's a complex and a convoluted system they have over there.
Okay, and they buried Andimba today, right? Yesterday.
Yes, it was quite an. Somebody actually live streamed the whole thing. It was quite an event.
Yeah, they even do masquerade for him.
Yeah. But they promised us that they won't allow it in Newe now. Remember?
They might come and take his horse.
Yeah, they said they will exhume it and take it to the evil forest. Whatever that means, They said they will exhume his body and take it to the evil forest.
And to what effect?
To the effect that yeah, they said that it was responsible for giving up Nnamdi Kanu. That's the narrative, and they don't want him in the southeast.
So this one that is arrested now, who is responsible? Him from the grave too.
They'll find somebody to blame that on, of course. Yes.
It's a ridiculous thing. Anyway, let's see how it goes.
Their brother, the one with you, woman.
Grandson, you mean Yinka?
No, Madu.
That one is long forgotten. He's still in prison, isn't he?
I am a cow.
Oh God. Remember when you used to mock him? Remember when they took his hat off in Germany and flogged him at the New Year at the New Year festival, And now they spent weeks mocking him.
Yeah, the guy himself suffer for their hand.
How many years now? How long is remaining now?
I'm not sure how many years they gave him, but did he not go down with his wife as well? I think his wife is also in custody, isn't he?
No.
But in this country, you rarely serve your full term.
Okay, they will beg them.
Yeah, no, they will just let you go after a few years for good behavior or something or the other. Yeah.
No, he will behave himself.
Yes.
He will behave.
So when he come out, he'll be escort.
Yes. He'll probably get who was that guy from? Who was that guy from the Delta that became Ibori? Yes, he became a godfather then off the back of it. Yeah.
Madam Sister, that will not be anything. He go manage him like that. He go manage him.
But what happened to the daughter? His daughter.
We've not heard since,
she got a donor.
Yeah, she would have gotten a donor, wouldn't she?
No. Even if she got the kind of kidney problem that the girl is suffering from, even if she get a donor, the thing will continue. The thing that is affecting the kidneys, not in the kidney, I think it's in her blood. I don't know, but it's a rare kidney disease.
So if you have a new kidney, that thing will still fight the new kidney.
Yes, that's what they said.
That's a serious one.
So I don't know
did she not come out on the BBC to do something? That's Ekweremadu's daughter, to defend her.
She needs the touch of God.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I was even surprised that thing landed. So the other boy is still in UK, right?
I don't know. Everybody just abandoned that story, didn't they?
The boy will get there now. That boy, the boy played them.
He has a perfect asylum claim narrative, doesn't he?
But the thing is what he lied now. The age he said he is not the age he is now.
No. I think he knocked a good 7-8 years off, you know. And they said he cynically did that to get to the UK and then, you know, try and claim asylum.
Yeah, it's playing out like that, too.
But I'm surprised Ekweremadu to fall for that thing with all the money. I mean,
it's desperation, isn't it? It's a parent's
No,
desperation.
it's not desperation. It's wickedness.
Well, you know, you can say it that way. He was
that's wickedness.
You know, they made it clear to the guy. And also, when they were bringing him to the UK, they told the embassy, because they published the letter they sent to the embassy for his visa, that is going there for this reason. So I'm not sure how they're able to. What did they call it? Organ harvesting, or what was it?
No. They said it is the United Nations. I think Ogbeni should be able to explain it.
It's not asleep already.
Then it's supposed to be a free will.
Yes, it's not meant to be monetary.
Yes, that's what got them into trouble. That's
okay. But then now it became monetary. That boy knew what he wanted to do.
It wasn't monetary, but they offered him something. I think going to school and blah blah blah. That the boy said when he came there, they were telling him they were not actually nice to him, according to him. Watch plate, clean house, and blah blah blah. And this.
Yeah.
And then when he got to the doctor, he now claimed that they didn't tell him that that's what he's coming to do.
They're using for house help.
And they said the thing did not even match. I think so.
Oh, double jeopardy.
Did she not have a rare match or something? I think she has a rare, difficult to match sort of requirement.
It didn't match, and they want to. It didn't match, so they want him to go back to Nigeria. That was what started the problem. So the guy played them.
They would have left him now. At least the guy was already there.
But life,
you know, they couldn't have left him because it would have been tied to their name somewhat in the UK, you know. I thought what if he goes to do something illegal or something?
But are they the one that told him to do something illegal?
Yeah, but then it would then revert back to the narrative that brought him in.
They are just the man was being stingy about it.
Yeah, that's what I see, Jerry, madam.
Yeah, he was being mean. He's a very wicked man.
That's what I see.
He's a wicked man. That was why he because if you listen to the story, both the one he told, the one his wife told, there is no sort of sympathy, love, and accommodation for that boy. That means even if the boy has donated his kidney, they would have allowed him to die. They wouldn't have taken care of him. They're just wicked, honestly.
But it was a street boy, you know. They hired an agent in Nigeria to go and look for a healthy young man, and then he just went to the streets. I think it was actually an actual real street boy that he picked up, maybe one of these hawkers type, something or the other. I think that was his beginning story.
But one man, from the beginning of the story to the end, they were not nice to the boy.
Why should they be? It was just a tool now, and you're saying
it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
You are not ready to do that for your daughter.
For monetary, not out of altruism now, for money now.
No.
Okay.
You promised him a lot of things. Okay. And he was willing to do it. If I were them, but God forbid, I'm not them. When that boy came to the UK, let's assume the kidney matched. When he came, if actually the kidney was good enough for my daughter, I would have first of all put him in school. Paid for his education, paid for everything before he would donate the kidney. But the man had so much money. I didn't know why he was so mean. If you listen to the story, it wasn't worth it. And I think that was what angered the judge, that he threw him inside cell. It wasn't worth it. Because we are bringing him as a re-election. At the end of the day, it wasn't a re-election.
You know, a lot of people felt the charge was a black charge. What they charged them for was a black charge.
What do you mean by black charge?
They charge the elements of racism in it.
They said they were testing a new law.
Yes, yes.
It's a new law that said what?
That speaks to I think international trafficking in you know, I mean, we have to go back in memory now, but it was essentially a new law that speaks to that sort of international trafficking in human organs, you know.
Whatever happened, they didn't treat the boy well.
Or organ harvesting or something or the other, yes.
About the boy, they didn't treat him well.
Yeah.
Somebody who you brought all the way from Nigeria, whatsoever that you will do to him in your house in the UK that will make him run out of the street, then all manner of stories will start coming out. I don't think you treated him well. Because most of these houses, I don't know about other people's houses, most of these houses in here are well cameraed. So if I'm treating you nice in my house and then you run out to go and tell stories about me, I run the cameras. So the truth is that they weren't treating the boy well. That's just the truth. And the boy used the opportunity to maybe run to somebody who advised him very well.
That boy is a chancer. He's probably driving some Ferrari up and down the UK now, you know.
Why would he be driving Ferrari?
He'd have made a lot of money off the back of it now.
How?
Because they would have taken him into custody. They would have given him all these social insulation sort of packages. You know, the way they treat immigrants in the US and they give them everything, you know, especially him helping them to catch a high profile sort of situation.
Okay.
I don't know about that one.
Do you want to hear from Ikweremadu's daughter?
What did she say?
Okay, here.
Me and my brother and my sister were at home, and the doorbell rings. I think it's our parents, but it's a bunch of police at the door. They tell me this is, you know, what they arrested me for. My first reaction was shock. It was difficult, especially seeing, not even just for me, because if it was a situation where it was just me, I think it would have been easier to handle. But seeing my parents in that situation as well was a lot.
What are your thoughts on your parents' conviction?
It's sad. It's been really hard to really wrap my head around it.
Do you understand the conviction and why they were found guilty?
I understand the conviction. Personally, I disagree with it. However, that's from a very biased perspective as their daughter, and I would obviously always back my parents. However, the law has taken its course, and we just have to now move forward as a family. Apart from the case and the trial, I'm also having dialysis.
What's the name of the condition that you have?
Okay, it's called nephrotic syndrome, FSGS. Basically, my kidneys are like small and they have like loads of big holes in it. Either I stay on dialysis for the rest of my life or I get a transplant. These are my two options.
Was it not possible to get a donor from within your family?
I had the APOL1 gene. So to us, that kind of meant that, kind of excluded the family, especially on my dad's side, because they have quite a history of kidney conditions. In August of 2021, when obviously I found out that it was a possibility that I would need a transplant, that's when we kind of reached out to people.
How involved were you in finding a donor, in particular this young man?
I wasn't involved at all. It was mostly my family that handled everything to do with my medical side.
Were you aware that your parents were trying to bring someone from Nigeria to the UK?
I mean, I was aware that someone did come forward. I had just come over to the UK, I believe, with my uncle. My mom and I wanted to thank him for that, and the picture was basically for memories.
It was mentioned in court that this man was portrayed as your cousin. Did you know that? Did you know that was the case?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can't answer that.
Were you aware that's the narrative that they were going for?
To an extent, but not really. I didn't really know anything leading up to it. I don't feel anything towards him. I, wish him all the best. And that's really it.
There were some texts between you and your parents, and they offered a couple of people, or they showed you a couple of people who could be donors. Was that not some sort of involvement from your side?
I wouldn't say it's an involvement. They just wanted me to see the progress that they had made.
Have you been able to find someone else?
Well, shortly after that, I had put out an appeal and a lot of people came up, but we weren't really able to do anything with that as of now because I'm still on dialysis. Hopefully, I would be able to, get the transplant soon. But as you know, our family is still in the middle of a trial. I would like to also use this opportunity to apologize to them for the way everything has played out.
You've been seeing them, visiting them in jail all this time. Where are their heads at? What are they kind of thinking about the whole situation?
They're quite calm, surprisingly. Yeah.
Do they feel remorse?
I can't really speak on what they are feeling. This is just from an outside perspective, seeing them. They're okay. They're just neutral.
What's sort of been your lesson from all this?
Life is just so dynamic. Like one day you're in your house, chilling. The next day, your whole life is turned upside down. So that is my main focus. Try and help specifically people with kidney conditions, just to show that they don't need to be scared. Obviously, there's the support of my siblings and obviously my parents' siblings as well. However, I don't think it would ever be the same. I feel guilty because I feel like all this has happened because of me.
That's one man.
Yeah, that's the daughter. You could tell she had a lawyer there. Yeah, yes.
That's touching.
Apart from that, somebody you notice that somebody gave him a high sign not to.
Yeah, don't answer that.
But the thing is that, oh my God, I'm just trying to. I don't know because I was.
You know when she said, "I feel sad because it happened because of me."
Yes, that is the hook. Yeah. I mean, for me, I don't even know how I would be feeling if my parents have to go through all of this because of me, trying to save me. I don't know why they put the man in jail. They would have just told them to pay some money, honestly, because I don't think
that's why I said it was a black charge. There's an element of racism to it.
No, my husband said that cases like this.
You said they should have just done what for him.
I said my husband used to say that cases like this, you have to get a good lawyer, one of the prominent lawyers in that part of the world. It's gonna cost you a lot of money, but that lawyer will be a lawyer that does a good bargain. I said it would have been a fine.
Yeah, maybe make a plea bargain or something.
No, they would have.
But why did both of them have to go down though? There has to be one primary person that led the whole process now.
No,
so why should both mother, you know?
I think another thing they did was, if they knew this could have been the cause, one person would have offered to go.
Yes.
If I'm in that position, I would just exclude my wife completely. I'll say,
Yeah, of course, as they
because
told me,
we already know that's how it's going to play.
Hmm.
If they knew that's how it's going to play, one person take the.
That man is just wicked. That's all. I keep saying it. He's just a wicked human being.
The man for take all the thing now.
Yeah, because he has so much money. That guy has so much money. Money speaks volume. He has so much money. And I will keep saying it. This is a global platform. He didn't treat that boy well. They didn't treat him well. Even the wife was not nice to the guy.
I wonder what that girl's relationship will be now with her siblings. That you put mommy and daddy in jail. You put mommy and daddy in jail.
They wouldn't. They wouldn't. But the point is that
it's when they want
Madam
to
Zita
argue
was
now.
saying something.
When they get angry, they will tell her that.
Madam Zita, you say he has money. I think you are right, because if you offer the boy, even after coming up, if you offer the boy heavy money in Nigeria, everyone, where say, and they know that this boy will get this money, the boy will just say, something's wrong with him. He will play that he has mental issue. That's all. And then you settle this thing and move to the next page. But the point is that maybe they were still harassing the boy.
They were harassing him. And the kidney did not match. I think the doctor in Nigeria made a mistake. It didn't match. So they wanted him back by force, by fire, back to Nigeria. All of a sudden, because of no use to them,
They would have left him now and go and get someone else. Some people, wisdom at times is far from.
Yeah, because
you don't find wisdom where you expect it.
Yeah, because if it's for me, and you tell a young boy like that he should come and donate his kidney, and he agreed, you say you will put him in school. Is it his fault that he didn't match? At least you would have patted him in shoulder. Say, guy, for even having the heart to see my daughter and say you want to give her part of you so that she can live, I owe you one. Come and go back to school.
That means he has a good spirit.
Come and go back to school. I will take you to school up to this place. And when people, even the government, ask you, why were you doing that for the boy? You will get a lot of accolade. You say, look, this boy volunteered to give my daughter his kidney. And he came to this, they tested it, it didn't match. I felt so attached to him for trying to help. But people just, with all the money, see, one man, I don't know if you have worked in a very big company. If you work in a very big company, you will know how wicked people can be. And you begin to wonder, when they promote somebody to become a manager, all of a sudden, the person will turn chaotic. He becomes so mean. I remember one time, I asked somebody, you just got a promotion. Are you not supposed to be very happy? All of a sudden, you are using your promotion to be hammering everybody. I mean, I don't get it, but that is the word. The man is so rich. Do you know what it means to be Senate President in Nigeria? That's a lot of money. He has estates all over the world. He has several types of cars. He has mansions. So, even if the boy is just a street boy somewhere, what's wrong in helping him? Let us alone that there is no kidney involved. Can't Ekpa pay that boy's school fees? Is it too big for him? People and wickedness are like 5 and 6, honestly. I don't know why he did what he did, but that's okay. He's in jail now.
Madam Zita, if somebody is not wicked,
I think he'll be out sometime next year. I can't see him in jail for much longer. Sorry,
Madam Zita, if somebody is not wicked, How would somebody sit tight as a deputy senate president for how many terms? And he's the only senator that has been coming from that his area for years. And you are not doing anything to that society. That's a wicked person now, naturally.
Do you think the Senate to be time barred? So I've always thought that the Senate should be time barred.
No, I don't think it should be.
But no more than 2 terms, you know. Yeah.
No, it shouldn't. But that Ekweremadu, at a point I said, this is not north now. This is southeast. What is happening to the people? Is it that they don't have anybody there? Enugu for that matter.
He was Senate president for how many terms?
He was deputy Senate president. He has been a senator for almost 3 or 4 terms now.
Was he still a senator
for like 2 terms?
Was he still a senator when this happened?
Yeah, he was a senator, but he was not a deputy Senate president. He was just a senator.
Oh boy, so now Nigerian senator na put for jail. They
don't replace. I'm sure they have replaced him now.
No, I don't think he was a senator when they put him there.
No, he was a senator, but he was not a deputy Senate president.
I don't think he was a senator.
I'll check now. He was.
One man
he was still a sitting senator when he was arrested.
You don't mean
a senator? Yeah.
Yeah, because don't forget the term before that he was a deputy Senate president.
And now
then
he's
after
been
the new
one
election,
of the longest serving senator in that National Assembly.
Yeah.
Back to back, the guy in the Senate.
So now Senate president to now put for prison. A Senate Nigerian Senate to now put for prison. Yes. I don't get shame, no.
Now the woman, no.
I think Ekweremadu's problem. I don't think he has this problem which every rich man has in Nigeria, which is a situation like that. I don't think he had any kind of personal relationship with that guy. Maybe everything was done behind him, get people to look for the guy, make all the paperwork, and and then when the thing doesn't go well, and you want the guy to return, the guy is gonna go like, I'm gonna go back to my old life and stuff like that. But if he had, like, when they found the guy to say, okay, this is a person that is going to be donating for your daughter, things like that, he should have made personal effort to see the guy.
I think they mentioned it in the case too.
Have the relationship with the guy, give him your words, give him promises to say, look, whatever happened, this is what I'm going to do. You know what I'm saying? This is what you're going to benefit. This is how
you can even start doing it.
Exactly. Yeah. So in situations like that, when it didn't go right, when maybe by the time he get there and it didn't match, so the guy will have some level of confidence in whatever you tell him to say, look, okay, maybe Ekweremadu's problem was that.
What is that noise?
Sorry, I'm walking in the snow. Let me just. It's my spike. Okay. Please, sorry, let me just mute myself.
You know that weather is not good for your body, man. You're walking in the snow this time.
I'm walking from. I've dressed up now. I'm just going to my house now. I've just left the office. I have something to do in the office, so I work with. I'm not supposed to go to the Saudi.
So these are the things, like when they reach.
You're very lucky, actually, Patoski, that his work is walking distance from his office.
Yes.
So that's
that's why I quickly leave now. I will not go office at all. Now because the place they far, they're very close. Okay, me I quickly go pick something. That's why I sat there. I started following one man for the next 5 hours. I can't say, let me continue at home.
Yeah, so this is what happened, because they are used to this big man attitude that okay, it didn't work. Okay, the boy have to return to Nigeria. Okay, tell him to return to Nigeria. Then like there is no form of conversation as to what next for the guy. Somebody that has stepped their foot in the UK just want to send him back like that. Like the guy's gonna want to do anything possible to make sure he doesn't go back. And maybe part of the advice he got was that, listen, just rat on these people, tell the authority this is what happened. Then sometimes people have to understand that they have a lot to lose when situations like this come, And I think
But see, as some kind of street boy put your senator from Moro. This is ridiculous. You see, this is what happened in Imo State. Was it in 1996 or 2000? When did they have that Otokoto? Otokoto, was it 1996 or 1998? I can't remember.
We don't understand your German, you know. Yeah, so it repeat it in Igbo language, not in German. What is Okotoko in
Otokoto riot now in Imo State.
Oh, all right, okay. I can recall.
Yeah. You know, the Otoko, you see, this man, Ekpa, I'm sure he must have been treating people like this all his life. Even people who this boy is bigger, that are bigger than this boy, wealthy people, village people, elders and stuff. And this little street boy from nowhere rubbished him. That's the same thing that happened in Otokoto. Otokoto has been buying people, even cooking them. Was cooking them in his hotel. It was the head of a granite seller that brought his kingdom down. The head of a little boy, innocent or whatever they call him. They sent to go and get the head of the boy. They have gotten the head of the boy. You know, they used to put sand. They put sand in the bag and then drop the head, packaged it. As they were coming, some police people flagged them down. You know, normal interrogation, no, that was it. The bag started leaking blood from the boot. The police officer looked and said, blood from your boot? What is going on? The guy said it's the meat he bought. That his meat is leaking blood. He went to slaughterhouse. The man said, okay, police officer said, open your boot. He started bribing the police officer. The police officer said, not to just show us the meat. As they opened the thing, what? And that was it, though. That was how a whole Otokoto with his son, Obidiozo, this one, they have this thing that time. They terrorized the town. You see, in those days, e-money, then we are not into this bad stuff. You see, the way e-money is always seen everywhere. That's how that Otokoto and Obidiozo.
What's your take on that? Finish your story, then I want to hear your take on that e-money, Ubi Kubana, and all of this. These people that have just suddenly burst onto nobody knows their source of, but carry on.
So that's how those Otokoto, they were very young now. That's when that Otokoto boy, at least I know his son, Obidiozo. They used to, these boys, do you know what they used to do in Owerri that time? They were so rich that in the middle of the road, opposite direction, this one will be coming with his convoy. This one will be coming with his convoy. They will stop in the middle of the road and be gisting. I have never seen that kind of a thing before. Every other car, not gisting that they will come down from the car. You know, they wind down and be talking to each other. Exchanging business transaction and everything. When they are done, the whole town will have to wait. Traffic, heavy traffic, they have to wait. It's just like somebody to e-money and another person stopping at Third Mainland Bridge with their car convoy to gist. Every other place will be blocked. And when they are done, the moment they move, then the road will be clear.
E-money can do that?
No, I said Obidiozo or them. That was what they were doing in Imo State then.
Yeah, that's terrible.
But it's the granite seller that brought them down.
What's your take on this e-money, this one, Kopa Kobana, and all of these new names now that have just
You know,
suddenly.
they're from Uli. I don't know much about them. I've left Nigeria when those people started raining, but they're from the next town to my own.
Because nobody nobody knows their background, and then one is calling himself Copa Cobana, and the other one in money, and then the other one white money, and then they're just throwing money. I've seen videos of them doing like on those cars that are open, not a convertible, but it opens a sunroof, and then they go out and start throwing money at. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. These people.
Let me tell you. Our people are filled with affluence. They like to show off. They might not be bad boys. They might just be boys that have made their money. The showing off they show might not be as much as they have, but that's their lifestyle. I don't know much about them, but I know.
You don't think it's voodoo money? You don't think it's voodoo money?
Madam Zita, nobody made genuine.
I think there's element of voodoo. There's element of voodoo.
Nobody made clean money and do things and waste money that way. Never. Nobody made clean money and waste it that way.
No, I disagree with you.
I also disagree with you because you see, let me tell you why. Look at that Cubana chief priest guy. He can throw money away because they are using it to create a brand. They could have spent that money in adverts, doing other things. Now, that Cubana priest has created a brand so specially with his connection with Davido and everything. Now, he's beginning to sell electric cars.
Bro, how many times have you seen Dangote throw money? Are they rich? Are they up to Dangote?
Dangote already has his brand and everything. That's their own business. But this guy is from nowhere.
Otedola and all of those people.
Hold on. Let me explain. If you people will listen.
Sorry, Zita. And by the way, we're just free flowing, everyone. By the way, so don't wait to be called. We're just gisting. So if you want to chime in. Carry on with Zita.
I said, let me explain. I don't need you guys to believe me, but I just want you people to listen to me. That's all I need. You see, when it comes to money, because most people who work in oil firm, and more especially those who are in places like Norway, Netherlands, Brunei, they make a lot of money that we paid. They can throw out money because they have excess. But let me say this, what I understand about money. If you have money, it shows in that thing you are. Let me explain. If you are somebody who like clean cars, brand new cars, the moment you get to what they call self-actualization, you can buy a car of $100 million or $2 million and pack it, drive it out and hit it. And somebody will say, how dare you crash that kind of car? It doesn't mean anything. You showcase that thing you are. Let me give you an example. How much does it cost? You think it costs to build a rocket? Elon Musk is the richest man on earth. He's a rocket man. He loves rockets. We have 211 legal countries in the world. Only 43 is richer than him. He builds rocket, he flew it to the Mars and flew it back, and that one is gone. How much does it cost? So if e-money is somebody who wants to be noticed, let's remove the bias of voodoo money and this, that there might be guys who are running some kind of business. You never can tell. It depends. But he's the kind of person, if you look at him, I think I've seen him in burials. If you look at him, he's not actually somebody to be noticed in a public gathering. So 2 things he does. He dresses differently, he spreads money so that he will be noticed. Him and his brothers are not, they don't have that aura that when they enter a place, you just notice them. No. So I wouldn't sit down here and say, because they didn't work hard for their money, that's why they throw it away. No, money doesn't work that way. People who have money, there is a particular thing they waste it on.
Madam Zita, sorry to interject.
Go ahead.
This particular set of people you are talking about, they are different from people that have professional background, that we know they are into oil business, or maybe they are working that industry before and then they get their money and then they now go to business. If you see their lifestyle, you will see that sometimes they work in group and sometimes they come like a group and they name themselves, this is a chief priest, this is that. I'm not saying that they might be doing some other business, but there's no one that is going to tell me that these people does not put something on top of it. They have a court that goes along with that money. And give them 5 to 10 years from now, let's see the result. Let's see whether they still have that money. You will start to see them falls apart.
No, the fact that they don't have that, the fact that they might not have that money in 10 years does not mean they do voodoo.
No, I don't understand. What I'm trying to say is that in the next 5 or 10 years, when they start dropping, then you at least we will be here by the grace of God.
No, they will drop now because they are wasting the money.
I'm not talking about wasting the money. We are going to be talking about.
You are saying it's because of voodoo. I'm saying that the fact that they lose the money does not mean they are voodoo people.
Look, it
could mean that they didn't manage.
It's always come with
there's nothing like voodoo money. Forget that thing. There's nothing like voodoo money. If voodoo money exists, everybody will be rich, man.
Babalawo will get money now.
Babalawo said there's nothing like voodoo. Babalawo that is doing the
so if there's no, you might not believe there is voodoo money or
Who
something like
told you that voodoo money no exists? Is the repercussion?
Like they are from America or
I know there's voodoo, but I don't.
Have you ever you Patuski, you grew up in Abeokuta? Are you telling me that you have not seen a lot of people that have voodoo money? I've seen them 3 or 5 years in the shop. What are you talking about? There is. Everybody knows in Nigeria there is that voodoo.
Can we say
there's nothing like voodoo money? If there's voodoo money, there will not be starvation in the land. There will not be hunger in the land. Okay, there's nothing like voodoo money.
You are mixing the 2 things. I too don't believe there is voodoo money, but there is spiritualism that can help you acquire wealth. That's the way to say it.
There is voodoo money. The fact that Babalawo know they do have for themselves no mean anything. It's just like because okay, let me tell you something. This one is just a practical thing. The fact you work in a bank doesn't make you a billionaire. You understand? You work in a bank, it doesn't make you a billionaire because you have the ethic of your
if you're a bank manager, you're a billionaire.
I know those see. For those bank managers that become billionaire, it's either you have a business you are doing somewhere, but you don't dwell upon the products of that bank to make money. So Babalawo don't depend on their own this thing. So the thing is that you do for people and they come and compensate you. You can't do because they know the secret.
Don't get high on your own shit, Abby. Don't get high on your own.
You understand?
On your own supply.
One man, there's nothing like voodoo money. Look at those Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, or Buffett, and all of them, right? How many of these people does voodoo? Look, the people who say that they are getting voodoo money are people who are into certain businesses or who are doing something in life. So the fact that they go and patronize some native doctor. Hold on one second. Well, just 1 second. Let me just run. So the fact that they go and seek the help from a native doctor, and then all of a sudden maybe they get a break from somewhere, then they attribute it to go into that native doctor. If you go and do the voodoo and sleep in your room, are you just gonna get rich?
Progressive. I don't know whether you know Yoruba land very well. In Ibadan, there is a man they call Mufulani. They call him Olowoton Fosha, no? Maybe Ola, did you have ever heard about this name?
I know Mufulani. No.
Yes, thank you. This particular I'm talking about, nobody knows his source of money, just overnight.
I don't defame anybody.
No, but Mufulani was selling motorcycle.
Allegedly.
No, wait. The man was selling motorcycle and doing all those things now. He was running a business.
How did he get the money to start selling motorcycle?
He started from scratch. Let me give you an instance. You know,
because you don't know how they start a business doesn't mean that.
We were lending him money. Though is my client, you understand? Banks were giving him money now. Mufulani, if you have Mufulani in your account as an account officer at that time, it's big now.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't know what some people have gone through to try to build their business. But people say, he's making money. It's just that we are so
The reason why
don't let us live it up. Remy, the way it works is I live in a town whereby some people will tell you that people did their Osho, they did a lot of things, but you find out that these people, they have sawmill. Some of them have several hectares of land, and some of them, they are cocoa traders. You know, they buy cocoa and they were selling to, there was a time that the low cocoa was the one exporting, and they be buying cocoa in bulks and they be selling. So the thing is this: when people say they do money sometimes, it's not as if you are going to put something in your room that will be vomiting money for you. No, you will have something you will be doing. You understand? It's just like when you have a religious center, they say Oshiaworu, that you do something that people are coming to your place. So if you don't even establish a place to start with, you won't have a waru. If you don't even have where you are saying a canteen, you won't even have a waru. So that people are saying there's no voodoo money, I bet perish that thought. Now where you work out,
there is no voodoo money. If it's there, tell me why everybody in that community are still poor. Stop it.
You are still getting.
You know why people don't want to do it. I'll tell you the truth. Because sometimes if you go to all these spiritual leader, Babala, or whatever you call them, they will tell you you are going to become rich, but you have 2 or 3 years to live.
Those are Nollywood. All these things you are.
Yoruba movies. Look at this guy. Yoruba movies.
Remy, do you know? Hold on, Remy, do you know how many poor people?
And they'll be dropping money.
Poor people? Do you know how many poor people that going to die within that 2 years? Remy, do you know how many poor people that will still die within that 2 years?
You know, when you live in this kind of area or this kind of region.
No, do you know? Hold on. Do you know how many poor people that will still die within 2 years?
Hold on. Seeing is believing, and there is word of mouth. Although word of mouth they can hard to eat, but there is some element of truth in it. This is what we have seen when we are growing up. We have seen so many people that you know they are your neighbors or they are far from you, and instantly they become super rich, and within the space of 5 years, they drop dead. And nobody, I repeat, nobody can dare go to their house they built. It's either one spirit or the other. I work for one man in Ibadan. This man is an engineer. He's super rich that he has a mansion, and all the bedrooms are gold plated. When this man died, his wife and his children, they dare not go to that mansion. Till today, this mansion I'm talking about is not very far from this chairman of Eagle Flower Mill, about Deco, because there are rich people that live in that place. Nobody ever step in that mansion. If I can bet you with you, I will take you to that mansion, and I can bet you with $1,000 to go inside.
No, Remy. See, anybody that
Remy, please take me to the mansion. I'll bet $1,000.
Okay.
I will buy a mattress.
I can even buy it if they are ready.
I will buy a mattress. Listen, I'll buy a mattress and go sleep there.
Don't mind those people that are moving against the metaphysical within the African. So because the thing is this: on the one hand, you believe in spirituality, you believe in metaphysical power within your own belief and your religion. You don't want to believe the same metaphysical power within other set of religion or practices. You know, that means that is like hypocrisy, or maybe someone is at a point of confusion. You don't know where you belong to. See, we have power divided across different beliefs. When you say there's nothing like this, I dare you, when they are doing Ogun Festival in Irekiti, when they are doing it in Ondo, or where they are doing Oru Esuta, or in Ilawekiti, and all those things, go to their shrine and go and try things and see whether all this power exists or not. Just go and try
Okay,
it.
you're moving the goalpost.
I'm not
Nobody
moving.
asked you that.
Nobody
Asked you that. Hold on.
See, the thing is this: the way people are talking about voodoo money is not the way it works. Like Babalawo will tell you that you must have your own job before they can even do all those things for you, and they will tell you that sometimes that someone that will not have money, even if you do that, you do for the person, it will not work. So,
So how is it voodoo money then?
Hey, Allah, you spoken well.
Ola, you say what they call awure. Awure means the ire must be there, just like Ola said. The person must be somebody.
What is the point of the native doctor?
If the person is patient and keep working hard, he will still make money. Yoruba say, sorry,
Exactly,
let me close
okay.
with this.
Yeah.
Yoruba do one thing they call aworo. Aworo means that you have a shop. You just want more people to come. It's like a spiritual advertisement. You want people to be coming to your place. It will bring people there. It's not as if you will make them to buy. You will be the one that will convince them to buy. But people will be coming. They will be attracted to you. And you know what they will tell you? They will tell you, you must do some things. That naturally will attract you. Those things will attract people. Let me close with this. When I was young, we used to go to Skelebo and Serafu. You know those white garment churches where they will come and they will see vision. So one man came. I was in secondary school then. One man came and said, all the students that are here, that wants to do special prayer for us, that we should go and buy pen and pencil and ruler and all the school stuff, that we pray 3 days fasting. So after doing 3 days of fasting, he now told us that we should bring handkerchief. He said anytime we want to read, we should put the handkerchief on the chair, sit on it and read. That everything that we read, we will remember. So we now bought the handkerchief. We were now reading. You know, we were not reading like before. We were now reading more. We came first. Someone like me, I came first.
Basically, it just made you to work hard.
I came first. And since that time, I started coming first in my class. The man said, anytime you want to use this pen or you want to read, just make sure you sit on it and use this pen to be all your notes. Be using it to write your notes. And pay attention that anything this guy tell you, it will just enter your brain. Why won't you be? You will come first now. So I think that thing.
Let me tell you. Let me give you an example.
I think that's what they call a placebo, isn't it?
Placebo.
No, one man. It's not even placebo. Let me tell you this one. The one I can tell you categorically. Now, a graduate looking for a job could not get a job. So a man said he would do something for him, and he told that guy, said, "I give you 21 days. If after 21 days, if things doesn't become better for you, I will leave all this my family tradition. I will never do it again." You know what? On the 21st day, they called this guy that, "Oh, we know that you have this experience. Can you please join our company?" So look at it that way now. How could someone give 21 days? Meanwhile, look at something there. The guy they call has an experience, but the question is that the guy didn't apply to that company. But someone know the guy, that this guy is looking for a job and he has a set of skills, and somehow he managed to convince the new employer that, okay, this guy can do this job for you. Let me connect the two of you together. But the point is this: the person that debated for this guy that did this thing, he promised 21 days. The guy didn't even stop at that. He said at a particular point in time, it will be at so place. He said it might not be up to that, but it cannot be more than that. And it happened. So the thing is, if you've never come closer to all those Baba and some Aladura and some Wole, you will never understand. Because that is where because someone is putting a day, is putting timeline, and that timeline is coming to pass. And we are still saying it's just a circumstance. No, it's you can't prove to me that someone promises someone 21 day and the thing just happened on the 21st day. We just say it's just a coincidence. No. Even if I
coincidence.
It's not a coincidence. It's not placebo neither.
Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to shut it down in the front end, and then we take the conversation to the back. Super Tatas are your kulata. So thank you to those. Thank you to those. We do it again tomorrow. I'll send the link. Anybody that wants to come in. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Sorry, carry on.
So, see, this thing we talk about, we joke about, is what you know is what you know. Even to today, even they say magic has